Chapter 2306. One-eyed Chai Hu had one hand around Luo Bing's slender neck, while the other was pressed against her back. Saint Qi surged within his body as he prepared to take action at any moment. The guards of the city lord's mansion looked at each other in dismay, their faces filled with embarrassment and resentment. With their young miss as a hostage, they did not dare to act rashly, for fear of angering Chai Hu and injuring Luo Bing. If that were to happen, they would not be far from death. In their anxiety, they all looked towards Luo Jin, waiting for his instructions. Luo Jin's eyes narrowed slightly as he sent a signal with his eyes. The guards understood his intentions and quietly spread out, surrounding Chai Hu in all directions to prevent him from escaping. As for the table of guests that Chai Hu and Luo Bing were sitting at, they had already scattered and fled the moment Chai Hu stood up and held Luo Bing hostage. Old man Luo Jin. If you still care about your daughter's life, tell them to behave themselves. Chai Hu's single eye radiated with a malevolent luster as he roared towards Luo Jin while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Luo Jin snorted coldly, before raising his hand slightly to signal for the guards to remain calm. Only then did he look towards Chai Hu and say, "This king seems to have seen you somewhere before." Chai Hu sneered, before replying with ridicule, "I'm just a nameless junior. City Lord Master would naturally not remember me." Luo Jin replied, "Regardless of the grudges between you and this king, it has nothing to do with my daughter. If you let her go, this king will promise to have a good talk with you." Chai Hu laughed heartily. "Have a good talk? What's there to talk about with a despicable and shameless person like you? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?" Luo Jin replied, "Looks like you've been holding a grudge against this king for a long time. Bing's words were also due to you threatening her, right?" Hearing his words, looks of understanding appeared on the faces of the surrounding guests. No wonder Luo Bing was able to embarrass her father in such a situation. It turned out that she had been forced by someone. If that was the case, it would explain why Luo Bing was unable to see the bigger picture. "If you say so." Chai Hu snorted coldly, not having any intention of defending himself. "He didn't force me." Right at this moment, Luo Bing suddenly interrupted, "Father, I said those words myself. I said those words myself. Let that girl go. What did she do wrong?" Hearing this, Luo Jin's face abruptly sank. The expressions of the surrounding guests were also very colorful. They really couldn't understand what was going on in front of them. Luo Bing was being held hostage by the one-eyed brawny man and her life was in his hands. So, why was she still speaking up for him? Luo Jin took a deep breath, before speaking out in a deep voice, "Bing, don't be afraid. Father will save you." After he finished speaking, he looked towards Chai Hu once again and said, "Sir, you're so daring as to sneak into the ceremony and hold this king's beloved daughter hostage. Exactly what are your intentions?" Chai Hu gave a cold laugh before replying, "Master City Lord, why do you need to ask when you already know the answer? Others don't know why I'm here. Don't you know?" Hearing this, Luo Jin frowned. Narrowing his eyes, he said, "Why don't you state it clearly? If it's possible, why not accept it? As long as my daughter is safe, I am willing to pay any price." He spoke righteously and sternly, and his expression was solemn. The surrounding guests cheered and praised him. Someone immediately said to Chai Hu, "Friend, you're being too impulsive. The city lord master has always been diligent in city affairs and loves his citizens. He has an excellent reputation, and young lady Luo Bing is also innocent, pure, and kind-hearted. Why can't you speak nicely? Do you have to make it so difficult for everyone? Listen to me. Release young lady Luo Bing, and the city lord master will definitely not make things difficult for you. That's right. Release young lady Luo, and everything can be discussed. Release her quickly. Otherwise, even if the city lord master doesn't blame you, we'll still teach you a lesson." A commotion broke out in all directions. Some people tried to persuade Chai Hu with kind words, while others used malicious words. Chai Hu seemed to have become much more nervous. He tightened his grip on Luo Bing's hand, causing her to have difficulty breathing and her face to turn pale. "Shut up, all of you!" Chai Hu suddenly roared. He was currently in prison and was surrounded by enemies. His nerves were already tense, and hearing the shouts coming from all directions made him even more vexed. "If anyone dares to speak another word, I'll strangle her to death immediately. I'm a man of my word." Chai Hu roared as he glared with his only eye. Seeing this, the guests didn't dare to utter a single word. All of them shut their mouths, afraid that they would really infuriate this irrational fellow and hurt Luo Bing. Luo Jin's face sank as he roared, "Speak! What exactly do you want this king to do?" Chai Hu turned his head and glared at Luo Jin. "Release that person beside you." "Who are you referring to?" Luo Jin asked despite knowing the answer. Chai Hu roared, "If you dare to be so shameless, I'll immediately take your daughter's life." Luo Jin's face changed slightly. "Sir, by doing this, are you trying to steal the bride?" Chai Hu sneered, "She didn't want to marry you, so how can I steal the bride? I'm only here to save her." Luo Jin said, "You didn't ask her, so how do you know that she didn't want to marry you?" Chai Hu said, "How could she be willing to marry you? You're dreaming." Luo Jin smiled, "You must have misunderstood something. Although this king doesn't know you, you and my wife should be friends, right? This king truly admires you for doing this for your friend. Since you're my wife's friend, you're also this king's friend. How about this, you ask my wife if she's willing to marry this king. If she says no, this king will immediately release you and won't force you. How about that?" Hearing this, Chai Hu's face changed a few times, as though he didn't dare to believe his own ears. Hesitating, he asked, "Are you serious?" Luo Jin smiled. How could this king lie in front of so many guests? After pausing for a moment, he continued, "Or, are you saying that you're only here to cause trouble and ruin this king's reputation? If that's the case, this king will definitely not let you off easily." Someone replied, "That's right, we're all willing to testify for the city master." "Brat, you're not purely here to cause trouble, are you? If that's the case, you're really too despicable." Chai Hu's face turned gloomy as he remained unmoved by the shouts coming from all directions. After muttering to himself for a while, he nodded, "Fine, I'll believe you this once." As he spoke, he turned his head to look at the bride and spoke in a deep voice, "Fifth sister, you've also heard what the city master said just now. Tell me, are you willing to marry him? Or, are you being threatened by him? Don't worry, if you're really being threatened by him, your fourth brother will save you even if I have to risk my life. This king is eternally grateful for your painstaking efforts on behalf of my wife." Luo Jin gave a faint smile, his expression calm. "Shut up!" Chai Hu roared. Luo Jin smiled without saying anything. At this moment, the new bride, who had stood motionless by his side and had not said a single word even when Chai Hu had caused trouble, had suddenly become the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone looked towards her, wanting to know what kind of answer she would give to this matter. Under everyone's gazes, the bride's delicate body trembled slightly for a moment, before Yu's voice rang out from behind the red veil, "I am willing." "What?" Chai Hu's body shook as he instantly turned sluggish. He had never expected to hear such an answer. However, that voice was undoubtedly his fifth sister's, and not someone impersonating her. For a moment, he was actually unable to accept such an outcome. Luo Jin looked at him and smiled. "This king should understand now, right? This king and my wife felt like old friends at first sight and fell in love with each other. If not for that, this king wouldn't have married her. Big brother Chai." Luo Bing turned her head and looked at Chai Hu blankly. She couldn't understand why the situation was different from what Chai Hu had said. After all, Chai Hu had told her that the bride was being forced to marry her father. However, she had heard a completely different answer from the bride. "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible," Chai Hu yelled. Luo Jin's face darkened as he shouted, "This king has already given you enough face. On account of the fact that you're my wife's friend, I'm not willing to make things difficult for you. I hope that you'll know what to do. That's right. Friend, please stop pestering us endlessly. Otherwise, it won't look good for everyone. That's right. If you let young Lady Luo Bing go, I believe that the City Lord's master won't really make things difficult for you. Everyone can sit at the same table and enjoy the banquet. Wouldn't that be great? You should know when to stop, brat. If you want to die, this old master doesn't mind sending you on your way. The surrounding guests started to clamor once again, as their impression of Chai Hu was extremely bad. That's impossible. Chai Hu continued to nag, it's impossible for fifth sister to marry you willingly. She must have been forced by you. As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something and shouted, it must be big brother, second brother and the others, right? Brat, what exactly are you talking about? The surrounding crowd was bewildered. However, Chai Hu laughed heartily towards the sky, his laughter rolling like thunder. It was extremely carefree, as though he had figured out something and untied the knot in his heart. After a long while, he suddenly looked towards Luo Jin and gritted his teeth, you're really sinister, old man. You actually used big brother and second brother to force fifth sister to marry you. If you don't want your daughter's blood to be spilled here today, you'd better listen to my orders obediently. Luo Jin was enraged as he shouted, you dare to go back on your word? Chai Hu sneered, what's the point of keeping my word with a despicable person like you? No matter what, I must take fifth sister away today. Whoever dares to obstruct me will die. As he spoke, he increased the strength of his hand. Luo Bing cried out in alarm. Luo Jin turned pale with fright and hastily said, wait. Are you going to let her go or not? Chai Hu shouted. Luo Jin's face was as calm as water, as though a storm was about to arrive. The atmosphere in the entire hall instantly became extremely oppressive. After gnashing his teeth for a long while, he said, since you're so suspicious, I'll let my wife explain it to you in detail. As he spoke, he glanced at the bride beside him. Hearing this, joy appeared on Chai Hu's face as he shouted, fifth sister, come here first. After hesitating for a moment, the bride walked towards Chai Hu, step by step. This brat is probably going to be out of luck. At a nearby table, Yang Kai, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, suddenly muttered in a soft voice. The members of the Thousand Leaves sect were originally beaming with joy as they watched the show unfold. Regardless of the reason behind Chai Hu's actions today, and regardless of the final outcome, it had already damaged Luo Jin's reputation. In the future, today's matter would be discussed everywhere in the tea houses and wine shops. Those who didn't know the truth would definitely think that Luo Jin had done something to bully men and women, which would damage his prestige and image. Chapter 2307. Upon hearing Yang Kai's words, the Thousand Leaves sect members turned to look at him suspiciously with blank expressions on their faces. With a grin, Yang Kai replied in a low voice, City Lord Master looks so confident. How could he not have made any preparations? Du Xian's expression changed slightly, as though he had thought of something, before replying in a low voice, Young Master Yang means to say that he's prepared to. Yang Kai shook his head, indicating for him to wait and see. On the other side, the bride wearing a phoenix coronet and a red veil walked step by step towards Chai Hu. Looking at her, joy could be seen in Chai Hu's single eye as he spoke out, Fifth sister, please stand to the side and support me. I'll get this old fart to release Big Brother and the others. After that, we'll fly far away and never return to Sky Crane City. Without saying a word, the bride obediently walked to Chai Hu's side and stood there. Sir, you've caused such a ruckus in my city lord's mansion today and ruined this king's face. Do you think you can leave? Luo Jin gave a cold snort as a look of ridicule appeared on his face. Where there's a will, there's a way. Chai Hu replied with a sneer. Luo Jin gave a deep smile, this king feels that it's better for you to stay. Chai Hu's expression changed. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly felt a chill coming from behind him. In the next instant, a palm pressed down on his back, causing a surge of power to surge into his body, causing his entire body to shake violently as he was sent flying. While in mid-air, he turned his head back to look with eyes filled with disbelief. When he saw exactly who had taken action, his eyes were filled with grief and despair. Bang! Chai-Hu landed on the ground, smashing the tables and chairs. However, under that palm, he seemed to have suffered some serious injuries. He seemed to have suffered a serious injury, so the moment he stood up, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Swish swish swish, the experts of the city lord's mansion rushed over in an instant, a few of their palms pressing down on his back. Power surged from their palms, yet they did not release it. After all, today was the city lord master's wedding ceremony, so it was truly inappropriate for blood to be spilled. If not, Chai-Hu would have been a dead man by now. After being subdued, Chai-Hu staggered about, appearing to be unable to stand properly. Looking at the new bride with an expression of extreme pain, blood flowed out of his mouth as he cried out in grief, "Fifth sister, why?" The person who had launched a sneak attack on him and seriously injured him was the bride he had come to rescue. Until now, he still could not believe that this was true. All this happened in the blink of an eye. Not only was Chai-Hu stunned, even the surrounding guests had their mouths wide open as they stared dumbfoundedly at the scene before them. Only Luo Jin had a faint smile on his face, as though he had already expected this to happen. Yang Kai suddenly stood up. His eyes burned as he looked at the bride. His expression kept changing. Demonic chi? Yi Jinghan furrowed her brows and covered her red lips with her hand. She exclaimed in a low voice, "Is this bride from the monster race?" Although the moment the bride made her move just now was extremely short, the power she displayed was very different from origin energy. It carried a pure demonic yuan chi aura. Although there were human cultivators who cultivated demonic arts or secret techniques that allowed their strength to be close to demonic yuan chi, they would definitely not be this pure. From this, it could be seen that this bride was not from the human race. Instead, she was a member of the monster race. It wasn't that the monster race didn't exist in the star boundary, it was just that the monster race would rarely move about in the human race's territory. Even if they did, it would be extremely rare. Furthermore, they would do their utmost to conceal their whereabouts. After all, they were from different races, so it was inevitable that people would have thoughts of betrayal upon seeing a member of the monster race. Like Yi Jinghan, there were quite a few people who had noticed this, causing them to look curiously at the new bride. Furthermore, from the energy fluctuations radiating from the new bride when she made her move, she was shockingly a cultivator from the first order Tao source realm. "Young Master Yang, what's wrong?" Du Xian hastily asked upon seeing Yang Kai's strange expression. However, Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, he continued to stare fixedly at the new bride, his body trembling slightly, as though he had discovered something incredible. "Take him away and keep a close eye on him. This king will have a good chat with him after the ceremony." Luo Jin waved his hand as he gave the order. The few city lords' mansion guards nodded their heads, before taking action to seal Chai-Hu's cultivation and detain him. "Don't." Unexpectedly, a tender cry rang out at this moment. In the next moment, everyone saw Luo Bing, who had escaped from Chai-Hu's clutches, rushing straight towards Chai-Hu. Sending a flurry of punches and kicks at the few guards, she pushed them away with all her might. Opening her arms wide, she stood in front of Chai-Hu, shaking her head as she shouted, "Don't come over." Her stance of wanting to protect Chai-Hu caused the guests to be flabbergasted, as they were completely unable to understand exactly what she was thinking. After all, everyone had seen Chai-Hu using her as a hostage. Now that she had escaped, shouldn't she be hurriedly distancing herself from Chai-Hu? Why had she walked right into their trap? "Bing, what nonsense are you making?" Luo Jin was furious. He had been greatly angered by his daughter today, as she had repeatedly contradicted and disobeyed him. Furthermore, she even wanted to protect the safety of the person who had ruined his ceremony. How could he not be furious? Father, Big Brother Chai saved my life yesterday, so he's my benefactor. Please don't make things difficult for him, Luo Bing pleaded with a sobbing tone. Luo Jin's eyes narrowed as he said, benefactor? Luo Bing replied, that's right. I was in danger yesterday, and it was Big Brother Chai who saved me, yesterday? Luo Jin frowned as he said in a cold voice, didn't you go out with young Master Chiu yesterday? Why did this person save you? Luo Bing shook her head, I'll explain everything to father in detail. Don't make things difficult for him for now. Let him go. Upon hearing her words, Chiu Yu's face instantly turned pale. In a flash, he appeared before Luo Bing, extending his hand to grab her arm, little sister Bing, don't make trouble. Didn't the city lord's master say not to hurt him? Be obedient. Luo Bing shook her head and said, then let him go now. A sliver of impatience flashed across Luo Jin's eyes as he said to Chiu Yu, young Master Chiu, my daughter doesn't know any better. Take her away to rest. Chiu Yu nodded, I'll obey the master's orders. As he spoke, he extended his hand and patted Luo Bing's body, causing her to immediately fall limply to the ground. Although she was still conscious, she was powerless to move. Chiu Yu picked her up by the waist and carried her towards the rear hall. After being injured by the bride, Chai Hu appeared as though he had lost his soul, remaining unmoved by everything that was happening before him. It was only at this moment that he clenched his teeth and spoke out with his only eye red, fifth sister, tell me, exactly why did you do this? Did you really willingly marry this old fart? Luo Jin sneered, this king has already given you enough face. If you don't appreciate my kindness, don't blame this king for being impolite. A guest at the side shouted out, City Lord Master doesn't need to be too benevolent. This person's crime is unforgivable. That's right. The bride and City Lord Master are deeply in love. They have been cultivating for 100 years, and they have been cultivating for 1,000 years. They are a match made in heaven. How can a despicable person like you break them up so easily? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Chai Hu roared with all his might. Stubborn. Luo Jin snorted coldly, before roaring, then you can watch carefully from the side. See if my humble wife is willing to marry this king. After saying that, Luo Jin turned his head to look around, before saying with a dark expression, are there any other friends who don't agree to this marriage? Step forward, and this king will give you a satisfactory answer. Today, he had been disrupted by someone, causing him to lose face. Therefore, he wanted to regain his dignity by establishing his authority. As he said those words, his face was filled with killing intent. Who would dare to step forward and contradict him? City Lord Master must be joking. There will always be a few people in this world who don't know how to appreciate kindness. There's no need for Master to pay attention to them. That's right. It's really not worth it to let such people spoil our mood. Let's continue, let's continue. Only then did Luo Jin's expression turn slightly more amiable as he snorted coldly, today is supposed to be a joyous occasion, so this king doesn't want to get angry. If there's anyone who doesn't agree, feel free to speak frankly. He looked around, only to see that everyone was smiling apologetically. A voice suddenly rang out, causing the relaxed atmosphere to turn tense once again. Quite a few people sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked towards the source of the voice, thinking to themselves that there really were people in this world who weren't afraid of death. They actually dared to disagree even at such a time. Luo Jin's expression turned solemn as his fury was written all over his face. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked towards the side. At the table closest to the front, a youth stood up with a grin on his face, before raising his hand, I have a small opinion. I hope that City Lord Master won't get angry. Someone from Thousand Leaves sect. He's actually a disciple of Thousand Leaves sect. Don't tell me that he's here to add insult to injury. That person looks unfamiliar. Is he really from Thousand Leaves sect? How could he be fake? Didn't you see him sitting together with Yi Jinghan, Du Xian and the others? This is going to be interesting. Whispers rang out, and when everyone saw that the person who had spoken was actually sitting together with a Thousand Leaves sect disciple, they immediately understood that today's matter had become even more complicated. After all, Chai Hu was just a single person, and he had failed in his attempt to steal the bride and ended up being injured instead. However, if Thousand Leaves sect were to get involved in this matter, then the two great forces would definitely shed all pretense of cordiality and start a war. This was a matter that would affect the entire region within a few 100,000 kilometers. At the entrance of the hall, Chiu Yu was just about to leave with the incapacitated Luo Bing in his arms, but when he heard those words, he stopped abruptly and turned around. When he saw who had spoken, his expression couldn't help but change slightly. Why is it this brat? He's too unruly. Young Master Yang. Yi Jinghan was dumbfounded as she stared blankly at Yang Kai, who had just stood up, while her hand accidentally touched her red lips. She didn't know why Yang Kai had suddenly decided to join in on this matter. Young Master Yang, what are you doing? Du Xian's expression also changed slightly, as he instantly realized the seriousness of this matter. Although they knew that young Master Yang wasn't a Thousand Leaves sect disciple, the others didn't. Everyone was sitting at the same table, so the others would definitely make their own guesses. Yang Kai standing up to oppose this marriage would make others think that he was acting on behalf of Thousand Leaves sect. Once such a misunderstanding occurred, they might not be able to leave Sky Crane City. In an instant, cold sweat appeared on Du Xian's forehead. It's a private matter. It's purely a private matter. Yang Kai smiled at the two before raising his head to look at Luo Jin. Luo Jin was clearly at a loss, and after looking at Yang Kai for a while, he asked, "Is your excellency also from Thousand Leaves sect? Why have I never seen you before?" What puzzled Luo Jin even more was that this group of people from Thousand Leaves sect was actually sitting at the table closest to the front. What was going on? Chapter 2308. Would you believe me if I said that I'm not from Thousand Leaves sect? Yang Kai looked at Luo Jin with a grin. Beside him, Yi Jinghan and Du Xian had pained expressions on their faces as they continuously wiped away the cold sweat on their foreheads, appearing nervous and uneasy. Seeing this, Luo Jin frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice, "Then, how should I address your excellency?" Although Yang Kai was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, a minor realm lower than him, Yang Kai didn't look that old. With such a cultivation at such a young age, Luo Jin couldn't underestimate him. Just in case, Luo Jin felt that it would be better to inquire about the other party's origins first. Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't look at Luo Jin when he said that, instead focusing on the reaction of the bride, he said in a clear voice, "High Heaven Sect." Yang Kai. High Heaven Sect? Which sect is that? There's such a sect in our southern territory? Why haven't I heard of it before? Perhaps it's a sect from some other territory. With how big the world is and how many sects there are, it wouldn't be strange if you haven't heard of it before. The surrounding guests started to whisper amongst themselves, with even Yi Jinghan and the others frowning in thought. However, none of them had heard of the High Heaven sect, so they couldn't help but feel extremely curious. After hearing Yang Kai's introduction, the bride's body suddenly trembled, as though she had received some kind of shock. Seeing this, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, feeling increasingly certain that his guess was correct. When the bride had taken action against Chai Hu earlier, Yang Kai had felt that the energy fluctuations coming from her were somewhat familiar, as though she was someone he knew. Now, his guess was even more certain. Clearly, Luo Jin had never heard of a sect like the High Heaven sect, so he frowned and asked, "Does little brother Yang have any objections to this king's wedding ceremony? Why don't you share them with this king?" Yang Kai grinned. "Actually, I don't have any objections. It's just that I'm more curious about the bride's appearance. If City Lord Master doesn't mind, can you allow the bride to lift this veil and let us see that peerless face?" As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. They thought, how could a bride take off her veil before entering the bridal chamber? On the day of every woman's wedding, they would only enter the bridal chamber after the ceremony. Only then would the bridegroom lift the veil. This was the custom, this was etiquette. If this custom was broken, it would bring misfortune to the family. If the bride could be magnanimous on the day of the wedding, what was the use of the red veil? Although everyone knew this in their hearts, to be honest, they were also very curious about the appearance of the bride. They all wanted to see her face. It was just that no one had the guts to say it out loud at this time. Now that they heard Yang Kai say so, they were secretly looking forward to it. Luo Jin's eyes were filled with dignity as he stared straight at Yang Kai. After remaining silent for a long while, he gave a laugh. This little brother Yang is truly humorous. You must be joking with me because the atmosphere was too tense. This old man appreciates little brother's good intentions. As he spoke, he cupped his fists slightly in acknowledgement. However, his eyes were filled with threat, as if he was saying that he would teach Yang Kai a lesson if Yang Kai continued to pester him. Just as he finished speaking, Yang Kai smiled. City Lord Master has misunderstood. This one is not joking. I really want to see what this bride looks like. The smile on Luo Jin's face disappeared in an instant, replaced by a solemn expression. However, Yang Kai acted as if he didn't see it. He continued, everyone knows that the City Lord Master has good luck with women. He has 14 beautiful concubines, all of whom are tall and thin. He enjoys the good fortune of having one in his left and one in his right. However, no one knows what the city lord's wives look like. Every time they go out, they cover their faces with black veils, with guards opening the way for them, making it impossible for others to see their true appearances. However, I believe that everyone knows that the city lord's wives are definitely heavenly beauties. Only such appearances are worthy of the city lord master's prestige. Hearing this, Luo Jin laughed. You flatter me, little brother. He secretly thought to himself, so this brat isn't looking for trouble, but is here to flatter me. If that's the case, it's not like I can't cooperate with him. Right now, this is already the 15th city lord's wife. City lord master can't keep hiding her and keep everyone in suspense, right? Yang Kai winked at Luo Jin. Why don't we take advantage of this time when all the guests are gathered and let everyone feast their eyes on her? That's also a wish of mine. If that's the case, we'll definitely be able to bask in City Lord Master's good fortune. Who knows, we might be able to be like the Master and enjoy endless luck with women. Don't you all think so, everyone? Although the guests didn't interrupt and only listened quietly, there were quite a few people who revealed looks of anticipation, as if they really wanted to see what the bride looked like. Luo Jin smiled. Little brother, this Luo's wives and this Luo are in love with each other and are a match made in heaven. If you want to have good fortune with women, this king seriously recommends you to make a trip to this city's 1,000 gold wine pavilion. You'll definitely be able to get what you want there. There are many beautiful ladies there. As soon as he said that, the surrounding guests all burst into laughter, as they were all convinced by Luo Jin's humor. However, there were some people who understood the meaning behind Luo Jin's words. Could it be that he was implying that this king's wives weren't ladies from the 1,000 gold wine pavilion, and that they weren't people who could be looked at as they pleased? If they dared to continue being long-winded, that would be the same as insulting this king, so don't blame this king for getting angry. Alright, the auspicious hour is almost over. Let's continue with the ceremony. Luo Jin waved his hand, preparing to end this farce that he couldn't stand. Yang Kai took a ferocious step forward and said in a deep voice, "What if I want to take a look at the bride?" Luo Jin turned around and stared coldly at Yang Kai, before saying in an indifferent tone, "Little brother, go back and sit properly." Young Master Yang, what are you doing? Yi Jinghan was on the verge of going crazy. She had absolutely no idea why Yang Kai would provoke Luo Jin time and time again at this critical juncture. She could clearly see Luo Jin's impatience and anger, and knew that if this continued, there would be no way to resolve this matter. Young Master Yang, please come back. Du Xian also spoke out to persuade him. Yang Kai turned his head to look at them, before replying in an indifferent tone, "This is my personal matter." If you're afraid of being implicated, you can leave now. However, don't point fingers at me. Du Xian frowned, a look of displeasure appearing on his face. On the other hand, a flustered expression appeared on Yi Jinghan's face as she waved her hand. That's not what I meant, it's just that. Yang Kai did not wait for her to finish her sentence, before leaving his seat and walking towards the bride step by step. His steps were neither fast nor slow, while a leisurely expression appeared on his face. Looking towards Luo Jin, he said, City Lord Master, if I can't see the bride's appearance today, I'm afraid that I won't be able to sleep well tonight. City Lord Master, can you please fulfill this wish of mine? Has this brat gone mad? On the other side, Chiu Yu hugged Luo Bing as he stood foolishly in his original position, while a myriad of expressions appeared on his face. He was truly unable to understand what Yang Kai was trying to do. After all, from their previous encounter, Yang Kai was not someone who would pester endlessly. Chai Hu, who was originally filled with despair and being suppressed by the city lord's mansion's experts, suddenly had his eyes light up. Looking at Yang Kai with a burning gaze, he appeared to have found a life-saving straw in his despair. Struggling, he shouted out, Little brother, help me take her away. She's just confused for a moment. You must take her away. Impudent. Luo Jin roared out explosively as he looked towards Yang Kai in an overbearing manner, Brat, I think that you're here to pick a fight on purpose. While walking towards the bride, Yang Kai shook his head and said, City Lord Luo, you're wrongly accusing me. I just want to take a look at the bride. If you don't agree, then I can only do it myself. Luo Jin roared out furiously, Take him down. Following his order, a dozen cultivators suddenly appeared from all directions, pouncing towards Yang Kai in an overbearing manner. Among them, there were even 2 second-order Dao Source Realm Masters, one from the left and one from the right, forming a pincer attack. Seeing that a great battle was about to break out, the expressions of the numerous guests changed as they retreated one after another, afraid that they would be implicated. There were even quite a few people who looked towards Yang Kai with looks of pity on their faces, secretly feeling that this brat's brain was damaged. He actually dared to cause such a ruckus during the city lord's master's wedding ceremony. Wasn't he courting death? In the blink of an eye, the dozen cultivator pounced towards Yang Kai, with the 2 second-order Dao Source Realm Masters taking the initiative to attack without the slightest bit of mercy. In an instant, Source Qi erupted within the hall as energy surged. However, in the next moment, a series of banging sounds rang out, mixed with miserable cries. All of the cultivator pouncing towards Yang Kai were sent flying back, smashing heavily into the walls of the hall, causing holes to appear one after another. What's going on? What's going on? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Waves of exclamations rang out as the guests from all directions simply did not dare to believe what they were seeing. Some people rubbed their eyes repeatedly, yet were still unable to change the result that was imprinted in their eyes. The dozen or so cultivator, including the 2 second-order Dao Source Realm Masters, had all been sent flying back in an instant. It was impossible for them to perform such a comical action for no reason, so the only explanation was that they had been sent flying by Yang Kai. However, more than 90% of the people present were unable to see exactly how Yang Kai had made his move, only faintly seeing Yang Kai's figure sway for a moment. Only a few people from the 3rd-order Dao Source Realm narrowed their eyes, revealing solemn looks on their faces as they saw Yang Kai's extraordinariness. The same was true for Luo Jin. He originally thought that Yang Kai was just a brat who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, but who would have thought that he was actually hiding his strength. In an instant, Luo Jin realized that he was in big trouble. After repelling the dozen or so cultivator from the city lord's mansion, Yang Kai still had a calm and collected look on his face, as though nothing had happened as he continued to walk towards the bride. What are you all in a daze for? Attack together. Seeing that the situation was bad, Luo Jin roared out. In the next instant, even more city lords' mansion masters flew out and pounced towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai abruptly stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look around, a chilling glint in his eyes as he said in a cold voice, if anyone else dares to come forward, don't blame me for not showing mercy. As soon as he said this, many of the cultivator pouncing towards him could not help but reveal looks of hesitation, as they were afraid that they would hand over their lives here. However, with Luo Jin watching from the side, they could only grit their teeth and push their strength, summoning their artifacts and secret techniques to attack Yang Kai. In an instant, the place where Yang Kai was standing was enveloped by a multicolored brilliance, as surging energies collided with one another, causing intense sounds to ring out. The entire hall shook, as though it would collapse at any moment. Chapter 2309. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the point of collision, wanting to know how Yang Kai was going to deal with such a dangerous situation. However, to their great disappointment, Yang Kai did not manage to escape, nor did he move in the slightest. Young Master Yang. Yi Jinghan's expression changed drastically as she cried out. With his second-order Dao Source Realm cultivation, it was impossible for Yang Kai to defend against such a ferocious attack. She felt that Yang Kai was most likely dead. Luo Jin sneered as a look of ridicule appeared on his face. After a short while, the energy dissipated, revealing a gigantic crater where Yang Kai had been standing. However, there was not a single trace of Yang Kai. Where is he? Where did he go? Is he dead? Have they been reduced to ashes? That makes sense. This little brat is here to make people laugh, right? He's all bark and no bite. With so many cultivators from the City Lord's mansion taking action together, even the third-order Dao Source Realm cultivators would die without a doubt. How could this little brat block them at such a young age? He's definitely going to die without a burial ground. Seeing this, everyone could not help but start to discuss amongst themselves. Some felt pity for Yang Kai's untimely death, some mocked Yang Kai for overestimating himself, while some immediately started to flatter Luo Jin and flatter him endlessly. A faint smile hung on Luo Jin's face, but a faint feeling of uneasiness was growing in his heart, causing his entire body to feel uneasy. On the other hand, Chai Hu's face had turned ashen, and he was unable to regain his senses for a long while. At the other table, Du Xian's face had also turned deathly pale as he continuously swallowed his saliva, unable to regain his senses for a long while. Only after a long while did he wake up from his stupor. Did he roar, "We have to hurry up and leave, before it's too late." Yang Kai was already dead. Although Yang Kai had no relationship with Thousand Leaves sect, he was still sitting at the table with them. However, he had been sitting at the same table as them just now, so it was inevitable that some people would misunderstand. This was especially true for Luo Jin, as he might take this opportunity to cause trouble for the Thousand Leaves sect and forcefully detain them here. If Luo Jin really did so, he would have a good reason to do so, and would not be blamed by others. Thinking of this, Du Xian immediately panicked. As he spoke, he hurriedly grabbed hold of Yi Jinghan, intending to sneak away while everyone's attention was on them. However, Yi Jinghan didn't move at all and just kept looking around with her beautiful eyes. "Yi Zi, what are you doing?" Du Xian panicked. Yi Jinghan replied, "Young Master Yang won't die. It's impossible for him to be killed so easily." Du Xian didn't know where her confidence came from. He gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "He is already dead. What are you still looking for?" Yi Jinghan replied, "I've seen young Master Yang's abilities before. How could he possibly die just like that?" After all, Yang Kai had promised her that he would return to Thousand Leaves sect with her to repair the Transrealm spatial array, as this was related to the future rise and fall of Thousand Leaves sect. How could Yi Jinghan not be attentive? Before seeing Yang Kai's body, she felt that Yang Kai was definitely not dead. So what if he's powerful? 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, Yi. Du Xian tried his best to persuade him. "I believe in him." Yi Jinghan bit her red lips and continued to search the void. All of a sudden, she seemed to have discovered something and stared intently in a certain direction. She couldn't help but cry out in alarm. However, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Du Xian and the others were stunned. Following her gaze, they saw a master from the city lord's mansion standing there. He seemed to be a second-order Dao Source Realm master, and was one of the people who had participated in the attack on Yang Kai. However, at this very moment, a faint phantom image had appeared behind this person's back. This phantom image gradually solidified into Yang Kai's appearance. This. Du Xian's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he said in a trembling voice, "He's really not dead?" The depths of his heart throbbed. Just how strong was this person? How could he escape from such an attack without anyone noticing? Not only was he not dead, he was completely unscathed. Even his clothes were not wrinkled. Many divine senses covered the hall. The few masters from the third-order Dao Source Realm seemed to have not let down their guard. As soon as Yang Kai appeared, they detected him. In an instant, several pairs of eyes turned towards him. Upon seeing Yang Kai's figure, Luo Jin's face changed drastically as he roared, "Boy, what are you trying to do?" Yang Kai poked his head out from behind the second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Looking at Luo Jin with a sinister smile, he waved his hand in front of him, causing a concealed space principle fluctuation to appear, before quickly dissipating. After doing that, he spoke, "I've already said it. If anyone dares to take action against me, don't blame me for being impolite." As soon as he said those words, Luo Jin inexplicably shivered as an extremely uneasy feeling started to spread in his heart. Right at that moment, the second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator in front of Yang Kai suddenly fell forward. Before his body landed on the ground, blood spurted out from his neck as his head flew high into the air. Cries of alarm rang out from all directions as countless people looked at Yang Kai in horror, retreating continuously to put some distance between them. The person who had just died was a famous master in Sky Crane City. He had always been Luo Jin's right-hand man and was a Vice City Lord-level master who governed Sky Crane City together with Luo Jin. However, such a master had been silently killed by Yang Kai. From the blank look in his eyes before he died, it seemed that he did not realize what had happened until the moment of his death. Everyone was shocked. Just how powerful was this young man to be able to kill a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator so stealthily? Even the person who had been killed did not notice it. Yang Kai looked at Luo Jin and said calmly, "I'm sorry to let City Lord Master see blood on such a big day, so I hope that no one will stop me." After saying that, he walked towards the bride, who had been standing motionless all this time. Along the way, everyone unconsciously opened up a path for him, while the cultivator from the city lord's mansion slowly retreated with ugly expressions. No one dared to disturb him. Luo Jin's face was as calm as water as he stared at Yang Kai's back, his eyes flickering with thick murderous intent. This young man named Yang Kai had caused a huge commotion during today's ceremony, so his prestige would definitely be greatly damaged. If he could not save his face, how could he establish himself in Sky Crane City in the future? However, several second-order Dao Source Realm masters were unable to do anything to him, so he was afraid that only he could subdue him. Thinking of this, Luo Jin glanced at a certain spot in the crowd without anyone noticing. Over there, Yang Kai had already arrived in front of the bride with a complicated look on his face. He reached out to grab the bride's red veil and said, "Excuse me." The surrounding guests all opened their eyes wide. On one hand, they wanted to know how the situation would develop, but on the other hand, they were also curious about the bride's appearance. Yang Kai had caused such a commotion because he wanted to see what the bride looked like. He had even not hesitated to offend the city lord's mansion and kill a vice city lord. Because of this, even those who were not curious about the bride's appearance became interested. For a moment, the hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. It was as if everyone was holding their breaths, waiting to witness this crucial moment. Just as Yang Kai's hand was about to grab the red veil, the bride in front of him suddenly stretched out her hand and grabbed Yang Kai's arm. At the same time, monster chi surged from her delicate body and she sent a palm strike towards Yang Kai's chest. The palm contained an extremely powerful energy. "Be careful!" Chai Hu roared out fiercely. He had suffered a huge loss at the hands of the bride just now. If not for that, how could he have been captured so easily with a hostage in his hands? Seeing this unforeseen event, Yi Jinghan cried out in alarm. The palm strike was extremely powerful, and Yang Kai did not dare to block it due to his apprehension for fear of injuring the bride. As such, he allowed the jade-like hand to strike his chest. Feeling as if he had been struck by lightning, he was sent flying backwards. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth as he flew through the air, while his internal organs churned. At this moment, Luo Jin had already arrived behind Yang Kai without anyone noticing. Suddenly, he summoned a jade scepter-like artifact and sent it smashing down heavily towards Yang Kai. At the same time, a malevolent grin appeared on his face. "This king will send you on your way." As his words rang out, the jade scepter smashed into Yang Kai's body. Radiance blossomed from the scepter as it radiated with an extremely mysterious power. In an instant, a black hole appeared in the air and devoured Yang Kai's body. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai's entire body was torn apart. Having succeeded in his attack, Luo Jin laughed heartily. "This is the result of disobeying this king." The surrounding guests all kept quiet out of fear as they stared at the jade scepter in Luo Jin's hand. It was as if this artifact was an extremely powerful artifact. However, in the next instant, the smile on Luo Jin's face froze, as he suddenly discovered that not a single drop of blood flowed out from Yang Kai's shattered body. Instead, it started to distort under his gaze, before dissipating like smoke. An afterimage. Luo Jin's expression changed greatly, as he never expected that such a foolproof sneak attack would actually fail. "So it was you who messed around." Yang Kai's voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, causing the surrounding guests to jump in fright. Their expressions changed greatly as they retreated backwards. By the time they turned their heads to take a look, they saw Yang Kai reaching out to grab a middle-aged man by the neck with a sneer on his face. The crowd did not seem to recognize this middle-aged man, and upon seeing his misfortune, they could not help but reveal looks of sympathy, as they did not know why Yang Kai had targeted him. This middle-aged man had a cultivation of the first-order Dao source realm, and his strength was pretty good. However, after personally witnessing Yang Kai killing the Vice City Lord, how could he dare to resist? His body trembled as he looked at Yang Kai in horror. "Little brother, let's talk things over properly. What's the meaning of this?" Yang Kai exerted a bit of force, causing creaking sounds to ring out from the middle-aged man's neck as he sneered, "Stop acting in front of me. Tell me, exactly how did you manage to control the bride?" Upon hearing those words, the middle-aged man's expression changed greatly, and panic filled his eyes as he tried his best to cover it up. I don't know what you're talking about. You know what I'm talking about in your heart. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to obediently dispel that secret technique. If not, you'll never be able to dispel it." The middle-aged man instantly panicked as he shot a pleading look towards Luo Jin. Upon hearing those words, the despairing Chai Hu seemed to have realized something. Struggling to crawl up, he looked towards Yang Kai and said, "Friend, what do you mean by that?" Chapter 23:10. A faint smile appeared on Yang Kai's face as he looked at Chai Hu with some sympathy. Instead of answering his question, he asked, "Are you feeling very sad and desperate? The person that you risked your life to save actually attacked you from behind. How does that feel?" Chai Hu's face turned ashen as he glared at Yang Kai with his single eye. Yang Kai replied, "She didn't take action of her own accord." Chai Hu was shocked as he clenched his teeth. "Are you saying that she was controlled by someone?" As he spoke, he shot a hateful look at the middle-aged man that Yang Kai was holding in his hand, killing intent surging from his face as he asked, "Could it be that person?" Yang Kai laughed heartily. "You finally understand." A vexed look appeared on Chai Hu's face as he replied, "I should have understood long ago. I should have understood long ago. How could fifth sister attack me from behind? Damn it. I should have understood long ago. Why am I so stupid? I, Chai Hu, am the stupidest person under the heavens." As he shouted, a look of guilt and self-blame appeared on his face. "Big brother Chai." Luo Bing's face was covered in tears. It was unknown whether it was due to the shock or something else, but she rushed forward and pushed away the cultivator from the city lord's mansion who was holding Chai Hu down. She then opened her arms and stood in front of Chai Hu like a mother hen, shouting, "Big brother Chai, leave. I'll stop them." She didn't know why she would do such a thing. Before she met Chai Hu, she was still the princess of the city lord's mansion. She was pampered and cared for, living a carefree and happy life every day. However, in just a single night, she felt as though she had matured a lot. When she saw Chai Hu's heartbroken and self-blaming expression, she felt an indescribable heartache. Her body couldn't help but take action. She simply didn't think too much about it. Bing, Luo Jin flew into a rage, his eyes spewing flames of fury as he glared fiercely at his daughter. He never expected that his obedient and well-behaved daughter would actually do such a thing in front of so many people. She had even gone as far as to protect the evildoer who had ruined his marriage ceremony. He felt as though the world was spinning as a raging inferno started to burn in the depths of his heart. "Father, let big brother Chai leave. I beg you, he is my savior. You can't hurt him." Luo Bing knelt on the ground, weeping and begging bitterly. A complicated emotion surfaced in Chai Hu's single eye as he stared blankly at the delicate figure before him, while his heart was filled with complex feelings. The expressions of the surrounding guests also changed as they stared at the weeping Luo Bing. His heart was filled with respect. "Lady Bing, well done." Yang Kai laughed from the side and gave Luo Bing a thumbs up. He couldn't help but look at her in a new light as he shouted, "Don't worry, your big brother Chai won't be hurt today. I guarantee it with my life." Luo Bing heard this. His eyes lit up as he turned to look at Yang Kai. "Really? Are you sure?" Yang Kai said solemnly, "I promise." Luo Bing wiped her tears and said happily, "Thank you, thank you. Take him away quickly. Big brother Chai's cultivation has been sealed by them, so he can't leave by himself. You are so powerful, so you can definitely take him away." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "That won't do. I still have things to do. I'll take him away once I'm done." He paused for a moment, before continuing with a faint smile, "Of course. If Lady Bing wants to leave with us, you can come with us." "Me?" Luo Bing was startled upon hearing this. She turned her head to look at her father, before looking at Chai Hu behind her. With a sad smile, she said, "Forget about me, I have to stay by my father's side." Luo Jin closed his eyes and said in a pained voice, "Bing, if you don't return to your room and continue to spout nonsense here, your father won't have a daughter like you anymore." He had had enough. He felt that he had spoiled Luo Bing too much, which had led her to do such a disgraceful thing today. The pain in his heart was far greater than the anger he felt when Yang Kai and Chai Hu disrupted the ceremony. Luo Bing's tender body started to tremble as tears welled up in her eyes. She looked pitifully at her father, tears flowing down her cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. Luo Jin had never been so strict with her, nor had he ever said such heartless words to her. This caused her to be unable to accept it for a moment, causing her to become completely dumbfounded. "As for you two." Although Luo Jin was furious at his daughter's reckless actions, he couldn't bear to look at Luo Bing when he saw her in such a state. Therefore, he could only vent his anger on Yang Kai. Turning his head to look at Yang Kai, he said fiercely, "None of you can leave today. Activate the array." As soon as he finished speaking, the city lord's mansion suddenly buzzed and a surge of energy surged. A layer of solid light curtain suddenly appeared outside the entire city lord's mansion. Clearly, some kind of array had been activated, sealing off the entire city lord's mansion. "That's exactly what I wanted." Yang Kai laughed heartily. "Now, before this matter is resolved, none of you can think of escaping. This brat is crazy. He's really crazy. He actually dares to offend the city lord's mansion by himself. I wonder where he gets his confidence from. He's still young and full of vigor. It looks like he's going to die here. Why do you care so much? Just watch the show. A flurry of discussions rang out as the surrounding guests retreated far away from the scene, leaving a large empty space in the center, leaving only Yang Kai and the middle-aged man he had subdued. Tell me, what method did you use to control the bride? I don't have much patience, so if you can't give me a satisfactory answer, I'll kill you right away. Yang Kai's palm pulsed with source chi as he stared at the middle-aged man indifferently. The middle-aged man's cultivation was only at the first-order Tao source realm, which was one level lower than Yang Kai's. When he heard this, his expression changed greatly, and sweat appeared on his forehead. He said in a trembling voice, "Little brother, you must have misunderstood." Before he could finish speaking, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and made a small cut on his arm. Pooh! A soft sound rang out as the man watched his arm fly out from his body, exploding into a bloody mist in midair. In the next moment, dark red blood spurted out from the wound on his arm like a fountain. Ah, my arm! The middle-aged man cried out miserably. Due to the pain, his face seemed to have twisted together. This is just a small warning. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer next time, your head will fly out. A chilling glint flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he said coldly, "No matter what method you use to control the bride, I believe that as long as you die, the bride will be able to escape, right?" The middle-aged man's body trembled, his face filled with fear and shock. As he shouted out, he shot a look in Luo Jin's direction, only to see the latter shaking his head slightly. Clenching his teeth, he shouted out, "Kill me, it's useless even if you kill me. If I die, the bride will definitely die as well." As his words rang out, the surrounding guests instantly went into an uproar, while Luo Jin's face sank and turned incomparably ashen. Although the middle-aged man did not directly reveal any information, his words were enough to explain some things. If not for the bride not agreeing to this marriage, why would Luo Jin want to control her? If she was truly willing, there was absolutely no need for him to do such a thing. In other words, she was truly being forced to marry Luo Jin. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Chai Hu's single eye suddenly blossomed with an astonishing brilliance as he grinned foolishly, appearing as though the knot in his heart had been untied. Seeing him so happy, Luo Bing could not help but giggle, causing her to look extremely beautiful. "You want to lie to me?" Yang Kai snorted coldly, before speaking out in a sinister voice, "Do you know the price of lying to me?" "I'm not lying to you." The middle-aged man shouted out, "Everything I've said is true." Yang Kai stared coldly at him, but was unable to see any trace of lying in his eyes. Nodding his head, he said, "Good. Since that's the case, remove that secret technique." Hearing this, a look of difficulty appeared on the middle-aged man's face as he shook his head continuously. "Do you want to die?" Yang Kai roared out fiercely. The middle-aged man replied, "If I don't remove it, you won't dare to kill me. However, if I remove it, I'll definitely die." Hearing this, everyone immediately understood what he meant. If he did not remove the secret technique, Yang Kai would naturally not take his life out of fear of harming the innocent. However, if he removed it, not to mention whether Yang Kai would burn the bridge after crossing the river, even Luo Jin would definitely not let him off. Today, Luo Jin had already lost all of his face. If the middle-aged man's actions were not to his liking, how could Luo Jin take things lying down? He had a heart of tolerance for Luo Bing, and was helpless against Yang Kai. However, he would definitely turn this middle-aged man into ashes. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, "What a good plan you've made." The middle-aged man gave a miserable laugh, "I was forced by the circumstances. I hope that little brother will not blame me." "Then tell me, exactly what kind of secret technique is that?" Yang Kai asked once again. The middle-aged man timidly glanced at Luo Jin, only to see the cold expression on Luo Jin's face, causing him to hurriedly avert his gaze. "It looks like you're determined not to cooperate with me. Fine, I won't take your life, but I can chop off your limbs." Yang Kai sneered as he raised his hand to do the same. Wait. The middle-aged man was so frightened that his face turned pale. Perhaps it was because he had lost too much blood, but he shouted out loudly upon hearing this. What else do you have to say? Yang Kai asked in a stern voice. The middle-aged man hesitated for a long while before clenching his teeth and saying, that wasn't a secret technique. It wasn't a secret technique? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Then, what method did you use to control the bride? The middle-aged man cried out, I can't tell you. Little brother, please let me go. I can only tell you this much. I have elders and children in my family, and I also live in Sky Crane City. Little brother, please be magnanimous. Yang Kai stared coldly at him, knowing that he wouldn't get any results even if he continued to force him. Thus, he threw the middle-aged man towards the Thousand Leaves Sect side and said through clenched teeth, Miss Yi, help me keep an eye on him. If he dares to play any tricks, just kill him. Oh. Hearing this, Yi Jinghan came back to her senses and hurriedly reached out to grab the middle-aged man, restraining him by her side. Only then did Yang Kai turn around and come to the bride's side. This time, the bride didn't attack him, instead standing in place like a statue. However, as Yang Kai approached her, her breathing started to become rapid, as if she was extremely excited. Even her delicate body started to tremble slightly. Chapter 23:11. After a short while, Yang Kai finally arrived before the bride and extended his hand to grab her red veil. Luo Jin's expression changed slightly, though he continued to restrain himself from taking action. No one knew what he was planning. At this moment, the surrounding guests opened their eyes wide as they focused their attention on the bride, quietly waiting for the exciting moment to arrive. With a whoosh, the red veil flew up, revealing a charming and absolutely beautiful face, causing the eyes of the numerous guests to light up as they felt endless envy in their hearts. In the instant that the bride regained her vision, her beautiful eyes shot towards Yang Kai, filled with excitement and rebuke, as though she was blaming Yang Kai for taking so long to lift her veil. Yang Kai also took a deep breath, as though a large stone had been lifted from his heart. Sending a grin towards the bride, he said, Senior, it's really you. Fifth sister. Chai Hu called out in a soft voice. Rolling her eyes, the bride shot a look towards Chai Hu, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Although she had no choice today, she had witnessed everything that Chai Hu had done. Being controlled by the middle-aged man, she had secretly taken action against Chai Hu, causing her to feel endless self-reproach, wishing that she could take his place. Can't Senior speak? Yang Kai asked with a grin towards the bride. The bride shot a fierce glare towards Yang Kai, as though she was asking the obvious. Yang Kai replied with embarrassment, Can't I move even then? The bride blinked her eyes. Hearing Yang Kai's words, many of the guests revealed looks of suspicion, as they could sense that Yang Kai was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, while the bride was only in the first-order Dao Source Realm. Yet, Yang Kai had actually addressed her as Senior. What was going on? Chai Hu also looked towards Yang Kai with a blank look on his face. He asked, Little brother, do you know my fifth sister? Although he had guessed that Yang Kai was extremely familiar with his fifth sister, Chai Hu was still somewhat astonished. According to his knowledge, his fifth sister and big brother did not have any acquaintances in the star boundary. Yang Kai smiled and said with a strange expression, Of course I know him. Senior Chiyu is my master mother-in-law. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Countless guests opened their mouths wide and stared at Yang Kai blankly. It was as if he was hallucinating. There were also quite a few people who had peculiar expressions on their faces as they glanced at Chiyu, before glancing back at Luo Jin, their expressions constantly fluctuating. Yang Kai addressed the bride as master mother-in-law. Didn't this mean that the bride in front of him had already given birth to a child? However, the famous Sky Crane City's city lord didn't know about this and even wanted to take her as his concubine? After understanding this point, many of the cultivator who had a problem with the city lord's mansion revealed gloating expressions as they looked at the ashen-faced Luo Jin. It was as if there was a huge green hat on his head that was radiating with an enchanting brilliance. After saying those words, Yang Kai's surging emotions finally calmed down. The bride in front of him was shockingly the monster King Qiyu, who had broken the seal on Shadowed Star and arrived in the star boundary together with Yang Kai. She was also Shanqing Luo's adoptive mother. When he first saw the bride, he did not pay much attention to her and only felt that something was amiss. However, when the bride used her strength to launch a sneak attack on Chai Hu, he discovered that the monster chi fluctuations were somewhat familiar to him, and secretly guessed that he definitely knew this bride. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that there was a possibility that she was Qiyu, which was why he insisted on seeing her face. He had deliberately mentioned the words High Heaven Sect in order to test the new bride's reaction, and the new bride's reaction was indeed as he had expected. It was at that moment that he confirmed the guess in his heart, though he was stopped by Luo Jin. It was just some trouble. Now that he saw Qiyu's face, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief and secretly felt excited in his heart. That day in the Starlight Corridor, he and the other 5 third-order origin kings were separated due to some unforeseen circumstances. Even Lu Yen and the stone mongoose Xiao Zhao's whereabouts were unknown. After such a long time, he was only able to find Lu Yen by chance and let her return to his side. However, he did not know where Xiao Xiao and the others were. Yang Kai had always been worried about them and did not know how they would survive in this unfamiliar star boundary. However, the star boundary was vast and he had no connections or backing, so he was powerless to inquire about anything. This time, it was simply a miracle that he was able to meet Qiyu in Sky Crane City. If he hadn't promised Yi Jinghan that he would make a trip to Thousand Leaves Sect, he definitely wouldn't have shown himself in Sky Crane City. If Yi Jinghan hadn't received a message from Yi Hen asking her to attend the ceremony, he would have missed out on Qiyu. All kinds of coincidences had led to today's coincidental meeting. Life was really unpredictable, and the heavenly way was constant. For a moment, Yang Kai sighed. "Brat, what are you calling her for?" Luo Jin could not bear such an insult, and after a moment of indifference, he suddenly roared. Chai Hu was also shocked and looked at Qiyu in astonishment. He gulped down a mouthful of saliva and said with difficulty, "Fifth sister, she has a son?" Qiyu stood there quietly, unable to move, but her cheeks flushed red. She glared angrily at Yang Kai, as if she was blaming him for speaking without thinking and ruining her reputation. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly and said, "Brother Chai, you've misunderstood. Senior Qiyu has an adopted daughter, an adopted daughter." Upon hearing this, Chai Hu smiled and said in a carefree manner, "It doesn't matter whether she's an adopted daughter or a biological daughter. In any case, you're a family with us." Yang Kai said, "This Yang has seen Brother Chai's actions. On behalf of mother-in-law and master, this Yang thanks Brother Chai for your assistance." After saying that, he cupped his fists and bowed. Waving his hand, Chai Hu said, "Fifth sister is imprisoned, so this is something this Chai should do. Little brother, you should take a look at how to remove the seal on fifth sister's body." Nodding his head, Yang Kai shot a look at Qiyu and said in a deep voice, "Excuse me, senior." As he said that, he grabbed Qiyu's white and tender wrist, before sending the source qi in his body into her meridians. Qiyu's tender body trembled slightly as she looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. Previously, she had been covered by the red veil and was unable to see what had happened outside. She could only sense that Yang Kai had fought with quite a few people. At this moment, upon sensing the purity and density of Yang Kai's source qi, shock could not help but appear on her face as she secretly admired him. She was now a Dao source realm cultivator, so she naturally knew the disparity in strength between two realms. She could clearly sense that the source qi in Yang Kai's body had already been completely transformed, and was no longer something that she could compare to. Thinking back to the time when they had first arrived in the star boundary, her cultivation was still higher than his by a small realm. However, when they met again today, he was already far ahead of her. Only a short span of 2 to 3 years had passed since then. Qi Yu was extremely curious as to exactly what Yang Kai had experienced in such a short period of time, to actually be able to grow to such an extent. Just as Qi Yu was secretly shocked, Yang Kai had already sunk his consciousness into investigating. After a short while, Yang Kai frowned slightly as he muttered to himself, "Sure enough, it's not a secret technique, nor are there any traces of a seal." Hearing that, Qi Yu continuously shot glances at Yang Kai, as though she wanted to tell him something. However, she was unable to release her divine sense, nor was she able to open her mouth to speak. She was completely powerless to do anything, causing her to become as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Luo Jin observed all of this from afar, sneering without the slightest intention of interfering. It was as though he had complete confidence in the methods used by the middle-aged man, and felt that it was impossible for Yang Kai to dispel them with his current abilities. What the hell is this thing? Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he carefully examined it, not letting go of even the slightest bit of suspicion. The other guests also looked around curiously, but at the same time, they also felt a strong sense of dread towards the middle-aged man. They had all personally witnessed how powerful Yang Kai was. However, even with Yang Kai's abilities, he was still unable to find a way to control the middle-aged man. From this, one could see how strange the middle-aged man's methods were. If one were to interact with such a person, one would definitely have to be on their guard. If not, once the middle-aged man used such a strange method to control them, they would turn into walking corpses. Exactly what method did you use to control the bride? Seeing that Yang Kai was unable to figure out anything after busying himself for so long, Yi Jinghan could not help but ask out of curiosity. Hearing that, the middle-aged man shook his head continuously. "Don't ask me, I don't know anything." How could he dare to reveal any clues? His entire family was in Sky Crane City, and once he revealed this secret, it would bring disaster to his family. Luo Jin would definitely not let him off so easily. What a coward! Yi Jinghan spat out. The middle-aged man's face turned ashen, but he was powerless to refute and could only remain silent as he looked towards Yang Kai with fear and dread. All of a sudden, Yang Kai seemed to have discovered something and his expression changed. His divine sense sank into a certain part of the dantian on Qi Yu's abdomen and carefully investigated it. After a short while, his eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "Puppet sprout? It's actually a puppet sprout?" As soon as he said that, the middle-aged man's mouth fell open as he looked at Yang Kai in shock and exclaimed, "How can you recognize this thing? This thing has long gone extinct, so it's impossible for anyone to recognize it." "So it really is a puppet sprout?" Yang Kai turned his head and grinned at the middle-aged man. "I didn't dare to confirm it at first, but after hearing this friend's words, I'm certain that it is a puppet sprout." The middle-aged man's expression froze for a moment before he shouted furiously, "You tricked me!" Du Xian slapped the middle-aged man's head, causing him to stagger as he sneered, "Your IQ is so low, heis." Yang Kai laughed, "Thanks." The middle-aged man felt as if he had lost his soul, his entire being feeling unwell, as he felt that the world was filled with evil intentions. Turning his head to look at Luo Jin in horror, he said, "Sir City Lord, I wasn't the one who told him about this. I didn't reveal any information to him." "Trash." Luo Jin snorted coldly. The middle-aged man's expression turned stiff as he fell weakly to the ground, completely without any strength left in his body. However, in the next instant, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something and shouted towards Yang Kai, "So what if you know about it? Without my unique secret technique, it's impossible for you to expel it. If you want your mother-in-law to be safe and sound, then obediently ask them to let me go and apologize to the city Lord Master." Even at this moment, he still wanted to hug Luo Jin's thigh and hope that he would be forgiven. "Shut him up!" Yang Kai roared impatiently. In response, Yi Jinghan chopped down with her palm, knocking the middle-aged man unconscious. Chapter 23:12. Puppet Sprout, ranked 52nd on the Earth ranking. Thin and hairy, it was born in a dark place 30,000 meters underground and was extremely difficult to find. After connecting with its owner, it could control others for its own use. Some information he had read in the exotic insect scripture flashed across Yang Kai's mind, and he quickly recalled how to restrain it. This was all thanks to the insect enslavement bracelet left behind by the insect emperor, which contained the exotic insect scripture. If not, with Yang Kai's knowledge and experience, he would definitely be helpless in this situation. The puppet sprout wasn't ranked high on the exotic insect rankings, and was almost at the bottom of the rankings. Although it had thin and hairy, making it hard to detect, and the person it planted with would become like a puppet that would obey orders, it had some other drawbacks that caused its ranking to not be high. After knowing how to deal with it, Yang Kai hurriedly immersed himself in searching through his space ring, and after a short while, he found a few herbs. Many guests looked at him curiously, not knowing what exactly he was planning to do. Even the crowd was confused about what the puppet sprout was that he had mentioned earlier. Seeing him take out these herbs, they were all secretly guessing whether or not they could restrain the puppet sprout. "Miss Yi, do you have the monster core of an earth attribute monster beast of Dao source grade or above? Lend it to me." Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and asked Yi Jinghan. Yi Jinghan gawked for a moment, before hurriedly searching through her space ring. However, before she could find it, Du Xian had already taken out a rolling yellow monster core. Looking at Yang Kai, he said, "This Du just happens to have one. If young Master Yang doesn't mind, feel free to take it." Just as he finished speaking, Luo Jin suddenly roared out, "Du Xian, if you still care about the friendship between Sky Crane City and Thousand Leaves Sect, then leave. Take your junior brother and junior sister and leave this place. This king will not pursue the matter from before." Hearing this, Du Xian frowned and shot a look at Yi Jinghan. Seeing her nod her head slightly towards him, he smiled and said, "Young Master Yang is a friend of my Thousand Leaves Sect. This Du naturally can't sit by and do nothing when a friend has a request." Luo Jin's face turned ashen. He nodded repeatedly, "Good, very good. This king will remember today's matter and will definitely visit Thousand Leaves Sect in the future to discuss it with Yi Hen." Du Xian frowned slightly, but still said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "As long as master of the city is happy." As he spoke, he tossed the earth attribute monster beast's monster core to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and checked its grade and color. He was very satisfied and sat down cross-legged. At the same time, he waved his hand and a pill furnace suddenly appeared in front of him. The alchemy furnace expanded in the wind and soon grew to the height of a person. The exterior of the alchemy furnace was engraved with dragons and phoenixes, and it was emitting extremely strong energy fluctuations. One could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary item. Hiss. Is this kid also an alchemist? Oh my god. This pill furnace seems to be Dao source grade high rank. Being able to use such a pill furnace, doesn't that mean he's a Dao source grade alchemist? What did he say his name was? Yang Kai, High Heaven Sect's Yang Kai. Yang Kai. That name sounds familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere before. Everyone started to discuss among themselves, with quite a few people revealing shocked expressions. They had already witnessed the powerful strength Yang Kai had displayed before, but now that he had taken out a Dao source grade high rank alchemy furnace, they were still shocked and started to make guesses. There were already quite a few people who had spread rumors about him and the previous incident. The person who had refined the extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm was connected to him. After all, the two of them shared the same name, had Dao source realm cultivation, and seemed to be proficient in alchemy. Although the world was big, there weren't many people who had so many similarities. Under everyone's gazes, Yang Kai pushed the flames of the furnace, causing the temperature of the entire inner hall to rise by quite a bit. Luo Jin narrowed his eyes and paid attention, not showing any intention of rushing to take action. He seemed to be very interested in Yang Kai's next move. Yang Kai was very happy as he continued to form hand seals and engrave spirit arrays, throwing the herbs and earth attribute monster core into the pill furnace one after another, controlling the temperature of the flames. After a cup of tea's worth of time, Yang Kai suddenly extended his hand to the side. Source chi surged from his palm and sucked a bowl over. Immediately after, he leapt up and arrived in front of the black jade furnace. Patting the pill furnace, he sent the lid flying, before reaching out and sucking the contents of the furnace out. It was a green-colored medicinal liquid that looked extremely strange and sticky, appearing to be in a semi-solidified state. From an alchemist's point of view, opening the furnace at this moment meant that the refinement had failed. However, this was exactly what was needed to expel the puppet bud. Placing the strange medicinal liquid that was emitting a strange smell into the bowl, he carefully brought it in front of Chi Yu and said in a serious tone, "Senior, drink this." Chi Yu's brows furrowed as her face turned pale. When Yang Kai brought the semi-finished medicinal liquid in front of her, she immediately smelled an extremely unpleasant odor. This odor was similar to a pair of socks that had not been washed for a few decades. Just smelling it was enough to make one feel nauseous. How could such a thing enter one's stomach? Seeing the look of disdain in her eyes, Yang Kai grinned and said, "Good medicine tastes bitter. You'll feel better after drinking this." Chi Yu glared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes, giving him a look that said, "If you dare to trick me, you're dead meat." Yang Kai ignored her and coaxed her like a child, "Come, drink it obediently." After saying that, he opened Chi Yu's mouth with one hand and poured the contents of the bowl into her mouth with the other. At the same time, he secretly urged his source Chi to help Chi Yu swallow. Gulp gulp gulp, all of the guests turned their gazes away, feeling their stomachs churn and their entire bodies turn unwell. Wah! At a certain moment, Chi Yu suddenly vomited and half knelt on the ground. Her expression was extremely painful, as if she wanted to vomit out all of her internal organs. Yang Kai stood to the side with a smile on his face. He threw away the bowl in his hand and reached out to pat Chi Yu's back. "Smelly brat, how dare you make me drink such a thing?" Chi Yu turned her head and glared at Yang Kai with gritted teeth. She had lived for so many years, but had never drunk such a disgusting thing. If not for the fact that her movements were restricted today, how could she have suffered such a disaster? "Senior, please calm down." This brat had no other choice, Yang Kai laughed mischievously. "Fifth sister." To the side, Chai Hu stared at Chi Yu in a daze and said happily, "You can move now?" Chi Yu was stunned, as if she had just awoken from a dream. She slowly stood up and said with a faint smile, "I'm really not restricted anymore." After saying that, she turned her head and regained her dignified appearance as she said hatefully, "Since you're speaking the truth, I'll let you off this time. If you dare to make me drink such a thing again." Halfway through her words, Chi Yu hurriedly covered her mouth as her face turned pale, seemingly recalling an extremely bad memory. However, she quickly turned her gaze towards Chai Hu and said with a guilty look on her face, "Fourth brother, I've implicated you." Chai Hu laughed heartily, "We're family, so there's no need to be so polite. I believe that if I were to encounter such a situation, you wouldn't just sit by and watch." Chi Yu nodded her head, a look of gratitude on her face. Turning around, she stared coldly at the middle-aged man being restrained by Yi Jinghan and said, "He actually dared to make me suffer such a thing. I want him dead." At this moment, a blank look appeared on the middle-aged man's face as he stared blankly at Chi Yu, muttering incessantly, "Impossible, this is impossible. The puppet bud is almost extinct, how could there be a way to break it?" He seemed to be unable to accept the fact that his unique skill had been broken so easily, causing his mind to be greatly shaken, causing him to fall into a daze for a moment. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Playing with insects in front of me? You're still a few hundred years too early, ha 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 ha." His wild and complacent laughter attracted the attention of quite a few people, all of them thinking that this brat had gone crazy. After his laughter came to an end, Yang Kai extended his hand and sent a blast of energy towards the ground. The energy transformed into flames that burned the vomit out of Chi Yu's mouth. At the same time, the middle-aged man appeared to have suffered a heavy blow. His entire body shook violently as he involuntarily spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned incomparably pale as his aura weakened. Although the puppet bud had been forced out, it had not died, allowing the middle-aged man to remain safe and sound. However, Yang Kai's attack had not only destroyed the puppet bud on the spot, it had also caused the middle-aged man, who was mentally connected to it, to suffer a heavy blow. The reason why the puppet bud was not ranked high on the exotic insect list was because its vitality was not as strong as other exotic insects, allowing it to be easily destroyed. However, this was not the case for the soul-devouring insect, as it was extremely difficult to completely destroy it. If possible, Yang Kai wanted to keep the puppet bud in the insect enslavement bracelet, as it might come in handy in the future. However, the puppet bud was an extremely special exotic insect. Once someone left a mark on it, it could no longer be used by a second person. That was why Yang Kai did not hesitate to destroy it. Seeing the middle-aged man in such a state, Chiyu frowned slightly. She no longer had any intention of finding trouble with him and instead shot a cold glare at Luo Jin. The main culprit behind everything that had happened to her today was Luo Jin. If not for Yang Kai's miraculous appearance and saving her from this predicament, not only would she not have been able to escape today, even Chai Hu would have been implicated. She naturally hated a vile person like Luo Jin to the bone. Little you, it's not too late for you to come to this king's side now. This king promises you that everything that happened before will be forgotten. Luo Jin looked at Chi Yu and said indifferently. Little you. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he stared dumbfoundedly. In the past, the monster king of the monster star, Chi Yu, had controlled the entire stars, with billions of monster clan members obeying her orders. However, when she came to the star boundary, she was actually addressed as Little You. If the other monster clan lords of the monster star were to find out about this, who knew how they would feel? Chi Yu seemed to have sensed the subtle changes in Yang Kai's expression and glared fiercely at him, before snorting coldly, "Old dog. You imprisoned my big brother and the others, forced me to marry you, and now you actually want me to come to your side? Have you not woken up from your sleep yet?" Luo Jin's face darkened as fury filled his face. He knew that after today, he would most likely lose all of his face. Originally, he wanted to use Chi Yu to redeem himself, but he never expected to be rejected so bluntly by her. In that instant, he flew into a rage out of humiliation, and killing intent surged out like a tidal wave. Chapter 23:13. Have Big Brother and the others really been imprisoned by this old dog? Chai Hu's expression turned furious as he asked furiously. Yes. Chi Yu gritted her teeth as a trace of sadness flashed across her face. It's all my fault for believing this old dog's words and causing Big Brother and the others to be controlled. Despicable scum. As Chai Hu cursed, he fiercely spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he was severely injured, the mouthful of blood still shot towards Luo Jin like an arrow. Luo Jin stood there without moving, merely channeling his strength to block the blood, while his gaze turned exceedingly gloomy. Yang Kai frowned and said, "Senior, the big brother you speak of, who is he?" Although he had some guesses in his heart, he didn't dare to be sure, so he could only ask. Chi Yu replied, "Your High Heaven Sect's Supreme Elder, Gui Zhu." Oh. Yang Kai raised his brow, overjoyed. "Elder is also here?" "Yes, but he is now imprisoned in a certain place in the city lord's mansion. I don't know where he is." Chi Yu sighed. "Where are the others? Also here?" Kai Yang asked anxiously. Chi Yu said, "Alliance Master Gu and President Aio are both here." Yang Kai observed her expression carefully. He was slightly surprised and said, "Then, what about Master Wudao?" When they set off from Shadowed Star that day, there were 6 of them. In addition to Yang Kai and Chi Yu, there was also Aio, President of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, Sword Union's Union Master Gu Yun, High Heaven Sect Supreme Elder Gui Zhu, and the last one was recognized as the strongest Third-Order Origin King in Star Territory, Wu Dao. Of these 6, except for Yang Kai, who was only a second-order origin king at the time. The remaining 6 were all third-order origin kings. They were the top fighting force within the territory of the Star Realm. The 6 of them used the Star Emperor tokens left behind by Yang Yen. After opening the Starlight Passage and overcoming all obstacles to reach the star boundary, they were ambushed in the passage. After a chaotic battle, they were separated. Yang Kai had also guessed that other than himself, there was a high chance that the others would be together. Now that he heard Chi Yu mention Gue Zhu, Aio, and Gu Yun, he couldn't help but frown. He immediately knew that he was right. But she didn't say where Wu Dao was, which made Yang Kai feel uneasy. Sure enough, hearing Yang Kai ask like this, Crimson Moon's expression dimmed, and he said, "Master Wu Dao, he already left." What? Yang Kai's expression changed greatly. He could hardly believe it. Wu Dao was recognized as the strongest origin king in the Star Territory back then, having reached the peak of the third-order origin king realm. He was only one step away from breaking through to the Dao Source realm, but the world principles of the Star Territory did not allow him to do so. That was why he couldn't advance. Even Hang Luo Chamber of Commerce's Supreme Elder Long Tian Shang was respectful to Wu Dao. Chi Yu and the others also regarded him as the strongest. But what Yang Kai didn't expect was that Tyrannical was actually dead. As the strongest expert, he had actually died just like that. How did Master Wu Dao die? Yang Kai's expression turned cold as he turned his head to look at Luo Jin. Did he do it? He didn't have much contact with Wu Dao, only getting to know him when he left the Star Territory and opened the Starlight Corridor. They had gone through thick and thin together for some time. But when he heard this news, he still felt incomparably furious. There were only a few people who came from the Star Territory, and now, one of them had already died. Yang Kai felt inexplicably stifled and uncomfortable. Crimson Moon shook her head. This has nothing to do with him. Master Wu Dao, he failed to break through to the Dao Source realm and died in the world tribulation. Yang Kai became absent-minded after hearing this, and only after a long while did he sigh. It's his fate. He originally thought that with Wu Dao's cultivation and heritage, it wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the Dao Source realm after coming to the star boundary. Even if he didn't have a 100% chance of success, he would at least have an 80% to 90% chance of success. But according to Crimson Moon, he actually died because he failed to break through. If this matter hadn't come from Crimson Moon, Yang Kai wouldn't have believed it. That's because Crimson Moon had already broken through to the Dao Source realm, so how could Wu Dao fail? This could only be described as a world tribulation that wasn't something that a human could contend against. What about Gue Zhu and the others? Yang Kai asked again. Crimson Moon replied, they were fine when we parted last time. Furthermore, they had already broken through to the Dao Source realm. I just don't know how they are now. Yang Kai nodded lightly. At this moment, Chai Hu, who had been listening from the side, suddenly spoke out, "Little brother, you actually know my big brother and the others?" Yang Kai smiled upon hearing that. Your big brother is the supreme elder of my High Heaven sect, while I'm the sect master of the High Heaven sect. Do you think I don't know them? Chai Hu gawked and looked at Crimson Moon. Could it be that he's also? Crimson Moon nodded gently. Chai Hu immediately felt deep veneration for Crimson Moon, cupping his fists and saying, I've been disrespectful. Clearly, Chai Hu knew that Crimson Moon and the others had come from the Star Territory of the lower planes. At this moment, he knew that Yang Kai was also from the star boundary, and had actually grown to such a level in such a short period of time. He couldn't help but feel incomparable admiration for Yang Kai. With a smile, Yang Kai replied, Brother Chai, you don't need to worry about it. After a pause, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, Oh, that's right. Senior, where's my Xiao Xiao? Xiao Xiao. Crimson Moon furrowed her brows. You're talking about that stone. Could it be that it's not with you? Yang Kai's heart sank as he replied, I haven't found it. We haven't seen it either. When we arrived here that day, the few of us were together. Although we had separated, we weren't too far apart. After 2 days, we gathered together. We've also looked for you, but we haven't been able to find you. So Xiao Xiao isn't with you. Yang Kai felt a sense of loss and worry. Crimson Moon and the others had come to the Star Territory, and although their cultivations weren't high, they were still people who had lived for 1 or 2,000 years. They were nimble and adaptable, so surviving was naturally not a problem for them. However, Xiao Xiao was different. Its intelligence wasn't high, and it was also a special kind of life form. If it was discovered, it would inevitably be captured and studied. Yang Kai was most worried about Xiao Xiao over the past few years. However, he didn't expect that he still wouldn't be able to find any news about it after meeting Crimson Moon. Seeing his expression, Crimson Moon comforted him. You don't need to be too worried. Although Xiao Xiao is a little special, its life won't be in danger even if it's captured. As long as we continue to search, we'll definitely find it one day. Yang Kai nodded. I hope so. The two of them didn't deliberately lower their voices when they spoke, so everyone in the surroundings could hear them clearly. However, they were completely unaware of what they were talking about, only knowing that the two of them had reunited after a long time. Their relationship wasn't shallow. All of a sudden, Luo Jin said with a grin, since the few of you are so worried about your old friend, why don't you send me over? This king will send the two of you off, how about it? Crimson Moon replied furiously, old dog, if you know what's good for you, obediently release my big brother and the others. If not, I'll flip your city lord's mansion. Luo Jin replied, little you should restrain your temper. As a woman, it's improper for you to have such a fiery temper. Crimson Moon sneered, that depends on who I'm talking to. Do you think that I'll be amiable towards a despicable person like you? Luo Jin snorted coldly, this king can give you a chance. Obediently return to this king's side, and I'll let bygones be bygones. If you continue to be stubborn, don't blame this king for being impolite. Yang Kai gave a hearty laugh. I really want to see how impolite the city lord's master is going to be. Could it be that you're going to rely on the 70 to 90 subordinates you've secretly placed in this area? Since you've discovered something, there's no need to say anything else. Take action. Luo Jin roared out. As his voice rang out, a dozen figures suddenly shot out from all directions, all of them possessing Dao Source Realm cultivation. Floating in the air, these cultivators' expressions turned solemn as they formed hand seals. Their hands continuously changed. As the hand seals changed, the source chi within these dozen cultivators seemed to form a unique resonance. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he exclaimed in astonishment, a spirit array? With a single glance, he could tell that these people seemed to be using some kind of spirit array. Just like the 7 points black tortoise spirit array, it was a secret technique that used the cultivator's body as its foundation. Just as his voice rang out, the dozen cultivator took action in unison, sending their strength out in pairs. In an instant, their attacks connected together, transforming into a large net visible to the naked eye that enveloped Yang Kai and the others. The large net was formed purely from source chi, yet possessed an extremely powerful sealing effect. As it enveloped them, it seemed to be able to lock down an entire region. All of a sudden, Chai Hu and Chiyu felt their shoulders sink, as though they were being pressed down by a large mountain. The circulation of their strength became sluggish, while their meridians were blocked, causing their chests to feel stifled to the point of being unable to breathe. Although Yang Kai was slightly better off, he still felt his body shrink. As the large net descended, it caught Yang Kai and the others completely off guard. Young Master Yang. Yi Jinghan's beautiful face turned pale as she cried out in shock. Du Xian's expression had also turned ugly as his mind raced. Today, he had helped Yang Kai in front of everyone, going against Luo Jin, and completely falling out with the city lord's mansion. He was only acting according to Yi Jinghan's wishes. If not, how could he have acted so recklessly? Upon seeing Yang Kai being captured, he knew that the situation wasn't good. If they couldn't escape from the city lord's mansion today, they might have to stay here forever. Thinking about that, he clenched his teeth and secretly sent a message to Yi Jinghan, Yi, wait for my signal and we'll rush out of here together. Hearing that, Yi Jinghan shook her head. We have to save young Master Yang. Du Xian replied, that's impossible. Once Luo Jin is done with young Master Yang, we'll be next. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. If young Master Yang can't escape, we definitely won't be able to. If we want to live, we can only save young Master Yang. Du Xian looked at her in astonishment. You have that much confidence in him? He's just a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Yi Jinghan gave a bitter laugh. You'll know in the future that there are some people who can do things that others can't even if their cultivations aren't too high. Furthermore, young Master Yang is related to the future rise and fall of our Thousand Leaves sect. Even if we have to die, we have to save him. Du Xian's expression fluctuated, and for a moment, he was at a loss. From the looks of it, Yi Jinghan was determined to take Yang Kai with her. However, how could the few of them from Thousand Leaves sect rescue him in front of so many experts from the city lord's mansion? What's more, Yang Kai and the others had already become turtles in a jar, making it extremely difficult to rescue them. Ha 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 ha. Upon seeing Yang Kai and the others being bound by the spirit array, Luo Jin couldn't help but laugh out loud. With a look of ridicule on his face, he said, young people don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you think that this King's City Lord's mansion is a place where you can act as you please? The expressions on the faces of many guests changed, as they knew that Luo Jin was trying to make an example out of them. Today, he had lost a lot of face, and if he wasn't able to capture Yang Kai and the others, he really wouldn't be able to establish himself in Sky Crane City in the future. Fortunately, the secret arrangements he had made earlier had finally played a crucial role, causing his mood to instantly improve. A vicious glint of hatred flickered in his eyes as he stared at Yang Kai, seemingly considering how to deal with Yang Kai to vent the hatred in his heart. Chapter 23:14. In the hall, over a dozen Dao Source Realm Masters formed a spirit array, trapping Yang Kai, Chi Yu, and Chai Hu in their original positions. Luo Jin laughed heartily as he surveyed his surroundings with a smug look on his face. This king will be eternally grateful if any of you can help this king kill this brat. He had no intention of personally taking action, not because he was afraid of Yang Kai's strength, but because he didn't want to. Instead, he wanted to use this method to regain some face and consolidate his position. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately cupped his fists and volunteered. White Cloud Tower's Mu Zheng is willing to help City Lord Master. Another person stood up and cupped his fists. Heart-seeking Pavilion's Guizhe is willing to listen to your orders. A third person also stood up. This brat is despicable and shameless, using lies to deceive the masses. My soul-seizing sword Sex Yuan Emo can't stand by and is willing to take his head as a warning to others. In an instant, 7 or 8 people stood up, representing 7 or 8 different forces, expressing their sincerity to Luo Jin through this method. Luo Jin's gloomy mood finally cleared up as he nodded with a faint smile. Good, then I'll have to trouble everyone. A few people said in unison, please rest assured, City Lord Master. We definitely won't disappoint you. As they finished speaking, they turned around and looked towards Yang Kai with sinister smiles on their faces. Although Yang Kai's previous performance was somewhat extraordinary, he was currently trapped by the spirit array set up by the City Lord's mansion's cultivator and was completely unable to move. He was just like a piece of fatty meat on the chopping board that they couldn't kill in any way they wanted to. All of a sudden, White Cloud Tower's Mu Jing smiled. Everyone, it wouldn't be good for us to bully him with numbers. What's more, there are many guests here. Even if we win, it would be an unfair victory. Guizhe said, then, according to Brother Mu, what should we do? Everyone looked at him curiously, not knowing what he was planning to do. With a faint smile, Mu Jing said, what I mean is that one person should take action, while the rest of the friends can provide support. What do you think? Hearing this, everyone smiled faintly. Knowing what he meant, they nodded in agreement. Brother Mu's words are correct. Mu Jing said, then, who will do it? Yuan Mo of the soul-snatching sword sect said, since it's Brother Mu's suggestion, we'll let Brother Mu do it. When the others heard this, they didn't have any objections. After all, they had already stood up at the crucial moment and expressed their loyalty to the city master. As for who would kill Yang Kai, it didn't matter anymore. They were going to die anyway, so it didn't matter who did it. Mu Zheng's expression was exactly what I wanted. He nodded with a smile and said, since everyone agrees, this Mu will not decline. As he spoke, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he glanced at Yang Kai contemptuously, as if he was sure he would win. Then, he walked towards Yang Kai at a moderate pace. Yang Kai. Chi Yu couldn't help but become nervous. He desperately urged his own origin energy. But no matter what, she could not break free from the bindings on her body. She was so anxious that her beautiful face changed color. She said, if you can leave, then leave quickly. Don't worry about me. Where there's life, there's hope. Chai Hu chimed in, that's right, little brother. Just remember to take revenge for us. Haha, you still want to leave in this state? Mu Zheng laughed out in ridicule, before looking at Chi Yu and saying, rest assured, madam. This one has always acted appropriately, so I won't hurt you by mistake. At this point in time, he did not forget to express his goodwill towards Luo Jin. Standing not far away, Luo Jin nodded his head in satisfaction upon hearing those words. Do you think that you can kill me with your abilities? Yang Kai stood there calmly, smiling as he looked at Mu Zheng, who was approaching him step by step. That smile imprinted itself into Mu Zheng's eyes, causing his heart to involuntarily skip a beat. A feeling of uneasiness started to spread within his heart, causing him to instantly become flustered. Clenching his teeth, he roared out fiercely, you're still so arrogant even in the face of death. Brat, watch carefully as I take your dog life. As he roared out, he suddenly summoned a large blade. As his origin energy surged, a blade light sparkled, and blade shadows appeared one after another. A dazzling brilliance erupted as it chopped down towards Yang Kai. Clearly, he did not want to drag this out any longer, and only wanted to end this battle as quickly as possible. Therefore, he used his full strength right from the start. This move of his had completely enveloped Yang Kai and Chai Hu, while excluding Chi Yu. Clearly, he had guessed Luo Jin's intentions, and would only leave the newlywed madam behind, while killing everyone else. Seeing the blade light coming towards him, a chilling glint flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he coldly said, a mere first-order Dao Source Realm dares to be impudent in front of this young master. As his words rang out, his figure flashed, before disappearing from his original location, as though he was completely unaffected by the restrictions of the spirit array. Spatial energy surged out, appearing right before Mu Zheng. Using his finger as a sword, 5 elements indestructible sword chi swirled around his fingertips as he chopped straight towards his opponent. Ah! Mu Zheng was greatly shocked, his face instantly turning incomparably pale, seemingly unable to believe what he had just seen. His cultivation was only at the first-order Dao Source Realm. If not for the fact that Yang Kai had been restricted by the spirit array, with Yang Kai's ferocious display, how would he dare to take the initiative to touch the tiger's butt? However, the sudden change in the situation, with Yang Kai actually escaping from the spirit array, instantly scared the wits out of him. His entire body started to tremble, while the might of the attack he had unleashed with the artifact in his hand instantly disappeared. As the blade light and sword shadows intersected, a series of clanging sounds rang out. Mu Zheng appeared to have suffered heavy injuries as he was sent flying, vomiting blood continuously in the air. Yang Kai roared out in a stern voice, since you guys don't know how to write the word death, this young master will teach you guys. As he spoke, the 5 elements indestructible sword chi swirled around his finger, moving like a dragon and snake. Sticking close to Mu Zheng's body, it continued to draw something in the air. Mu Zheng's miserable shrieks instantly resounded across the world, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. No one knew exactly what kind of torture he had suffered to cause him to scream in such a miserable manner. The surrounding guests all fell silent out of fear. As for Yi Jinghan, who was prepared to risk everything to rescue Yang Kai, she was dumbfounded. Although she knew that Yang Kai was extraordinary, she never imagined that he would be so monstrous. The spirit array that the city Lord Master had secretly set up was actually unable to do anything to him. However, when she recalled that Yang Kai possessed the Tao of space, Yi Jinghan felt relieved. With the spatial divine technique, even if Yang Kai was no match for his opponent, escaping would not be a problem. Unless a powerhouse from the Emperor realm took action and suppressed him with their powerful cultivation, preventing him from using his Tao of space. After a short while, Mu Zheng smashed heavily against the wall, spurting out a mouthful of blood mixed with his shattered internal organs. His entire body was motionless, and his aura was completely gone. He had actually died. Right at this moment, Yang Kai suddenly snapped his fingers. With a bang, Mu Zheng exploded, his corpse turning into a bloody mist. However, miraculously, it did not disperse. Instead, it was imprinted onto the wall by a mysterious force, dyeing it blood red, as though someone had splashed a basin of red paint on it. The stench of blood rushed to the sky, causing everyone to feel nauseous. Asterisk gasps rang out, followed by gulping sounds. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. This unforeseen event happened in a flash, causing everyone to be dazed. Before many people could regain their senses, Mu Zheng, who had charged towards Yang Kai in an aggressive manner, had actually died. What kind of strength did one need to be able to achieve such a feat? Come. Yang Kai shouted with all his might, pointing at the blood-red wall. Those who don't know how to read, come take a look and see how the word death is written. He smiled coldly. Don't say that this young master didn't teach you. It won't be fun if you die with your eyes open. Following the direction of his finger, everyone looked again, and suddenly, the soles of their feet cramped. On the blood-red wall, a large death character had actually appeared. Blood was still dripping from the character, making a dripping sound. Each dripping sound was like a soul-calming song, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Between the characters, there were countless pieces of flesh and organs stuck to the wall. Recalling Yang Kai's previous actions, everyone was horrified to find that he had actually used his finger as a pen and Mu Zheng's body as ink to write this character on the wall. This was a blatant provocation, a demonstration of strength. However, no one dared to say anything about it. Luo Jin's expression was extremely ugly. He had originally hoped to borrow a knife to kill someone and intimidate the guests that had arrived today, taking the opportunity to regain some face. However, he never expected that he would end up smashing his own foot with a rock, causing his face to twitch in pain. Someone just said that I'm despicable and shameless, and that I'm trying to mislead the crowd with my lies. Yang Kai's figure suddenly flashed, appearing beside soul-snatching sword Sex Yuan Mo, appearing like an old friend who had not seen each other for a long time. He hooked his arm around the latter's shoulder and asked with a grin. Before Yuan Mo could react, he was still immersed in the fact that Mu Zheng had been killed, unable to extricate himself from it. Yang Kai had already closed in on him, and by the time he reacted, it was already too late for him to escape. On the other hand, upon seeing this fiend appear beside them, the others jumped in fright, dodging one after another as they looked at Yang Kai in fear, afraid that he would take action against them. From Yang Kai's earlier performance, if he truly wanted to kill them, they would definitely not be able to put up any resistance. Each and every one of them felt extremely vexed in their hearts, regretting that they had chosen a side too early, causing them to get into trouble for no reason. Yuan Mo's entire body trembled as his legs and stomach trembled uncontrollably. With a pale face, he stammered, "Young Master Yang." This one spoke without thinking and offended young Master Yang. "Young Master. Master Yang, please be magnanimous and not lower yourself to this one's level." Spoke without thinking? Yang Kai raised his brow. Then this young master will give you some time to think carefully. Tell me, who exactly is the despicable and shameless one who spread lies to mislead the masses? Yuan Mo's entire body shivered as he lowered his head, not daring to raise it. With a trembling voice, he said, it's me, it's all me." I'm the despicable and shameless one who spread lies to mislead the masses. Yang Kai snorted coldly and said indifferently, looks like you still don't know how to spell the word death. Do you want me to teach you again? Yuan Mo was on the verge of tears as he knelt down on the ground and cried out, it's City Lord Master. He's the despicable and shameless one who spread lies to mislead the masses and deceived us. Young Master Yang, please spare my life. Young Master Yang, please spare my life. Even though he knew that he would offend Luo Jin by speaking rudely in front of so many people, how could he care so much when it was a matter of life and death? Chapter 23:15. You're worth teaching. Yang Kai gave a hearty laugh, patting Yuan Mo's head as a reward. However, Yuan Mo thought that Yang Kai was about to kill him, causing his entire body to tremble in fright. His eyes rolled back as he fainted. Trash! Luo Jin scolded while clenching his teeth. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the other people with a cold gaze. Before he could say anything, those people started to shout out, Young Master Yang, we've already seen how the word death is written. It's our utmost honor to see young Master Yang's authentic handwriting. Young Master Yang is truly a miraculous person to be able to use blood as ink to write such good words. Admirable, admirable. These people were all trying their best to flatter Yang Kai. Although they were praising and flattering him, the smiles on their faces were uglier than crying. Clearly, they were extremely afraid in their hearts, afraid that Yang Kai would kill them if he was in a bad mood. Many of the guests looked at them with disdain, feeling pained by their shamelessness. However, after thinking about it, if they were to encounter such a situation, would they be able to perform any better than them? With a blade on their necks, honor and loyalty were no longer important. Surviving was the most important thing. Thinking about this, many people sighed inwardly, knowing that it wasn't that these people were afraid of death, but rather that they were in a disadvantageous situation. Since you know how the word death is written, hurry up and scram. Don't dirty this young master's eyes. Yang Kai retracted the smile on his face as he roared impatiently. As though they had been pardoned, those people scurried back into the crowd, not daring to show their faces again. Only then did Yang Kai turn around and look at Luo Jin. He said coldly, hand her over. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Luo Jin remained unmoved, only snorting coldly, is this how your master taught you to speak to your seniors? Yang Kai replied, I've always respected the old and loved the young. However, if City Lord's master doesn't know how to appreciate my kindness, don't blame me for beating you up until your mother can't recognize you. As he said that, he walked towards Luo Jin at a steady pace. Clearly, he wasn't willing to drag things out and wanted to end this quickly. A trace of nervousness flashed across Luo Jin's face. Although his cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's by a small realm, he had seen everything that Yang Kai had done just now, so he knew that this youth wasn't someone to be trifled with. Seeing him getting closer and closer, Luo Jin immediately looked in a certain direction and said, Master Ku, please lend me a hand. This Luo will be eternally grateful. He knew that it was meaningless to ask for the help of those second-order Dao Source Realm masters from the first-order Dao Source Realm, so he directly invited a master from the third-order Dao Source Realm who he was familiar with and had a close relationship with. In this situation, only the third-order Dao Source Realm could suppress Yang Kai. Just as Luo Jin finished speaking, an old man slowly walked out from the crowd. This old man had a head of white hair and a restrained aura, while his eyes were extremely bright. His face was rosy. He looked like an elder. He smiled slightly and said, since Master Luo has invited me, this old man will naturally comply. A trace of joy flashed across Luo Jin's eyes as he nodded, many thanks. At this moment, Yang Kai stopped in his tracks. Turning his head to look at the old man, he asked with a grin, Old man, are you going to intervene in this matter? The old man with the surname Ku smiled and said, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. If little brother doesn't mind, why don't we sit down and have a good chat? This old man's body isn't strong and can't be compared to you youngsters. If possible, this old man doesn't want to take action against little brother. Sure. Yang Kai smiled and said, then why don't you sit by the side and watch, old man? How about you drink some wine and eat some food? The old man with the surname Ku replied, I'm afraid that won't do. Since Master Luo has spoken, this old man can't just sit by and watch. Yang Kai sighed, old man, it's not easy for you to live to such an old age. Even the king of hell isn't willing to accept you, so why do you still want to charge into the gates of hell? The old man with the surname Ku narrowed his eyes and said, young people are indeed full of vitality. Your tone is filled with confidence. If this old man's guess isn't wrong, little brother should be the rumored grandmaster who refined the extraordinary treasure pill, right? It wasn't strange for the old man with the surname Ku to be able to guess Yang Kai's identity. During this period of time, Yang Kai's name had spread throughout the entire southern territory. He had also announced his name in front of everyone before, arousing the suspicions of many people. Coupled with the fact that he had suddenly used his space force to break free from the binding spirit array, the old man with the surname Ku was naturally able to confirm his suspicions. The old man with the surname Ku wasn't the only one who had guessed Yang Kai's origins. It was just that no one else had said anything. On the other hand, some of the cultivator who didn't know the truth exclaimed when they heard this, their eyes filled with shock and passion as they stared at Yang Kai. No one knew what the extraordinary treasure pill was before, but with the news of the Four Seasons realm, the effects of the extraordinary treasure pill had long been known. It was a pill that had been lost for a long time and could help a cultivator break through to the Emperor realm. Besides the few pills that Yang Kai had refined, there was no other pill in this world. What? He's the one who refined the extraordinary treasure pill? Luo Jin's face changed slightly as he exclaimed in a low voice. The old man with the surname Ku replied, they share the same name, a second-order Tao source realm cultivation, and proficient in the Tao of alchemy. Other than that grandmaster, this old master can't think of anyone else with such capabilities. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, it's just an insignificant name, not worth mentioning. You really are one. Luo Jin's eyes suddenly burst with light, turning scorching hot in an instant, as if Yang Kai had turned into a delicious piece of meat. The old man with the surname Ku continued, this old master has heard of Grandmaster Yang's name like thunder, and has admired you for a long time. Today is also the day of the city lord's master's wedding, so it's truly not a good time to take action. Grandmaster Yang, can you give this old master some face and let today's matter end here? Yang Kai smiled, give you face? Then who's going to give me face? If the city lord's master wants to marry your mother-in-law, master, regardless of whether she's willing or not, how would you feel about that, old master? The smile on the old man's face disappeared as he spoke out in anger, this old master is already old, and my mother-in-law, master, has already passed away. Little brother, don't be too vicious with your mouth. Sorry. Yang Kai had an apologetic look on his face, as if he was sincerely admitting his mistake. Changing the topic, he asked, what if the city lord's master wants to marry your wife? The old man with the surname Ku's body shook as his aura surged, impudent. Yang Kai sneered, he's not really marrying your wife. I'm just casually mentioning it, yet you're already so angry, looking as if you want to kill someone. Do you think that I'll let him off so easily for doing such despicable things to this young master's mother-in-law, master? Luo Jin replied in anger, Master Ku, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. Let's join hands and capture him first. The old man with the surname Ku replied, all right. Exchanging glances, the two of them did not wish to speak any more nonsense. Luo Jin took out his jade scepter-like artifact once again, while the old man surnamed Ku flipped his hand, summoning a token-like object. The token was only the size of a palm, but arcs of electricity curled around its surface, giving people an extremely dangerous feeling. Be careful, young Master Yang. Ku Tian is the great elder of the Sky Peak Temple, and the Nine Heavens' divine thunder is sealed within that heaven's thunder token. Don't take it head on. Yi Jinghan reminded loudly. Hearing that, Ku Tian glared at Yi Jinghan and shouted, "Shut up, little girl, or this old master will teach you a lesson." Yi Jinghan replied in disdain, using numbers to bully the weak. So it turns out that great elder Ku is such a despicable and shameless person. To think that I respected you in the past. I was truly blind. Ku Tian felt extremely uncomfortable from her words, causing him to fly into a rage out of humiliation. "What do you know?" Scram. As he spoke, he had already joined hands with Luo Jin. The jade scepter-like artifact in Luo Jin's hand was extremely mysterious, as it tapped lightly towards Yang Kai from a distance. Yang Kai felt as though a large mountain was smashing towards him, the ferocious force seemingly causing the surrounding space to collapse. Not daring to take it head-on, Yang Kai could only dodge. At this moment, Ku Tian leisurely took action. Forming a hand seal, large arcs of lightning surged out from the Heaven's Thunder token, transforming into lightning snakes that wrapped around Yang Kai. In an instant, incessant crackling sounds rang out. "Banish." At the critical moment, Yang Kai roared out as he made a grabbing motion with his hand. A black hole instantly appeared in the air, filled with nothingness and chaos. All of the lightning bolts surging out from the Heaven's Thunder token were devoured by the black hole, leaving Yang Kai completely unharmed. What? Ku Tian turned pale with fright. When he felt the might of the Heaven's Thunder token weaken, he hurriedly retracted his artifact, no longer daring to release lightning bolts rashly. The lightning bolts in the Heaven's Thunder token were all collected over the course of a stormy day, so every bit used up was a bit less. Once it was used up, it would need to be replenished. With such a large amount of lightning bolts being devoured by the void, it meant that the might of the Heaven's Thunder token had weakened significantly, causing him to feel extremely pained. This exchange could be said to have been as quick as lightning and earth-shattering, causing the entire Great Hall to shake and sway, seemingly on the verge of collapsing. The surrounding cultivators all scattered in shock, each of them extremely terrified. Ku Tian had failed, but Luo Jin continued to tap the jade scepter in his hand a few times in the air. Streaks of formless energy surged towards Yang Kai, causing Yang Kai's pupils to shrink as he instinctively felt a chill in his heart. With a flick of his finger, a few moon blades slashed out. The jet-black moon blades brought with them an unparalleled might, causing Luo Jin to jump in fright the moment they appeared. However, in the next moment, a few bangs rang out as they collided with the formless attacks sent out by the jade scepter, causing them to dissipate into nothingness. Formless thunder, formless thunder. Ku Tian let out a roar as lightning arcs appeared on the surface of his body. They danced around his body and transformed into a lightning rope that wrapped around Yang Kai, as if trying to bind him to his spot. Yang Kai dodged to the side. However, at this crucial moment, a sly smile appeared on Luo Jin's face, before he tapped the jade scepter in his hand heavily once again. All of a sudden, Yang Kai's body sank, as though a large mountain was pressing down on him, causing him to feel as though he was unable to straighten his back. In that instant, the lightning rope had already wrapped itself around Yang Kai, instantly binding him tightly. Crackling sounds rang out, accompanied by the smell of barbecued meat. Luo Jin gave a hearty laugh. Young people don't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is. You have to suffer a little before you can clearly see your own strength. He had a look of absolute confidence on his face, causing him to appear exceedingly savage. Ku Tian wiped the sweat off his forehead, secretly feeling shocked by Yang Kai's strength. One had to know that both he and Luo Jin were a minor realm above Yang Kai. Although they were able to capture Yang Kai within a dozen breaths of time after joining forces, this was already an inconceivable feat. It was simply impossible for an ordinary second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator to last more than 3 moves against them. Chapter 23:16. Grand Master Yang, victory and defeat have already been decided. This old master hopes that you will not continue to resist stubbornly. Otherwise, you might really get injured, Ku Tian said as he looked towards Yang Kai with a solemn expression. Yang Kai grinned. What's wrong? Old master, are you trying to act like a whore and erect a monument to your chastity? Ku Tian's face sank. This old master is just trying to persuade you. Yang Kai laughed heartily. If that's the case, I also have something to say to old sir. What? Ku Tian frowned slightly. Yang Kai's gaze turned cold as he said in a deep voice, if you know what's good for you, you'd quickly stop. If not, I'm afraid that old sir won't be able to protect his integrity in his later years. Ku Tian's heart jumped upon hearing those words, while Luo Jin also felt somewhat uneasy. Both of them hurriedly sent a silent signal towards a certain direction within the crowd. In the next instant, a sword light erupted from within the crowd. Sky Illumination Palace's Qiu Yu wielded a long sword, his body wrapped within it as he transformed into a streak of light as he slashed towards Yang Kai. This sword seemed capable of shattering the sky. Clearly, Qiu Yu had used his full strength. Everyone's attention had been focused on the previous fight, so none of them had expected Qiu Yu to take action at this moment. Only when they saw the sword light did they come to a sudden realization. Clearly, Qiu Yu had already secretly discussed this with Luo Jin. Although Qiu Yu's cultivation was only at the first order Dao source realm, his sneak attack could be said to be as powerful as a thunderbolt. In an instant, he had already arrived before Yang Kai with an imposing aura. Yang Kai wasn't startled, but instead smiled. You finally can't hold back and want to take action? What? Qiu Yu's face changed greatly upon hearing those words. Raising his head, he saw Yang Kai's eyes filled with ridicule, as though he had already expected this and was looking at him with ridicule. Not good. Qiu Yu turned pale with fright as the long sword in his hand trembled. He wanted to retreat. However, how could he make it in such a short time? A series of crackling sounds rang out as a five-colored glow suddenly blossomed from Yang Kai's body. His entire body seemed to expand as an aura that far exceeded that of a second-order Dao source realm erupted from him. Kacha, the lightning chains binding Yang Kai were broken in an instant. Ku Tian's body trembled as he stared dumbfoundedly in front of him, his body involuntarily taking a few steps back. Young Master Qiu, be careful. Luo Jin shouted out. Qiu Yu's heart turned cold. He could only watch as Yang Kai swung his fist at him. At the critical moment, he turned his long sword and released a sword light in front of him, hoping that it could save him from danger. The wind from the fist met with a rumbling sound. The entire void trembled slightly as the dazzling sword light was instantly shattered by the fist force. The remaining force continued to blast toward Qiu Yu. How dare you! With a loud roar, the two old men from the third-order Dao source realm who had been following Qiu Yu attacked as well. One of them stretched out a finger and pointed at Yang Kai from afar, while the other pounced toward Qiu Yu, wanting to save him. Yang Kai remained motionless, completely ignoring the power of this finger strike as he punched out with all his might. A loud sound was heard. Violent energy spread out in all directions. It was accompanied by a muffled groan and the sound of bones breaking. Qiu Yu was sent flying like a ragged sack. Even though the other old man who had been following him came to his rescue in time, Yang Kai's punch still caused him to suffer heavy injuries. While he was still in the air, he was already bleeding profusely. At this moment, Qiu Yu could not help but recall what Yang Kai had said to him before. Brother Qiu, I see that your glabella is dark today, your eyes are unfocused, your lips are cracked, your tongue is burnt, your soul is scattered, and your face is red. I'm afraid that you're about to face a bloody calamity. Qiu Yu was filled with grief and indignation. So, this bloody calamity is about to befall this guy. At this moment, he even felt like dying. Before he could finish his thoughts, his head tilted to the side and he passed out completely. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Young master. The old man who was holding Qiu Yu's face changed drastically as his face turned pale. The other old man also looked in that direction absent-mindedly, unable to react for a long time. Qiu Yu had attacked first, and the two of them had been secretly coordinating from behind. However, They had not expected that Yang Kai would still be able to injure Chiu Yu. Not only had they lost a lot of face, but they would also not be able to answer to the palace master when they returned to Sky Illumination Palace. Before the old man could recover, Yang Kai had already closed in on him. The myriad sword in his hand suddenly appeared, and sword chi resonated. Myriad sword phantoms, moon swallows the wolf. Asterisk chi 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 asterisk the sound of something tearing through the air rang out incessantly. Countless sword chi streaked across the surroundings, wreaking havoc. An emperor artifact. The old man's eyes narrowed as a trace of horror flashed across the depths of his eyes. After sensing the emperor intent pulsating from the myriad sword, his entire body began to tremble. Under that terrifying emperor intent, his cultivation had been suppressed by more than 30%. Furthermore, Yang Kai had launched a sneak attack at close range. How could he possibly avoid it? In this moment of crisis, the old man could only circulate his source chi to form a barrier and retreat with all his might. Asterisk pu pu pu, asterisk blood splattered in the air. The old man was like a lone boat sailing on a stormy sea, in danger of capsizing at any moment. Asterisk hong long long, asterisk with a series of rumbling sounds, the entire hall collapsed. Dust flew everywhere as many guests cursed and fled to the side. When the dust settled, everyone looked over and could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Yang Kai stood calmly on the spot, holding the large myriad sword in his hand. Sword chi lingered around him, his figure arrogant and his expression cold. Not far away from him, the old man from Sky Illumination Palace was covered in blood. He stood there panting, on the verge of collapsing. It was obvious that his injuries were not light, and his expression was extremely ugly. The other powerhouse from Sky Illumination Palace was protecting the heavily injured Chiu Yu. Although he was unharmed, he did not dare to attack Yang Kai casually. If he took action, Chiu Yu would not be able to protect him. With Yang Kai's unpredictable speed, he could take Chiu Yu's life at any moment. All of the guests were overwhelmed with shock and disbelief. Looking at Yang Kai's figure, it was as if they were looking at a mountain, causing immense pressure to weigh down on them. In that short period of time, Yang Kai could be said to have been attacked from both sides. He was surrounded by 4 third-order Dao Source Realm Masters. However, not only was he unharmed, he had even heavily injured one of them. Who could achieve such a feat? The corners of Du Xian's mouth twitched as he asked Yi Jinghan in a soft voice, "Young Master Yang, is he really a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator? Is he some senior from the Emperor Realm pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger?" His words seemed to represent everyone's thoughts, as no Dao Source Realm cultivator could achieve such a feat by themselves. Everyone could not help but suspect that Yang Kai was hiding his true cultivation. Yi Jinghan smiled bitterly. He had entered the 4 Seasons realm before. At that time, he was only in the first-order Dao Source realm. How could he have advanced to the Emperor realm in such a short period of time? Du Xian agreed with her. All cultivators who entered the 4 Seasons realm had to be personally inspected by the masters of the various sects. If Yang Kai had really hidden his cultivation, it would have been impossible for him to hide from the eyes of those masters. Thinking of this, Du Xian became even more shocked. He discovered that his strength was basically a joke compared to Yang Kai, causing his feelings to become extremely complicated. Surnamed Yang, my Sky Illumination Palace will remember this debt and will definitely repay it in the future. The old man who was hugging Chiu Yu glared hatefully at Yang Kai, gnashing his teeth in anger. Yang Kai sneered at him, "It was you who launched a sneak attack, and now you have the nerve to bite back? Are you dogs?" The old man's face turned uneasy, but he did not have the confidence to refute. His face turned red, and he could only grit his teeth and say to the other old man, "Let's go." After saying that, the two of them carried the unconscious Chiu Yu and fled. The seal around the city lord's mansion had been destroyed in the previous battle, so the two of them were able to leave without much effort, disappearing in the blink of an eye. They were probably in a hurry to return to Sky Illumination Palace to treat Chiu Yu's injuries. Seeing them leave so decisively, Luo Jin's face turned ugly. Although he had only invited Ku Tian for help, he had already secretly reached an agreement with the people from Sky Illumination Palace to launch a sneak attack. He had originally thought that with the 4 Third-Order Dao Source Realm experts joining hands, Yang Kai would not be able to do anything, no matter how strong he was. However, who knew that Xiao Yu's mishap would cause the 2 great helpers of Sky Illumination Palace to leave? The situation had instantly turned into him and Ku Tian joining hands to deal with Yang Kai. Luo Jin's forehead was covered in cold sweat as the pressure he felt was immense. When the Sky Illumination Palace experts left, Yang Kai did not stop them, as he knew the principle of not chasing after a cornered enemy. The most important thing right now was to get Luo Jin to release Gui Zhu and the others. Everything else could be ignored. Therefore, after the 2 Sky Illumination Palace elders disappeared, Yang Kai turned his head to look at Ku Tian and sneered, "Old thing, why aren't you scramming? Do you believe that this young master won't split you in half in the blink of an eye?" Anger flashed across Ku Tian's face. If someone had dared to speak to him in such a manner in the past, he would definitely not let it go and would teach that person a good lesson. However, it was Yang Kai who had said those words, so he did not have the confidence to get angry. Even the Sky Thunder Command was unable to do anything to Yang Kai, so Ku Tian really could not think of any way to defeat him. Seeing the change in his expression, Luo Jin hurriedly said, "Master Ku, don't listen to his frightening words. If the 2 of us join hands, he will definitely die." Yang Kai sneered, "Then why is this young master still standing here? Has City Lord Luo's eyes been blinded? Why don't you look at the situation before you speak?" Luo Jin ignored him and continued to persuade Ku Tian, "Master Ku, if we can kill this fiend today, this Luo will give 5 years of Sky Crane City's profits to your esteemed sect." At this moment, he no longer cared about his face and directly discussed a deal with Ku Tian in front of the countless guests. Indeed, Ku Tian was moved. Sky Crane City was flourishing with each passing day, and 5 years of profits was definitely not a small amount. However, when he saw Yang Kai looking at him with a faint smile, his heart started to beat faster. Luo Jin gritted his teeth and said, "Master Ku, could it be that a little brat is enough to make you stop in your tracks? If that's the case, then Master Ku's martial path will end here. I'm afraid that you will never be able to pry into a higher realm in your lifetime." Once those words were said, Ku Tian's expression shook. He knew that Luo Jin was right. If he hesitated here and did not move forward, then today's matter would definitely become a demon in his heart, interfering with his cultivation. He could forget about breaking through to the Emperor realm and whatnot. If he did not do well, then he might even become the demon race due to shame in the future. Thinking of this, Ku Tian's expression turned resolute. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Fine, this Ku will risk his life to accompany you today and properly teach this young man how to behave." Chapter 23:17. Seeing that Ku Tian had agreed, Luo Jin rejoiced. With Master Ku's help, this Luo can be at ease. Yang Kai sneered, "I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Since you refuse to take the path to heaven and choose to enter hell instead, this young master will fulfill your wishes." As he finished speaking, Yang Kai's figure flashed and appeared in front of Ku Tian. Ku Tian's expression changed greatly, as he had not expected Yang Kai to be so fast. He hastily retreated. Yang Kai had no intention of stopping him and simply stared at him coldly. "There are secrets in my eyes." Hearing this, Ku Tian subconsciously looked towards Yang Kai. However, he quickly realized that he had fallen into a trap. In the instant that he looked over, Yang Kai's left eye suddenly glowed with a golden light, and a vertical pupil filled with dignity appeared, causing him to tremble in fear. He wanted to avert his gaze, but he couldn't do it. There seemed to be a mysterious force coming from the golden vertical slit that restrained his gaze, forcing him to keep staring at it. Not only that, even his soul was slightly shaken, and his sea of consciousness was tumbling. Blossoming Lotus. Yang Kai snorted coldly as a pure white lotus flower bud flashed within his demon eye of annihilation. Ku Tian looked as if he had been struck by lightning as his entire body trembled. He held his head with his hands as he screamed continuously, as if he had been greatly tortured. The surrounding guests all kept quiet out of fear as they looked at Yang Kai with gazes filled with fear. They were completely unaware of what had happened. All they saw was Yang Kai and Ku Tian looking at each other before Ku Tian became like this. Luo Jin, on the other hand, felt a concealed divine sense in that instant and immediately understood that Yang Kai had used some sort of soul secret technique. He shouted in panic, "Master Ku! Guard your mind." As he shouted, the jade scepter-like artifact in his hands suddenly grew larger, pressing down on Yang Kai like a mountain. Yang Kai sneered and extended his hand forward to grab Ku Tian, who was struggling in pain after being hit by the blossoming lotus secret technique, before throwing him upwards. Ah! Luo Jin's expression changed drastically as he continuously formed hand seals with his hands. He wanted to take back his artifact. However, he had used all his strength just now, so how could he withdraw it now? He could only watch helplessly as Ku Tian was struck by his own artifact. Rumble. The instant the sound rang out, Ku Tian exploded into a bloody mist. Not even his bones remained. His blood and flesh splattered everywhere, creating an extremely gory scene. Luo Jin was instantly dumbstruck, unable to believe his own eyes. The surrounding guests also let out cries of surprise. None of them had expected Ku Tian, a powerhouse from the third-order Dao source realm, to die so easily. Previously, when he had teamed up with Luo Jin once again, preparing to launch a pincer attack on Yang Kai, everyone had assumed that Yang Kai would not be able to escape this calamity. Who would have guessed that in the blink of an eye, Ku Tian would be the first to die? Furthermore, he had died under Luo Jin's jade scepter. No one could accept such a bizarre ending. Hua hua. Yang Kai let out an eccentric laugh as he looked towards Luo Jin. "Master Luo sure is ruthless. You didn't even let your own ally off. Old Mr. Ku's death was truly tragic. This is what people call burning the bridge after crossing the river." His pitiful appearance made the surrounding guests feel both amused and horrified. After all, everyone had seen that Ku Tian's death was partially due to Luo Jin not being able to retrieve his jade scepter in time. However, the main reason was that he had been struck by some kind of secret technique Yang Kai had used on him, causing him to be unable to evade. The main culprit was still Yang Kai. However, he was now pushing all the blame onto Luo Jin, as though it had nothing to do with him. Luo Jin was also dumbfounded. He had originally thought that Yang Kai had only been able to scare off the two elders of Sky Illumination Palace due to luck. If Chiao Yu had not been severely injured, the two elders would not have been able to escape, and no one would have been injured. However, he now understood that Yang Kai's strength could not be judged by common sense. The fact that he could render Ku Tian completely powerless in an instant was enough to show how powerful he was. After hearing Yang Kai's words, Luo Jin hurriedly shouted, "Bulsh *T. Master Ku, it was clearly you." Yang Kai snorted heavily and said, "Old Mr. Ku was clearly killed by Master Luo's secret treasure in front of everyone's eyes. All the guests here can bear witness to this. What does this have to do with me? I really don't know what kind of enmity Master Luo has with old Mr. Ku for you to take advantage of the situation to kill him. This is truly heartbreaking." Luo Jin was so angry that his blood and qi churned, causing his face to turn red. He wanted to defend himself, but did not know where to start. Feeling extremely sullen, he roared, "This king will never forgive you." As he shouted, Luo Jin spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto his jade scepter. In an instant, the jade scepter flickered with light as energy fluctuations spread out in all directions, causing an extremely dangerous feeling to spread out. A mocking smile appeared on Yang Kai's face as his figure flashed. Using the power of space, he appeared right in front of Luo Jin. Under the latter's dumbfounded gaze, Yang Kai thrust his sword towards him. His state of mind had already been affected by Ku Tian's death, and Yang Kai's irresponsible words had caused his blood and qi to churn, making it impossible for him to remain calm. When Yang Kai's sword arrived, he was unable to react in time. A soft poochie sound rang out as Luo Jin froze on the spot, the blood in his body turning cold as he stared blankly ahead. A devilish smile hung on Yang Kai's face as he sneered, "Master Luo, it's best if you don't move. I don't have much courage. If you move recklessly, I might just stab you in the heart in a moment of panic." Luo Jin's forehead was drenched in cold sweat as he felt the myriad sword stab into his body and stop half an inch away from his heart. How could he dare to make any sudden movements? He could only nervously gulp down his saliva. Don't. Luo Bing suddenly rushed over like a madwoman and stood between Yang Kai and Luo Jin. She opened her arms wide to protect her father as she cried out tearfully, "Don't kill my father. Big brother, Bing begs you, don't kill my father." She shouted and cried at the same time. Her beautiful face was filled with tears. Chai Hu looked at her, wanting to say something, but hesitated before letting out a heavy sigh. The surrounding guests all wore solemn expressions as they felt sorry for Luo Bing. If one were to ask who had the greatest impact from today's series of twists and turns, it wouldn't be Chai Hu had started this storm, nor would it be the overbearing Yang Kai, nor would it be the heavily injured Luo Jin. It was Luo Bing. When Chai Hu was injured, she did her best to beg her father to let Chai Hu go. Chai Hu was her savior, and she didn't want to see her father hurt him. When Luo Jin was injured, she went to Yang Kai and begged Yang Kai to let her father go. After all, blood was thicker than water, and Luo Jin's blood flowed in her body. Before today, she was still the carefree and happy princess of Sky Crane City. However, she had witnessed too much bloodshed, too many battles, and too many unforeseen events in a single day. She didn't know how to choose between kinship and gratitude. Her delicate body was almost unable to bear the continuous impact. Yang Kai frowned as he looked at her with an indifferent expression. Frankly speaking, he didn't have a good first impression of Luo Bing, as he felt that she was an overly pampered little princess who acted recklessly. However, today's events changed his opinion of Luo Bing by a lot. The scene of her trying her best to protect Chai Hu was still vivid in his mind. Although she was a little ignorant, she at least knew how to be grateful. "I beg you, don't hurt my father. Let him go. Bing is at your mercy." Luo Bing cried as she knelt on the ground beside Yang Kai. She hugged one of his legs and refused to let go. Such a scene moved all of the guests present, and they all looked at Luo Bing with complicated gazes, as if they were seeing her for the first time. Chai Hu couldn't bear to see this, and his Adam's apple moved as he said in a hoarse voice, "Little brother Yang, sigh." Yang Kai sighed and said indifferently, "Don't worry, your father isn't dead yet." Yang Kai felt that Luo Jin's actions and attitude would not be enough to kill him 10,000 times. However, Luo Bing's pleading touched his heart, and he suddenly couldn't bear to do it. Chai Hu dragged his injured body in front of Luo Bing and held her hand, saying, "Stand up first." Luo Bing raised her head and looked at Yang Kai with tears on her face, crying, "Don't kill my father." Yang Kai said, "That depends on how he treats my friends." "If my friends lose even a single hair," Luo Jin hastily said, "I only sealed their cultivations and locked them up in the dungeon. I didn't hurt them." Yang Kai shot a glance at him and said, "You know what to do." Luo Jin was shocked upon hearing this, and he hastily shouted, "Invite those master cultivators out." His life was in someone else's hands, and he couldn't be unyielding at this moment. The only thing on his mind was to survive. Hearing Luo Jin's shout, the city lord's mansion cultivator didn't dare to hesitate and immediately took action. The surrounding guests also curiously looked in a certain direction, wanting to see exactly what kind of people Yang Kai was trying to rescue. After a short while, a group of 3 people walked out under the lead of the city lord's mansion cultivator. The person in the lead exuded an extremely sinister aura, seemingly cultivating some kind of evil art that caused people to feel uncomfortable. This person wasn't young, and was shockingly an old man. However, the evil smile hanging at the corner of his mouth caused people to shudder. Following closely behind this evil-looking old man was another old man. However, this person's figure was ramrod straight, like a sharp sword that had been unsheathed. His entire body was filled with invisible sword intent, and it was obvious that he was a sword expert. As for the last person, he was tall and sturdy, with a dignified expression on his face. Looking left and right, his gaze was fierce. Without exception, these three people all had cultivations in the first-order Tao source realm. When the three of them arrived, they clearly didn't know exactly what had happened, and were only curiously and vigilantly sizing up their surroundings. Their divine senses intertwined with one another, as if they were secretly communicating about something. Big brother, second brother, third brother. Seeing the three of them, Chai-Hu shouted out excitedly. Hearing this, the three of them turned to look at him, and their eyes lit up as they hurried over. The evil-looking old man in the lead said, "Fourth brother, what are you doing here?" As he said that, he continuously shot glances at Chai-Hu, seemingly wanting him to quickly escape. Chi-Yu pursed her lips and smiled. "Fourth brother is here to save me." Chapter 23:18. Fourth brother, you're being silly. The second old man frowned and scolded him. The last middle-aged man with a ferocious expression laughed and said, "Since it's already like this, then let's turn this place upside down." Saying so, he was really about to take action. Seeing that they still didn't understand the situation, Chi-Yu was speechless and said, "Wait, look at who this is." The three of them stared blankly for a moment before looking in the direction that she was pointing at. With a single glance, the three were shocked and their eyes widened in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. "Seniors, long time no see." Yang Kai cupped his fists and said with a smile. "Sect Master?" Gue Zhu exclaimed. Even though he was used to seeing great storms, he couldn't help but tremble with excitement at this moment. "Sect Master Yang? Young boy?" Gu Yun and President Aio were also speechless, as if they were dreaming. Chi-Yu smiled and said, "It's all thanks to him that my three brothers were able to escape today." Hearing what she said, the three's expressions turned serious and they quickly released their divine senses to check Yang Kai's cultivation. After seeing that he was already a second-order Tao source realm cultivator, they couldn't help but gasp. They remembered very clearly that Yang Kai was only a second-order origin king when they set off from the Star Territory, but who would have thought that in just 2 or 3 years, he would already be ahead of them. Such a speed of growth was simply embarrassing. It was one thing for him to have such a cultivation, but from Chi-Yu's words, everything that happened today seemed to be because of Yang Kai. It all ended because of Yang Kai. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, and the word death was written in blood and flesh on the wall. It was a ghastly sight. Sky Crane City Lord Luo Jin was stabbed in the chest with a wide sword, so he didn't dare to move. The eyes of the surrounding guests were filled with shock and fear. The three were all experienced people, so they just glanced around and understood the situation. Now that he had a rough understanding of what had happened, he was even more shocked. How could a second-order Tao source realm cultivator accomplish such a feat in someone else's territory? Gue Zhu and the others couldn't even begin to imagine. "Seniors, are you in good health?" Yang Kai asked. Gue Zhu replied, "Thank you for your concern, Sect Master. We're doing well." Yang Kai could also sense that they were fine, as Luo Jin had indeed not mistreated them. He had most likely only sealed their cultivations after capturing them and locking them up in the dungeon. At this moment, the seal had already been removed, allowing them to recover. After all, the three of them were only in the first-order Tao source realm. With Luo Jin's control over the city lord's mansion, he did not place them in his eyes, so there was no need for him to be overly vigilant. "We'll talk about the details later. Let's leave this place first," Red Moon suggested. Gue Zhu raised his brow and revealed an evil smile as he looked towards Luo Jin, the soul of the third-order Tao source realm. I'll gladly accept it. While he was speaking. As he spoke, he summoned his 10,000 soul banner. In an instant, a gust of cold wind blew within the city lord's mansion, accompanied by the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves. Strands of black aura visible to the naked eye started to spread out, transforming into indistinct human figures that wandered in all directions. The faces of the numerous guests changed drastically as they sensed the evil aura radiating from this artifact. Their hearts trembled in fear as they wondered exactly what kind of evil secret art this old fellow was cultivating, for even his artifact to be so evil. Don't come over. Although Luo Bing's beautiful face had turned pale from fright, her face was still pale. Despite that, she continued to stand guard in front of Luo Jin and shout. Luo Jin was also flustered as he looked towards Yang Kai, young Master Yang. I really didn't hurt them. Furthermore, I've already released them according to your instructions. You can't go back on your word. Yang Kai shot a cold glance at him, before extending his hand to stop Guizhu's actions. Although Guizhu didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do, he didn't continue. Instead, he continued to laugh sinisterly, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. Chai Hu gulped as he spoke out, "Little brother, Miss Luo has helped me quite a bit in the past. She was also the one who brought me in. Don't hurt her." Hearing his words, Guizhu and the others couldn't help but look at Chai Hu with strange expressions. Chai Hu replied, "One must clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges." Chi Yu pursed her lips into a smile. What fourth brother says is right. Yang Kai muttered to himself for a moment, before exerting a bit of force in his hand, pulling out the myriad sword, causing blood to spurt out. Luo Jin wasn't startled, but instead rejoiced as he hurriedly said, "Many thanks, young Master Yang." Just as his voice rang out, Yang Kai suddenly sent a palm towards him, smashing right into his chest. Luo Jin was caught off guard, and was completely unable to react in time as he was sent flying by a gigantic force. Spitting out a mouthful of blood in the air, he landed heavily on the ground, his aura dispirited. "Daddy!" Luo Bing shrieked as she scrambled towards Luo Jin. On the other side, Luo Jin sat up with great difficulty as he looked at Yang Kai in shock. After being struck by Yang Kai's move, he finally understood how powerful this youth was. The source qi in his body was so dense and pure that even he couldn't compare to it. Was he still a second-order Dao source realm cultivator? What would happen if he advanced to the third-order Dao source realm? At that time, he would be invincible under the Emperor realm. As this thought surfaced in his mind, Luo Jin couldn't help but break out in cold sweat as he secretly feared that he had provoked such a monster. You should rejoice that you have such a good daughter. Yang Kai snorted coldly as he shouted towards Guizhu and the others, "Let's go." As he spoke, he strode out. No one dared to obstruct him as they made way for him, as though they were avoiding the god of pestilence, all of them distancing themselves from Yang Kai. Guizhu and the others followed after him, while Yi Jinghan shouted out in a low voice, "Let's go too." As she spoke, Shi Du-Xian and the others hurriedly followed after them. The city lord's mansion was completely silent. Even though Yang Kai and the others had already left, no one dared to speak out loud. All of them were looking at Luo Jin with complicated gazes. Some were gloating over his misfortune, some sympathizing with him, while others were frowning as though they were pondering over something. No matter what, Luo Jin's prestige would definitely plummet after today. During his wedding ceremony, not only was the concubine he was going to marry snatched away, but such a scandal was also exposed. Furthermore, he was heavily injured and had lost all of his prestige. Who would respect such a city lord? Many people secretly felt that Sky Crane City was about to undergo a great change. Many cultivators were no longer in the mood to greet Luo Jin and left one after another after waiting for a while. The grand ceremony had gone from lively to empty in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only Luo Bing, who was crying as she took care of her old father. Luo Jin clenched his fists tightly as he stared in the direction Yang Kai and the others had left. His face was filled with resentment and hatred, while his eyes burned with rage. On the ship, Du Xian arranged a room for Yang Kai and the others so that they could talk peacefully after reuniting after such a long time. All of them came from the Star Territory together, so there was no need to hide anything from each other. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai learned about their various encounters after they were separated from him. According to them, after the void shattered, they fell out of the Starlight Corridor one after another, and they just so happened to land near Sky Crane City. Even though they weren't familiar with the star boundary, they concealed themselves well, and no one discovered any flaws. 2 days later, due to various coincidences and opportunities, they reunited and began to search for Yang Kai. However, no matter how hard they searched, they could not find any trace of Yang Kai, let alone Lu Yan and Xiao Xiao. After trying for 2 months, they had no choice but to give up and start planning for their own situation. Their initial life in Sky Crane City was extremely difficult. Although they were top-notch masters in the home star territory and had considerable wealth, they had to start from scratch in the star boundary. A third-order origin king's cultivation wasn't considered strong in Sky Crane City, and there were plenty of such cultivators in Maplewood City, let alone in Sky Crane City. In this strange place, they had no connections and no experience. They were like newborn babies who were learning to walk. On one hand, they carefully hid their identity as they came from the lower star territory, while on the other hand, they worked hard to earn source crystals to buy cultivation materials. Fortunately, there was a training ground 10,000 miles away from Sky Crane City. There, they could team up and kill demonic beasts. They could obtain all kinds of demonic beasts' body materials and sell them in Sky Crane City. They accumulated source crystals bit by bit and bought cultivation materials bit by bit. They did not dare to waste anything. It was at this time that they met Chai Hu. Although Chai Hu had a rough appearance, he was an open-minded person. After working together a few times, they became familiar with each other. Furthermore, Chai Hu was a native cultivator in Sky Crane City. His understanding of the surrounding environment was not something that Gue Zhu and the others could compare to. With his leadership and strategizing, the speed at which they earned source crystals increased by a lot. After going through life and death together and helping each other countless times, they formed a friendship with Chai Hu. After a big battle, Wu Dao suddenly had an epiphany. His aura surged and he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Naturally, the few of them did not decline to protect him. However, what they did not expect was that Wu Dao would fail at the critical juncture of breaking through to the Dao source realm. As a result, he died under the world tribulation, causing the few of them great heartache. After that, the few of them became sworn brothers and swore to look out for each other. After 2 to 3 years of hard work, the few of them managed to break through to the first-order Dao source realm. Gue Zhu and the others were already third-order origin kings when they were in the homeland star territory. If not for the world principles they're not allowing them, they would not have taken the trouble to come to the star boundary in search of a higher martial Dao realm. Therefore, their breakthroughs were natural and there were not too many twists and turns. Wait. Hearing that, Yang Kai suddenly interrupted. What do you mean? Senior Chai is also a Dao source realm cultivator? Chai Hu had become sworn brothers with Gue Zhu and the others. Logically speaking, he could be considered as Yang Kai's senior. Therefore, Yang Kai naturally had to address him as senior. As he spoke, his divine sense continued to sweep Chai Hu's body. That was because he had clearly sensed that Chai Hu was only a third-order origin king. Why did Gue Zhu and the others say otherwise? This caused him to feel puzzled. However, no matter how Yang Kai probed, he found that Chai Hu was still just a third-order origin king and not a Dao source realm cultivator. Chapter 23:19. Hearing Yang Kai's question, a sliver of sadness flashed across Chai Hu's face, while Gue Zhu and the others also had looks of shame on their faces. Yang Kai suddenly exclaimed in surprise, as if he had discovered something. Extending his hand towards Chai Hu, he said, "Excuse me." As he said that, he placed his hand on Chai Hu's wrist and released his source chi to investigate. After a while, he raised his head to look at Chai Hu. Has Senior Chai's cultivation dropped? He could sense the existence of source chi within Chai Hu's body. That was simply impossible. After all, with Chai Hu's third-order origin king cultivation, the energy within his body was still at the Saint Chi stage. Only after reaching the Tao source realm would it start to transform into source chi. However, that wasn't the case. There were indeed traces of source chi within Chai Hu's body. There was only one explanation for this. Chai Hu was once at the Tao source realm, and the energy within his body had transformed into source chi. However, for some unknown reason, his cultivation had dropped. Chai Hu gave a bitter laugh. Little brother's words are correct. Guizhu also gave a heavy sigh. Half a year ago, when we went out to train, we encountered a group of 11th order monster beast. We were outnumbered and had to flee. In order to stall for time, fourth brother stayed behind. In a moment of carelessness, he was seriously injured. Dantian was also injured, and after returning to recuperate for a period of time, he ended up like this. One of fourth brother's eyes was also destroyed in that battle. Chiyu said with a look of self-blame, if we had stayed behind, this might not have happened. Although Gutsang Yun and Aio didn't say anything, their faces were filled with guilt. Clearly, they were unable to let go of this matter. They felt that they had a huge responsibility for Chai Hu's misfortune. A drop in a cultivator's cultivation was definitely not a small matter, as once it fell, it was possible that one would never be able to raise it again. From then on, one's martial Tao would be stagnant. For a cultivator who pursued a higher realm, this was tantamount to a death sentence. Furthermore, it was a punishment worse than death. Seeing their desolate expressions, Chai Hu said, "Why are all of you showing such expressions? You're making it seem like I'm about to die. It's just a temporary drop in my cultivation, it's not like I won't be able to regain it." Although he had an optimistic look on his face, who didn't know how slim the chances of him regaining his cultivation was? For a moment, the atmosphere in the room was extremely stifling. Yang Kai suddenly asked, "Senior Yen, does the Dantian feel any pain when you use your power in the past 6 months?" Chai Hu was stunned. He didn't know why Yang Kai asked this, but he still answered honestly, "Occasionally. After all, my Dantian was indeed injured in the battle half a year ago. There should be some sequelae." Yang Kai nodded and said, "When you circulate your strength, do you feel any blockages?" "Not bad. Sometimes, my meridians will swell and hurt, causing the circulation of my energy to become sluggish," Chai Hu said with some admiration. Yang Kai was one level higher than him. However, the fact that he was able to grasp his situation with just a simple inspection showed how powerful his divine sense was. Chiyu's expression changed as she looked at Yang Kai expectantly. "Did you discover something?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment and withdrew his hand, saying, "Senior Yan's condition may not be due to the Dantian's injury." "Then what is it?" Chai Hu immediately opened his eyes wide. Everyone else also looked curiously at Yang Kai, wanting to know exactly what he meant. "Senior Yan, can you lift up your clothes and let me see your lower abdomen?" Yang Kai didn't answer, but asked instead. Chai Hu nodded and raised his hand to lift up his clothes. However, he quickly realized something and raised his head to look at Chiyu, saying, "Fifth sister, turn around." Chiyu curled her lips in disdain, saying, "What's the big deal about taking a look? Don't be so hesitant." Chai Hu's face was covered in sweat as he said, "Men and women shouldn't touch each other." Chiyu's charming face turned stiff as she snorted, "Are you going to lift it up or not? If not, I'll take action." Okay. I'll do it myself." Chai Hu was truly afraid of her fiery temper. He knew that if he continued to dilly-dally, she would really take action. Therefore, he no longer hesitated and lifted up his clothes. In a split second, several pairs of eyes looked towards his abdomen. What's this?" Chiyu suddenly cried out, her beautiful eyes staring straight at Chai Hu's Dantian. "What?" Chai Hu gawked and lowered his head to take a look. In the next instant, his eyes widened as he said in astonishment, "What the hell is this?" A few dark red stripes had appeared on his abdomen, crisscrossing with each other, seemingly concealing some profound mysteries. Clearly, these stripes weren't innate, but had appeared due to some unknown reason. "You don't know about this, old five?" Gue Zhu looked at Chai Hu in astonishment. Chai Hu shook his head, a blank look appearing on his face. Chi Yu immediately looked at him in disdain and said, "How long has it been since you bathed? You don't even know what's on your body. No wonder your body smells so bad." Chai Hu gave an embarrassed smile and said, "I'll take a shower in a while. Yang Kai said thoughtfully from the side, "Sure enough." Hearing his words, Aio immediately looked towards him and said excitedly, "Young boy, do you know something? Hurry up and tell us." Everyone else also looked towards Yang Kai with eager looks on their faces. Yang Kai said, "Senior Chai's fall in cultivation shouldn't be caused by the Dantian's injuries." "Then what's the cause?" everyone asked in unison. "He's poisoned," Yang Kai replied. Chai Hu was stunned and said in astonishment, "Poisoned? How did I get poisoned?" He had an ignorant look on his face. Clearly, he didn't dare to believe Yang Kai's words. Thinking about it carefully, he didn't come into contact with any poisonous creatures during this period of time, nor did he feel poisoned. Yang Kai said, "Was the monster beast you guys encountered a profound heavenly wolf spider?" Everyone opened their eyes wide and cried out in surprise, "How did you know?" Yang Kai looked towards Chai Hu and said, "Senior Chai, did you drink the profound heavenly wolf spider's blood?" Chai Hu said, "I bit one to death." Hearing his words, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched as they looked at Chai Hu in disbelief. Chai Hu said, "There were quite a few of those damned creatures. I had no choice but to bite one to death." "That's right. The profound heavenly wolf spider's blood is poisonous. You can't ingest it." Shock appeared on Gutsang Yun's face as he said, "Sect Master Yang, are you saying that the reason why Fourth Brother's cultivation fell was because he drank the profound heavenly wolf spider's blood?" "Yes. The profound heavenly wolf spider's blood has the effect of suppressing one's cultivation. It can be used to refine pills. If it's combined with some herbs, it can be used to refine profound wolf pills. A single spirit pill is enough to cripple a Dao Source Realm cultivator's cultivation and destroy their foundation, making it impossible for them to cultivate ever again." As his words rang out, everyone's faces changed drastically as their faces turned pale. If what Yang Kai said was true, then Chai Hu's fate in the future would be, they didn't dare to continue thinking about it. Originally, they had assumed that Chai Hu had only fallen to the Third Order Origin King realm, and that he might be able to find a way to regain his cultivation. However, they never imagined that it would be so serious. If that was really the case, not only would it be impossible for Chai Hu to regain his cultivation, as time passed, his cultivation would continue to fall until it was completely destroyed, turning him into a cripple. Seeing their ugly expressions, Yang Kai said with a smile, "That's just the effect of the profound wolf pill. The profound heavenly wolf spider's blood alone isn't that powerful." Aio asked anxiously, "Is there a way to save him?" Yang Kai turned his head and shot a look at Chi Yu. "Why are you looking at me?" Chi Yu asked with a confused look on her face. Yang Kai said, "Senior Chi Yu's blood has a slight effect of suppressing the poison." "Huh?" Everyone became even more confused, as they didn't know the reason for that. On the other hand, Chi Yu's eyes lit up as she said, "I understand." She was the monster king of the monster star, and was a descendant of the ancient divine spirit, Heavenly Moon Demon Spider, with the bloodline of the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider remaining in her body. The profound Heavenly Wolf Spider and the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider were the same species, but their grades were far from equal. The aura of the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider was enough to restrain the low-grade profound Heavenly Wolf Spider. Saying so, Chi Yu didn't show the slightest bit of hesitation. Using her finger as a sword, she made a vicious cut on her wrist. In an instant, dark red blood flowed out from her white wrist. Handing her wrist over to Chai Hu, she said, "Fourth brother, drink it." Chai Hu was dumbfounded by her actions, his face turning red as he asked, "What are you doing?" Chiyu chuckled, "You're still shy? Don't be long-winded, hurry up and drink it." Saying so, she stuffed her wrist into Chai Hu's mouth without any explanation. Yang Kai said, "Senior Chai, if you want to recover your cultivation, it's best that you don't refuse." Hearing that, a conflicted expression appeared on Chai Hu's face. In the end, he clenched his teeth and took the initiative to suck on her wrist. Yang Kai said, "Although Senior Chiyu's blood has some suppressive properties, you'll still need a condensation pill if you want to completely remove the poison. I'll refine the pill." Before the pill is successfully refined, Senior Chai shouldn't use any strength. Otherwise, it might become even more troublesome. While Yang Kai was speaking, Chai Hu had already let go of Chiyu's hand. Wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth, he said, "Okay, then I'll have to trouble you, little brother." Yang Kai grinned, "Senior is sworn brothers with my sex elder, as well as my master and mother-in-law. That means that we're a family, so there's no need to be so polite." Mother-in-law and mother-in-law? A strange expression appeared on Chai Hu's face as he turned his head to look at Chiyu, saying, "Fifth sister, you're married?" Chiyu spat at him, saying, "Don't talk nonsense and ruin my reputation." Aio gave a cold snort, saying, "I'm the father-in-law of this little brat. This brat looks so repulsive. I don't know what kind of despicable methods he used to actually make so many girls fall for him. Even my precious daughter didn't manage to escape from his evil hands. This is really heartbreaking." Yang Kai flipped his hair, saying proudly, "Born beautiful." Chiyu gave a cold snort, saying, "Now that you're in the star realm, the heavens are high and the emperor is far away. You must have been quite the womanizer, right? Tell mother-in-law and master about how many innocent girls you've hooked up with in the past 2 years. Yang Kai had an embarrassed look on his face as he said, feeling wronged, "How is that possible? Ever since I came to the star realm, this brat has always kept himself clean and chaste." Chiyu gave him a sidelong glance, saying in a cold voice, "That better be the case. If I find out that you've been flirting with any girl, this queen will first cut that girl into 1,000 pieces before chopping you into minced meat." Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, saying, "That definitely won't happen." Chapter 23:20. Over the next half a day, Gue Zhu and the others inquired about what had happened to Yang Kai after he entered the star boundary. Yang Kai did not hide too much and told them everything he had experienced, causing Gue Zhu and the others to feel uneasy. Even though they knew that Yang Kai was able to overcome all kinds of dangers, they still could not help but feel worried for him. Only then did they realize that Yang Kai had experienced much more than them over the past few years, and had faced much more dangers. However, Yang Kai's growth was much faster than theirs, and he had walked further than them. This caused them to feel ashamed, as though they were heroes in their twilight years. Half a day later, the group dispersed and found their own rooms to rest and recuperate. Yang Kai went to look for Yi Jinghan and asked her to help him find a few herbs. Refining a condensed pill was not a difficult task, and Yang Kai just did not have the necessary materials on hand. If not, he would have been able to start refining on this ship. These herbs were not too difficult to find, so Yang Kai could naturally leave them to Yi Jinghan without any worries. She agreed to such a small matter without any hesitation and immediately sent a message back to the sect. The ship continued to move forward, and in just 2 days, they entered the hinterland of Thousand Leaves mountain range. At a certain moment, Yang Kai, who was meditating, suddenly felt the hull of the ship tremble. In the next moment, a humming sound rang out as the ship slowly came to a stop. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai realized that they had arrived. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, a knock came from the door, followed by Yi Jinghan's voice, "Young Master Yang, we're here." Yang Kai got up and opened the door, sending a faint smile towards Yi Jinghan, gesturing for her to lead the way. Not long after, the two of them arrived on the deck. Guizhu and the others had already gathered with the Thousand Leaves sect disciples. It seemed that he was the only one missing. Seeing him come out, Guizhu and the others turned to look at him with faint smiles on their faces. "Father!" Yi Jinghan suddenly cried out, leaping down from the ship and flying into the arms of an old man. Hugging him tightly, she raised her head and asked, "Why did you come out?" The old man looked to be very old. He had a head of white hair, and although his vitality was still quite good, his vitality had clearly begun to weaken. In other words, he had already begun to decline on the martial Tao. As time passed, his cultivation would become lower and lower, and so would his vitality. If he could not break through to the Emperor realm, they would die in less than 10 years. Furthermore, the old man's features bore some resemblance to Yi Jinghan's. Yang Kai immediately understood that this old man was the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, Yi Hen, who was also Yi Jinghan's father. With a faint smile, Yi Hen gave a light pat on Yi Jinghan's shoulder and said, "I naturally have to come out and welcome an honored guest. But you're not young anymore, yet you're still playing these games with your father. You'll become a joke to the honored guests." Yi Jinghan wrinkled her nose and said, "Who said I'm not young anymore? I'm not married yet." Yi Hen laughed. "I'll marry you off tomorrow." Yi Jinghan pouted, "You dare." While speaking, Du Xian and the others also flew down from the ship and came to the front of Yi Hen. With a solemn expression, they cupped their fists and said, "Greetings, Lord." Yi Hen nodded, "Thank you for your hard work." Du Xian replied, "You're too kind, Lord. It's our duty to work for the sect, we dare not claim credit for ourselves." Yi Hen nodded in satisfaction, before turning his gaze towards Yang Kai and the others. Shifting his gaze slightly, he fixed his gaze on Yang Kai. With a faint smile, he cupped his fists. "You should be Grandmaster Yang, right? You're indeed a dragon amongst men at such a young age." Clearly, he had already obtained quite a bit of information from Yi Jinghan, and knew why Yi Jinghan had brought Yang Kai to Thousand Leaves sect this time. Therefore, when he said those words, he was clearly excited. However, he suppressed it well, so no one could see it. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Junior Yang Kai greets Sect Master Yi." He had always treated the elderly and the elders with the proper respect, and would never look down on them just because of the increase in his strength. "Grandmaster Yang, you've spared no effort to come all the way here." "This Yi can't thank you enough," Yi Hen said in a deep voice. Du Xian and the others were stunned when they heard this, not knowing what their sect master was thanking them for. All of them thought that Yi Hen had made a slip of the tongue, causing strange expressions to appear on their faces. Yi Jinghan did not tell them the true purpose of Yang Kai's visit, so they naturally did not understand. It wasn't that Yi Jinghan did not trust these people, but this matter concerned the future rise and fall of Thousand Leaves sect, so the fewer people who knew about it, the better. "Sect Master Yi is too polite." Yang Kai greeted him, before his gaze shifted slightly towards the other old man beside Yi Hen, asking suspiciously, "This senior is?" This old man was dressed in black and had been standing beside Yi Hen without saying a single word. His gaze was sharp, and his cultivation was at the third-order Tao source realm. He did not seem to be much weaker than Yi Hen, and the source qi in his body was vigorous and pure. While Yang Kai and Yi Hen were talking, this old man had been watching coldly without any intention of interrupting, nor did he have any intention of greeting Yang Kai. However, in Yang Kai's opinion, since this person had a cultivation at the third-order Tao source realm and was standing beside Yi Hen, his status should not be low. Out of courtesy, he naturally had to ask. Yi Hen frowned slightly, but quickly introduced him with a smile. This old man is Thousand Leaves sect's vice sect master, Shirtsang Ing." The black-robed old man interrupted Yi Hen's words as he stared gloomily at Yang Kai. Kai Yang furrowed his brow, instinctively feeling that this old man held some hostility and rejection towards him. Yang Kai could not help but carefully size up the other party, confirming that he had never seen this person before, nor had he had any dealings with him. For a moment, Yang Kai was puzzled, wondering how he had offended this old man. Yi Hen tried to smooth things over. Vice Sect Master Shi is a pillar of our sect. It is thanks to his help that Thousand Leaves sect has been able to survive all these years. So it is Vice Sect Master Shi. Junior has been rude. Yang Kai did not mind too much and simply cupped his fists with a smile. However, Shi Tsongying had no intention of giving him any face and simply snorted coldly, turning his head to look at Yi Hen. Master, this old master thought that the person you personally came out to greet would be some outstanding young talent, but it seems that he is nothing more than that. How could a mere brat make you make such a big fuss over him? Sect Master, you must have become muddle-headed. These words not only belittled Yang Kai, but also scolded Yi Hen as well. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere became stifling. Although the Thousand Leaves sect disciples were angry, they did not dare to say anything. Yi Hen also wore an awkward expression. He obviously did not expect Shi Tsongying to be so ignorant as to say such things in front of Yang Kai, making it impossible for him to step down. Shi Tsongying continued, "What's more, these people just caused a ruckus in the City Lord's mansion 2 days ago. Not only did they offend City Lord Luo, they also offended many guests. This old master heard that even Sky Peak Temple's Master Ku was beaten to death by them, and even Sky Illumination Palace's young palace Master Chiu was severely injured. If such vicious people were to enter our Thousand Leaves sect, what would happen?" Yi Hen frowned. "Brother Shi, it's not like what you said." "There are some reasons," Shi Tsongying said. "This old master understands the whole story, so there is no need for sect master to explain. City Lord Luo only took in a concubine, so what crime did he commit to be humiliated in front of so many guests? Sect master, if you allow these people to enter the sect, you will be inviting a wolf into the house. When that time comes, Sky Crane City, Sky Peak Temple, and Sky Illumination Palace will definitely not let this matter rest. Our Thousand Leaves sect will be powerless to stop them." Yi Hen's expression changed slightly when he heard this. Obviously, he was also extremely apprehensive of these forces. Gue Zhu let out a strange cackle, looking incomparably sinister. Black chi swirled around his body as he stared at Shi Tsongying with a pair of ghastly eyes. "From what this friend is saying, you're saying that we're the ones in the wrong? That Luo Jin wants to take my fifth sister as a concubine, so we have to obediently cooperate with him? Are we not ashamed but proud of it?" Shi Tsongying looked at him coldly. "Strength is everything. Your cultivations are mediocre, so it's your fortune to be able to rely on a big tree like the City Lord's mansion. However, you don't know how to appreciate it and instead brought trouble to yourselves. How laughable. Old man, you're spouting nonsense." Chi Yu was so angry that her face turned red. She clenched her teeth and scolded, "Why don't you marry your wife and daughter to that old dog and rely on a big tree like him? Why do you have to talk about others?" Shi Tsongying became furious when he heard this, and the source chi in his body suddenly surged. Chi Yu, a cultivator of the First Order Tao Source realm, dared to speak to him in such a manner, so he naturally couldn't tolerate it and couldn't help but want to teach her a lesson. However, before he could circulate his strength, he suddenly felt a pair of eyes filled with ridicule staring at him. Under the gaze of those eyes, Shi Tsongying inexplicably shivered. He had a feeling that if he made a move, he would definitely end up in a miserable state. He turned his head and looked over, just in time to see Yang Kai looking at him with a smile. Shi Tsongying frowned, but he didn't dare to act rashly. Instead, he proudly said, "This old master is a master of the Third Order Tao Source realm, so I don't have to act according to Luo Jin's wishes. If you have such a cultivation, you can naturally act like this old master." At this moment, Yang Kai also understood why this Shi Tsongying was so hostile and repulsive towards them even though they had only met for the first time. He was clearly afraid of drawing fire to himself. After all, he had just caused a huge ruckus in Sky Crane City Lord's mansion 2 days ago, offending many great forces and killing many people. Among those forces, there were a few that Thousand Leaves sect was extremely wary of, especially Sky Peak Temple and Sky Illumination Palace, both of which had masters overseeing them. With Shirtsong Ying's personality, what he was truly afraid of was not that Yang Kai and the others would bring disaster to Thousand Leaves sect, but that he himself would be implicated. As such, he had been very rude to Yang Kai and the others from the very beginning, wanting to immediately drive them away and prevent them from having anything to do with Thousand Leaves sect. Therefore, he didn't care about Yi Hen's presence at all, nor did he give any face to Yang Kai and the others. Old Sir's words make a lot of sense. Yang Kai suddenly said with a smile. Stinking brat. Chi Yu's pretty face sank as she glared at Yang Kai. She never thought that Yang Kai would not only not speak up for her, but also agree with that loathsome old man. This was something that she found hard to accept. Yang Kai winked at her and said with a smile, strength is king, and the strong are respected. Whoever has the biggest fist can speak. No matter the time or place, this is an unchanging truth, isn't it? Shirtsong Ying sneered, could it be that you're able to see things so clearly at such a young age? Good, very good. Chapter 23-21. Yang Kai smiled faintly. Everyone understands the logic, but there are only a few who can actually do it. Shirtsong Ying looked at him and said, this old master sees that you're not bad. Since you're able to say those words, you're definitely a reasonable person. Since that's the case, this old master will speak frankly. At this point, his expression sank as he waved his hand. Thousand Leaves sect does not welcome you. Everyone, return to where you came from. Vice Sect Master Sure. Yi Hen could not help but shout coldly, his face filled with anger. Yang Kai was someone that Yi Jinghan had gone to great lengths to invite over to repair the transboundary space array. If he succeeded, Thousand Leaves sect would definitely be able to make a comeback and would no longer have to drag out an ignoble existence like before. This was a major event that concerned the future of the sect. If not for this, why would he personally come out to welcome Yang Kai and the others? However, he never expected that Shirtsong Ying would actually want to ruin this good thing, so how could he not be angry? Yi Jinghan's pretty face also sank as she looked at Shirtsong Ying and said, Martial Uncle, young Master Yang is a friend that I invited. Please be polite to them. Shirtsong Ying sneered, this old master will naturally be polite to true friends, but this old master does not wish to see people who will bring disaster to the sect. Let them go. Yi Jinghan roared out, impossible. Martial Uncle, quickly apologized to young Master Yang. Impudent. Shirtsong Ying flew into a rage and glared at Yi Hen. Sect Master, is this the good daughter that you've taught? She has no respect for her seniors and even dares to shout at her martial uncle. What a scandal. Yi Hen said with a sullen face, Jinghan has always been gentle and kind. If she is angry, she must have her reasons. You. Shirtsong Ying's beard trembled as he looked flustered and exasperated. It seems that, this young master's appearance has caused some displeasure. I've caused some discordant voices to appear in your noble sect. Yang Kai rubbed his nose. He smiled faintly. Little brat, stop making sarcastic remarks, Shirtsong Ying shouted in a low voice as he looked at Yang Kai with a displeased expression. Yang Kai laughed and said, Old mister, you're already so old. Don't get angry so easily. It's bad for your health. Stop crying crocodile tears. If you're really little Ye's friend, then you should think of her and leave Thousand Leaves sect as soon as possible. Shirtsong Ying seemed to have steeled his heart to drive Yang Kai away. He had no intention of concealing his thoughts at all, and every 3 sentences he spoke were all about the same thing. Yang Kai grinned and said, I told you not to get angry. A few days ago, an old fellow called Ku Tian got angry in front of me, and then, he died. As soon as these words came out, Shirtsong Ying's expression changed abruptly as he cautiously retreated a few steps and asked in shock, What do you want to do? Although Yang Kai's words were concise and did not contain any threat, Shirtsong Ying's hairs still stood on end when he heard them. His clothes were drenched in cold sweat. Even Yi Hen's expression changed abruptly, as if he was afraid that Yang Kai would make a move here. They had already received news that Yang Kai had killed many people in the city lord's mansion, including Sky Peak Temple's Kutian. Originally, they did not dare to believe it, but now, they heard it from his own mouth. They had no choice but to believe it. Yang Kai sneered, according to old Mister's previous philosophy, strength is the strongest. This young master is stronger than you, so you should know your place in front of this young master. If not, this young master doesn't mind letting you know the difference between us. Shi Yu immediately fanned the flames when she heard this. Young boy is a big tree. Old man, do you want to lean on him? Don't miss this opportunity. It'll be too late for regrets in the future. Guizhu snickered, if you have any granddaughters or daughters, you can also marry them to young Master Yang as concubines. Don't be ignorant of your good fortune. Aio and Chiyu immediately glared at him and said in unison, Big brother, do you still want someone to take care of you when you're old? Guizhu's face was covered in cold sweat as he said embarrassedly, pretend I didn't say anything. Their words were full of sarcasm, causing Shirtsong Ying's old face to turn green and red. The source chi in his body surged and he looked like he was about to take action. However, when he thought about how even Kutian had died at Yang Kai's hands and how this young man's true strength could not be judged by his cultivation, he panicked and did not dare to act rashly. He felt so aggrieved that he wanted to vomit blood. He could only grit his teeth and shout angrily at Yi Hen, Sect Master, are you just going to watch these outsiders humiliate our sect's vice sect master? Yi Hen quickly said, Brother Sure, if you're really thinking about the sect, then stop. Young Master Yang is a friend that Jing Han invited, so he is our sect's guest. Our sect does not treat our guests this way. You. Shirtsong Ying glared at Yi Hen angrily. Suppressing the boiling blood in his heart, he shouted, Sect Master, since you treat this old master's good intentions as ill intent, then please take care of yourself. Saying so, he turned around, flicked his sleeves, and left, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Seeing that Shirtsong Ying had really left, Yi Jinghan could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Looking at Yang Kai apologetically, she said, Young Master Yang. Just as she spoke, she suddenly paused as fear filled her eyes. Because at this moment, Yang Kai was staring at her coldly with an extremely unhappy look on his face. Miss Yi, give this young master an explanation. If you can't satisfy this young master, then this young master will return home. Forgive me for not accompanying you. Yang Kai said coldly. He was also filled with annoyance. Originally, it was because of Yi Jinghan's persistent pestering that he had no choice but to make a trip to Thousand Leaves Sect to help them repair the world-crossing space array. However, he never expected that before he could even enter the sect, he would be put in his place by the other party's vice sect master. Although he did not suffer any losses, nor did he lose any face, Yang Kai was still unhappy. If not for the fact that they had coincidentally found Chi Yu and the others on this trip, which could be considered as Yi Jinghan's contribution, Yang Kai would not have bothered to waste time with them. With Shirtsong Ying's attitude and tone just now, he would have already killed him. On the other side, Yi Jinghan and Yi Hen's faces changed drastically after hearing Yang Kai's words. Yi Jinghan said in a terrified voice, Please calm down, young Master Yang. Martial uncle has always been at odds with father, that's why. Yi Hen patted Yi Jinghan's shoulder and interrupted her words. Looking at Yang Kai, he sighed, this Yi can understand why young Master Yang is so angry. This Yi has not been a good host and has caused young Master Yang to feel wronged. This Yi apologizes to young Master Yang and everyone here. I hope that young Master Yang can give this sect another chance. As he spoke, he gave a deep bow, his attitude extremely sincere. Yang Kai frowned slightly. Feeling his sincerity, the anger in his heart subsided considerably. There's no need for that, Senior Yi. I'm just curious as to why a mere vice sect master dares to order a sect master around in such an arrogant manner. Yi Hen gave a bitter laugh, a tiger that has lost its teeth. Is there anyone who would be afraid? Father. Yi Jinghan's eyes brimmed with tears as she called out softly. Yi Hen smiled as he glanced at her. Birth, aging, illness, and death is human nature. Why do you have to be like this? After saying that, he turned his head to look at Yang Kai. My Thousand Leaves sect started out with the art of puppetry and shook the southern territory in the past. However, my descendants are unfilial, causing our inheritance to decline and gradually weaken. This Yi is incompetent and has been unable to lead the sect to prosperity ever since I took charge of it. Vice Sect Master Shi and the others feel that we should abandon the art of puppetry and look for other secret arts and secret techniques. Only then will we be able to restore the prestige of our Thousand Leaves sect. However, the art of puppetry was passed down by the old ancestor, so how could this Yi dare to abandon it? If I were to do so, wouldn't I be unfilial and untrustworthy? I would be too ashamed to meet my ancestors in the afterlife. Chi Yu said thoughtfully. Sect Master and Vice Sect Master have different ideals. How will the sect develop? Yi Hen gave a bitter laugh. That's right. The current Thousand Leaves sect has already been divided into two factions. One is conservative, while the other is new. Although they aren't completely incompatible, there is still some friction between them. Coupled with the fact that you're already so old, is that why he didn't give you any face? In fact, he even wanted to suppress your prestige? Ao gradually understood the situation. I've made a fool of myself. Yi Hen's expression dimmed. Du Xian and the others stood to the side with ashen faces and tightly clenched fists. Clearly, they weren't in a good mood. Yi Jinghan wiped her tears and said, Young Master Yang, what happened just now wasn't father's intention. Please don't be angry. Yi Hen said, although it wasn't this Yi's intention, this Yi is still the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, so this Yi can't absolve himself from the blame. If young Master Yang really isn't willing to help my Thousand Leaves sect, this Yi won't force you. However, I really hope that young Master Yang can be magnanimous and give my sect another chance. Yang Kai looked at him and said indifferently, although Vice Sect Master Shi is a little annoying, what he said just now is right. I've offended quite a few people. Is Sect Master Yi not afraid of drawing fire to yourself? Yi Hen said, even without young Master Yang, our sect is still a nail in the eyes of those people. It's only a matter of time before our swords are pointed at each other. What's more, so many people saw young Master Yang and my daughter together in the city lord's mansion. Even if young Master Yang leaves now, my Thousand Leaves sect won't be able to stay out of this matter. Yang Kai grinned and said, Sect Master Yi sees things more clearly than Vice Sect Master Shi. Yi Hen said, if Vice Sect Master Shi thinks that you'll be fine by taking the initiative to withdraw, I can only say that he's too naive. Yang Kai said, what if even I can't do anything about this matter? Yi Hen pondered for a moment before replying, time and fate. Let nature take its course and don't force anything. At the very least, when I meet my sect ancestors in the netherworld 100 years later, I can calmly tell them that this Yi has tried his best. Alright, then this young master will try his best, Yang Kai said with a nod. Yi Jinghan rejoiced upon hearing this and called out, Young Master Yang, are you going to stay? Yi Hen laughed heartily, silly girl, why are you still asking? Saying so, he stepped aside and said, Young Master Yang and everyone else, please. Yang Kai no longer acted as overbearing as before and said politely, please follow me, Sect Master Yi. Yi Hen hesitated for a moment before walking into Thousand Leaves sect with Yang Kai. Along the way, Gue Zhu and the others looked around curiously, their eyes flickering with shock. Although they had already been in the star boundary for 2 to 3 years, they had always been active in the vicinity of Sky Crane City. This was the first time they had entered a sect. Thousand Leaves sect might be in decline now, but it was still one of the top sects in the Southern Territory a long time ago. The heritage it had left behind was not something those small sects could compare with. The ancient and desolate buildings and the winding paths seemed to be able to pierce through space and time, connecting the past to the present, allowing one to experience the many wonders of the past. Chapter 23-22. Although Thousand Leaves sect couldn't compare to a true top-level sect, it was still quite impressive thanks to the heritage it had left behind over tens of thousands of years ago. Yang Kai observed the scenery with great interest as he walked. However, Yang Kai could sense that the world energy in Thousand Leaves sect was indeed not very dense. For such a precious place to not have the corresponding amount of world energy lingering around it, it meant that the earth veins in this place were not outstanding. Logically speaking, such a place should not be used as a place to establish a sect, but the ancestral founder of Thousand Leaves sect had chosen to establish a branch here, which was obviously because of the sealed world. Just like how when Zishan chose to establish Azure Sun Temple in the Azure Sun Mountain Range, the existence of the Divine Ascension Mirror was a decisive factor. The mountain path was rugged, and the group flew through the air. Clouds and mist swirled around them, creating a beautiful scenery. That small mountain over there, it looks like a demonic beast. Chiyu suddenly seemed to have discovered something as she pointed at a small mountain that was about 50 meters tall. The one next to it is also quite interesting. It looks like a person holding a sword. Gutsang Yun's eyes burned as he looked towards the other mountain with great interest. Everyone turned their heads to look in that direction and soon discovered that these two mountains weren't the only interesting ones. Within Thousand Leaves mountain range, there were at least a dozen small mountains that looked like living creatures. These small mountains weren't very tall, ranging from a few dozen meters to a few hundred meters tall. They were either standing or standing, making them look like living creatures that had been magnified countless times. Yang Kai also found them interesting and couldn't help but take a few more glances. However, his expression soon changed and he released his divine sense, enveloping those strange small mountains. After a short while, his expression couldn't help but change slightly. He asked in shock, "Sect Master Yi, these small mountains aren't as simple as they look, right?" Yi Hen smiled. Young Master Yang's eyes are truly sharp. To be able to see this Yi is impressed. Is it really what I think it is? Yang Kai's expression immediately turned solemn. Yi Hen nodded. Yes, it is indeed what young Master Yang thinks it is. Father, what are you talking about? Yi Jinghan looked at her father blankly, not knowing what kind of riddle he was playing with Yang Kai. Chi Yu and the others were also confused, but they didn't dare to ask. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel awe. She praised, "Your sect's ancestors are indeed extraordinary figures. Originally, I thought that Miss Yi was exaggerating about the past glory of Thousand Leaves sect, but now it seems that there is no falsehood at all." Yi Hen sighed. Although the foundation is still there, the inheritance has already declined. This Yi is ashamed. Yi Jinghan said, "This isn't father's fault. If not for that generation's ancestor losing their inheritance, we wouldn't have ended up like this." Impudent. Yi Hen glared at Yi Jinghan. The actions of our ancestors are not something you can casually comment on. Yi Jinghan pouted, a look of displeasure appearing on her face. Seeing that Yi Hen wasn't in a good mood, Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions. However, his impression of the Thousand Leaves sect had improved significantly. In 100 years, they might even be able to rise to the level of a top sect. Just those inconspicuous and strange little mountain peaks alone were enough to achieve such a feat. After a short while, the group arrived at the main peak of Thousand Leaves mountain range, Thousand Leaves Peak. Just like the other sects, there were many magnificent pavilions at the top of this peak. It was obvious that this was an extremely important place for Thousand Leaves sect. At the top of this peak, there was an ancient hall that stood tall. The desolate aura of the flowing time great emperor rushed towards them. The group landed in front of the hall. The other members of Thousand Leaves sect seemed to have received the news long ago and had been waiting here. When they saw Yi Hen, Yang Kai, and the others, they all bowed and paid their respects. However, Shirtsang Ying was nowhere to be seen. Yi Hen introduced Yang Kai to the higher-ups of Thousand Leaves sect one by one. After the two sides exchanged some pleasantries, Yi Hen led Kai Yang and the others into the main hall to hold a welcoming dinner for them. Outside the hall, there were two cultivators wearing black armor and holding long halberds standing on both sides. Not only that, but there were also some monster beasts of various shapes and sizes lying motionless on the ground. When Yang Kai and the others walked past these guards, they didn't move at all, not even blinking their eyes, nor did they show any intention of taking the initiative to salute them. This made Yang Kai feel a little strange. After taking a few more glances at these guards, he suddenly trembled and stopped in his tracks, releasing his divine sense in surprise. Yi Hen also stopped when he saw this and looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "Sect Master Yang, what's wrong?" Gu Songyun didn't know what Yang Kai had discovered and asked curiously. Yang Kai looked left and right for a moment, before taking a deep breath and looking at Yi Hen, he asked, "Sect Master Yi, these guards are all puppets?" "What?" Shi Yu and the others widened their eyes in shock as they looked at the guards standing on both sides of the hall in disbelief and released their divine senses to investigate. After a short while, all of them opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Previously, they didn't pay much attention to it and only felt that these guards gave off a strange feeling, but after Yang Kai's reminder, they discovered that these black-armored, weapon-wielding guards were not living creatures, but rather extremely lifelike puppets. They looked no different from real people, and even the skin exposed outside of their armor was that of a normal person's. Chi Yu and the others turned their heads and looked around. They discovered that the various demonic beasts on the ground also seemed to be puppets. This time, they were completely shocked. Yi Hen smiled, "These are one of the few Earth-grade puppets in our sect. We've embarrassed ourselves in front of young Master Yang and everyone." Although he said so, there was a proud look on his face. Obviously, he was quite proud of his sect's heritage. The other elders of Thousand Leaves sect also had proud expressions on their faces. Yang Kai raised his brow. "Puppets are also divided into grades?" Yi Hen replied, "Of course. In our Thousand Leaves sect, all puppets are divided into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. Each grade is further divided into 3 ranks, and the higher the grade, the stronger the puppet. Then these Earth-grade puppets." Chi Yu pointed at the 30 or so puppets around them and asked curiously, "How strong can they be?" Yi Hen replied solemnly, "The strongest can be in the 3rd order Tao source realm, while the weakest can be in the 1st order Tao source realm." A series of gasps sounded out. Everyone looked at Yi Hen in disbelief. If what he said was true, then the 30 or so puppets here were equivalent to 30 or so Tao source realm masters, and there was no lack of 3rd order existences among them. What kind of powerful combat strength was this? Furthermore, this was only the strength of the puppets, and it did not take into account the strength of the cultivator who controlled the puppets. If a cultivator in the 1st order Tao source realm could control a puppet from the 3rd order Tao source realm, they should be able to fight even against a peak Tao source realm opponent. Gue Zhu said with a look of shock, "Your noble sect's Tao of puppets is so amazing, yet there are still people who want to seek other secret arts and secret techniques to replace them. They are simply short-sighted and don't know how lucky they are." Yi Hen said sadly, "Our sect no longer has the methods and secret techniques to control these puppets, so they can only be placed here now." The group of Thousand Leaves sect elders also fell silent, their previous arrogance gone, and their mood was downcast. "Let's not waste time on idle chatter. Young Master Yang and all our honored guests have come from afar, so our sect has prepared some wine to welcome you all. Please don't refuse, this way please." Yi Hen quickly changed the topic, obviously not wanting to continue talking about this sad topic. Yang Kai and the others naturally did not refuse. The other party had good intentions, so it would not be good to refuse, so they followed Yi Hen into the main hall. Although the cultivator and Thousand Leaves sect did not know why the sect master valued Yang Kai and the others so much that he did not hesitate to personally come out of seclusion to welcome them, they did not dare to ask too much. They were very polite during the banquet, frequently toasting each other, and for a time, both guests and hosts were very happy. Yang Kai and Yi Hen sat together, not seeming to be reserved at all, and were extremely forthright. As long as someone toasted him, he would happily drink, giving others the impression that he was an open-minded person who could be made friends with him. After 3 rounds of wine, the song ended and everyone dispersed. Yang Kai and the others were arranged to rest in one of the main halls on the main peak. The few of them occupied the entire hall, and aside from a few servants and maids, the rest of the Thousand Leaves sect disciples had already left. Chi Yu and the others all went to rest, and Yang Kai was also led to his room by the maid. After instructing the maid not to disturb him without his orders, Yang Kai placed a barrier around his room. Immediately after, he waved his hand, and a young woman with a graceful figure and beautiful face appeared out of thin air in front of him. Hua Qingxi turned her head to take a look and said in dissatisfaction, "I'm at a critical juncture in my cultivation, why did you call me out?" Currently, the small sealed world was extremely rich in world energy, and aside from the imperfect world principles, the cultivation environment here was even better than the heaven-grade cultivation Holy Land in Star Soul Palace. During this time, Hua Qingxi and Zhang Ruoxi had been cultivating happily inside. This was especially true for Zhang Ruoxi, whose strength was rising steadily and had already broken through to the Origin King realm, which really made Yang Kai have a whole new level of respect for her. After the mysterious bloodline power in her body awakened, it was as if Zhang Ruoxi had become a completely different person. Although Hua Qingxi had not broken through, her source qi had become much purer during this period of time, which could be considered as laying a good foundation for her breakthrough to the Emperor realm in the future. Naturally, she was a little unhappy that Yang Kai had suddenly interrupted her cultivation. "How is Sister Hua's cultivation?" Yang Kai asked with interest. The stronger Hua Qingxi was, the more help she would be to him, so naturally, he hoped that Hua Qingxi could break through to the Emperor realm as soon as possible. If that was the case, then it would be equivalent to having a hired thug from the Emperor realm by his side, and he could beat up whoever he wanted. Hua Qingxi frowned and said, "I'm still a little bit away, just a little bit away. Maybe the opportunity hasn't come yet." Her tone was a little annoyed. After all, Yang Kai had given her a precious extraordinary treasure pill, so it would be unreasonable if she still couldn't break through to the Emperor realm. Chapter 23-23. Cultivating too quickly is not worth the loss. Yang Kai smiled faintly. He could also see Hua Qingxi's eagerness. "How could I not understand this principle? But if you've reached my level, you'll understand how I feel." Hua Qingxi sighed and waved her hand. "Forget it, let's not talk about this. Where is this place, and why did you call me out?" "This is Thousand Leaves Sect." Thousand Leaves Sect? Hua Qingxi raised her eyebrows and pondered for a moment before asking, "Are you talking about the Thousand Leaves Sect famous for their puppet techniques? Does Sister Hua know about this sect?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. Hua Qingxi replied, "Although Thousand Leaves Sect isn't a first-rate sect, it's still quite famous in the Southern Territory, so how could I not have heard of it? I was quite interested in their puppet techniques and studied them for a while. But unfortunately, I heard that their inheritance has been broken and they've declined for many years. Now, they can't even control the puppets left in the sect." "That's true." Yang Kai immediately understood that Hua Qingxi knew a lot about Thousand Leaves Sect. "Why did you come to Thousand Leaves Sect? Are you also coveting their puppet techniques?" Hua Qingxi asked curiously. "I was asked by someone to help you with something." Yang Kai smiled lightly and explained the whole story a little. Hua Qingxi was surprised. Thousand Leaves Sect actually has an independent sealed world. "This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. It's no wonder that Thousand Leaves Sect has declined. If the entrance to the sealed world had been sealed, it would be quite possible. With your divine ability, it shouldn't be difficult for you to repair that entrance." "I'll do my best," Yang Kai shrugged. Hua Qingxi suddenly smiled slyly. She said, "Young Master Yang, if you can find Thousand Leaves Sect's inheritance in that sealed world, can you make a copy for me to take a look?" "That's not very good." Yang Kai cast a sidelong glance at her. "After all, it's someone else's inheritance. What's the point of you secretly observing and comprehending it?" Hua Qingxi curled her lips and said, you make it sound like you're not interested in it at all. I'm going to break through to the Emperor realm soon anyway. I don't have the time to comprehend those things now. Yang Kai grinned and said, let me try. Hua Qingxi said, that's right. I heard that Thousand Leaves sect's puppets are divided into heaven, earth, profound, and yellow grades. Currently, the members of Thousand Leaves sect can only control puppets below the profound grade. The method to control puppets above the earth grade has long been lost. That's right. On this main peak, there are more than 30 earth-level puppets, but Yi Hen and the others can't control them at all. There also seem to be quite a number of heaven-level puppets. Yang Kai's face was full of emotion as he recalled the many strange little peaks he had seen before. His heart was shaken. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled, then, do you know that there are spirit-grade puppets above the heaven-grade puppets? Yang Kai's eyes widened and he said in shock, spirit-grade puppets? Hua Qingxi nodded and said, I don't know if these puppets really exist. I've only read about them from some ancient books in Star Soul Palace. The records aren't comprehensive. You also know that Star Soul Palace is a big organization, so they have done some research on the secret techniques of the Southern Territory and even the entire star boundary. Tell me about it. Yang Kai immediately became interested. Hua Qingxi said solemnly, each of Thousand Leaves sect's heaven-grade puppets can display the strength of a master in the Emperor realm. If it's a peak heaven-grade puppet, it won't be inferior to a third-order Emperor realm master. This is the reason why they were able to become one of the top sects in the Southern Territory. As for the spirit-grade puppets, they seem to have gained sentience. They can think independently and have their own consciousness. They can also cultivate various secret arts and secret techniques. They can constantly improve their strength, just like that big rock of yours. What she was referring to was naturally the embodiment. Yang Kai was shocked and he stared at Hua Qingxi in shock. The reason why puppets were called puppets was because they had no consciousness and could only act under someone's command. If they could think independently and have their own consciousness, they could even improve their strength through cultivation. How could they still be called puppets? That was clearly a right that only living beings had. Hua Qingxi chuckled, I don't know if it's true or not, but that's what I read in the ancient books. It's just that although Thousand Leaves sect was famous for their puppet techniques back then, they didn't have many spirit-grade puppets, and no one knows where these spirit-grade puppets went. Yang Kai remained silent for a long time. Puppets gaining sentience sounded a little unbelievable at first, but it wasn't completely impossible upon careful consideration. This world was vast and filled with countless strange things. Even Lu Yen was an artifact spirit, so why couldn't puppets gain sentience? It was just that too many opportunities were required to achieve this. By the way, why did you call me out? If there's nothing else, I'm going back to cultivate, Hua Qingxi couldn't help but ask after seeing Yang Kai in a daze for a long time. Yang Kai came back to his senses and said, Sister Hua, don't go back for now. I need you to help me with something. What is it? I found a few old friends on my way to Thousand Leaves sect, but the vice sect master of Thousand Leaves sect doesn't seem to have a good impression of us. I'm afraid that if I'm not here, that old man will do something to them. He needed to repair Thousand Leaves sect's space array, and if he had the chance, he wanted to enter the sealed world to take a look and see if he could find any opportunities. Naturally, he couldn't accompany Qi Yu and the others at all times. Qi Yu and the others were only in the first-order Dao source realm, while Shizong was in the third-order Dao source realm, so the difference between their cultivations wasn't small. If Shizong secretly attacked them while he was away, Qi Yu and the others definitely wouldn't be able to resist. The reason he called Hua Qingxi out was to protect Qi Yu and the others in secret. After explaining his thoughts to Hua Qingxi, she immediately agreed, that's not a problem. Young Master Yang, you should just mind your own business. It's just a third-order Dao source realm. If he really wants to seek his own death, I don't mind sending him on his way. As she spoke, a cold glint flashed across her eyes. She was obviously annoyed that her cultivation had been delayed because of Shizong. Although Hua Qingxi and Shirtsong Ying's cultivations were the same, their backgrounds were different. Shirtsong Ying was only the vice sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, so how could his secret arts and secret techniques be compared to Hua Qingxi's from Star Soul Palace? If the two of them really fought to the death, Shirtsong Ying had no chance of winning. Then I'll have to trouble elder sister Hua, Yang Kai grinned. Hua Qingxi glared at Yang Kai and said faintly, ever since I handed the soul brand to you, elder sister Hua has already accepted her fate. I only hope that you can treat elder sister Hua better in the future. Elder sister Hua will be content as long as you don't scold or beat me. Speaking of which, she even reached out to wipe the corners of her eyes, looking like she was going to follow her husband wherever he went. Yang Kai's face was covered in cold sweat as he wiped his forehead. Elder sister Hua, you must not speak to me like that in front of that Yao race woman. Otherwise, I'll be dead for sure. Hua Qingxi's face was filled with resentment as she pursed her red lips. Young Master Yang, you already have elder sister Hua and Lu Yan, but you're still not satisfied? You actually want to provoke other women? What part of us sisters can't compare to them? Cold sweat poured down Yang Kai's forehead like a waterfall as he said in embarrassment, stop playing around, or else I'll cut you. Hua Qingxi giggled and with a twist of her body, she scuttled to the door and turned around. Since young Master Yang is so afraid of that Yao race woman, it seems that she has something on you. What are you going to do? Yang Kai turned pale with fright. Don't tell me you're going to look for her. Hua Qingxi replied, don't worry, I'll protect them in secret. There are so many rooms here, I'm going to find a room to meditate. Saying so, she opened the door and with a nimble slide, disappeared. Yang Kai's face was filled with apprehension as he released his divine sense. After confirming that Hua Qingxi had really just found a room to cultivate, he finally relaxed. The next day, Yi Jinghan came to look for Yang Kai, but contrary to Yang Kai's expectations, Yi Jinghan did not mention anything about repairing the space array and instead brought over some herbs. These herbs were the ones Yang Kai had previously instructed her to find and refine for Chai Hu's antidote. Although these herbs weren't too hard to find, they weren't easy to find either. Yang Kai never expected that Thousand Leaves sect would be able to gather them for him in just a single day. Since he had already gathered all the herbs, Yang Kai naturally planned to refine the common condensation pill for the antidote before anything else. After thanking Yi Jinghan and sending her off, Yang Kai immediately opened his furnace and started refining. In less than half a day, he had successfully refined a furnace of common condensation pills. Chi Yu and the others rushed over after hearing the news from Chai Hu's room, all of them nervously looking at him. At this moment, Chai Hu was holding a jade bottle in his hand, with 6 rolling spirit pills within it. Sitting on the ground, he looked somewhat absent-minded as he held on to the jade bottle. Yang Kai, are these the common condensation pills you mentioned? Chi Yu turned her head to look at Yang Kai and asked. Yes. Yang Kai nodded and said with a serious look on his face, Senior Chai can take one now. Please help him refine its medicinal efficacies. After 3 days, he can take another one. After half a month, the monster poison will be neutralized. Hearing this, Chai Hu's body shook. Raising his head to look at Yang Kai, he gulped down a mouthful of saliva and said, after neutralizing the monster poison, my cultivation, you'll still be a third-order origin king. Yang Kai gave a faint smile. Hearing his words, Chai Hu's face couldn't help but turn gloomy, while the hearts of the others also turned heavy. All of them believed that Chai Hu would remain at this level for the rest of his life, without the slightest possibility of improving. Yang Kai continued, however, as long as you continue to cultivate, you'll quickly recover. Chai Hu's eyes abruptly lit up as he stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. Young Master Yang means to say, that I can still recover to my previous state? Yang Kai replied, naturally. Senior Chai's cultivation has only been suppressed due to the monster poison. It hasn't been that long, so your foundation hasn't been damaged. As long as you continue to cultivate diligently, you'll definitely recover. Gue Zhu asked nervously, are you sure, Sect Master? With a smile, Yang Kai replied, why would I joke about such a matter? That's great. Qiyu instantly relaxed, as though a large stone had been lifted from her heart. If Chai Hu's cultivation really stopped progressing, everyone, including her, would definitely feel uneasy for the rest of their lives. After all, Chai Hu had only stayed behind to defend against the danger for the sake of buying time for them. However, now that Yang Kai had said that Chai Hu's cultivation wouldn't be hindered in the future, they were naturally happy. Chapter 23-24. After receiving an affirmative reply from Yang Kai, Chai Hu no longer hesitated and immediately swallowed a common condensation pill. Qiyu and the others stood to the side to help him neutralize the effects of the pill, all of them feeling extremely nervous. Thousand Leaves Sect. On another mountain peak approximately 150 kilometers away from the main peak, there was a majestic hall. In a wing of the hall, Shirtsanging stood with his hands behind his back, a dark expression on his face as he listened to the report of a disciple behind him. After a short while, he spoke, "You're saying that those outsiders have entered the main hall?" The disciple respectfully replied, reporting to Vice Sect Master, "That is indeed the case." "Have there been any signs of them going out in the past 2 days?" "No, but young Sect Master has made a trip there." "Have you managed to find out why they're here?" Shirtsanging asked again. The disciple replied, "This disciple is incompetent and has yet to find any clues." However what? "However, I've heard that guy called Yang Kai is proficient in alchemy and is the one who refined the extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm. He's a Dao Source grade alchemy grandmaster." This disciple guesses that their trip this time should be related to alchemy. Alchemy. A glint flashed across Shirtsang-Ying's eyes as he nodded lightly, "That's possible. Yi Hen is already so old, but his cultivation hasn't improved. Perhaps he's thinking of ways to refine pills. If it's just alchemy, why would Yi Hen value that little brat so much, to the point of disregarding this old master's face?" The disciple asked, "Is it possible that little brat surnamed Yang still has extraordinary treasure pills on him?" He was just casually making a guess, but those words caused Shirtsang-Ying's entire body to tremble. A glint flashed across his eyes. Thinking about it from a different perspective, Yi Hen currently had a cultivation in the third order Dao Source realm and was in need of extraordinary treasure pills. If Yang Kai truly had such a heaven-defying pill on him, everything would make sense. There wasn't a single cultivator in the third order Dao Source realm who didn't covet such a spirit pill. It was a peerless spirit pill that could help a cultivator break through to the Emperor realm. Yi Hen definitely knew something, which was why he was so polite to that little brat, to the point that he didn't even care about Shirtsang-Ying himself. Thinking about it, Shirtsang-Ying's heart immediately began to burn. He was also a cultivator in the third order Dao Source realm and was still far from reaching the Emperor realm. If he could obtain an extraordinary treasure pill, he might be able to pry into the Grand Dao in a very short time and reach the top of the world in a single bound. "Vice Sect Master, there is another matter." The disciple spoke up again after seeing Shirtsang-Ying remain silent for a long time. "What is it?" Shirtsang-Ying asked. "I've heard that Sky Illumination Palace and Sky Peak Temple have made some moves, and it seems like they're going to harm our Thousand Leaves sect." Shirtsang-Ying's body shook. He turned his head to look at the disciple and asked, "Is this news true?" The disciple replied, "It's just some rumors. I'm not too sure about the details. Go and investigate. Investigate the authenticity of this news at all costs. If there's even the slightest sign of trouble, report it immediately." Shirtsang-Ying said somewhat anxiously. If Sky Peak Temple and Sky Illumination Palace really wanted to shed all pretenses of cordiality with Thousand Leaves sect would not be able to resist them with their current strength. Neither of these two sects were inferior to Thousand Leaves sect. This was especially true for Sky Illumination Palace. It was said that Sky Illumination Palace's palace master, Chiozei, had been trying to break through to the Emperor realm for the past few years, but he had never been able to do so. If he was allowed to ascend to the Emperor realm, the division of forces within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers would be reshuffled, and all sects would have to depend on Sky Illumination Palace for their survival. Hearing that these two sects were going to harm Thousand Leaves sect, Shizong immediately panicked. After the disciple left, he continued to pace anxiously in his room. After a long time, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. A cold light flickered in his eyes as he gritted his teeth. Yi Hen, oh Yi Hen, you've really gone senile. Since you're willing to lead a wolf into the house and refuse to listen to this old master's advice, then don't blame this old master for ignoring our many years of friendship. This old master also needs to plan for the future of Thousand Leaves sect. The foundation of our ancestors cannot be destroyed by your hands. Otherwise, how will we face our sect ancestors in the underworld? As he spoke, he seemed to have made up his mind and his eyes became resolute. After a short while, with a slight movement of his divine sense, he summoned a few of his trusted disciples and secretly gave them some instructions. These disciples quickly left after receiving their orders. On the third day after Yang Kai and the others moved into Thousand Leaves sect, Chai Hu's situation had improved significantly. After taking the condensed pill, although the monster poison in his body had not been completely removed, it was no longer constantly corroding his dantian and meridians. As long as he continued to take the condensed pill according to Yang Kai's instructions, the poison in his body would be completely removed in half a month's time. Chai Hu was naturally extremely grateful to Yang Kai. On the other hand, Chiyu and the others did not say anything. Everyone had come from the same star territory, so they had long been inseparable from each other. Chai Hu was their sworn brother, which made him Yang Kai's senior, so it was only natural for him to lend a helping hand. Yang Kai was also very happy that Chi Yu and the others were able to befriend Chai Hu in the star boundary. According to what they had told him, if not for Chai Hu's constant help during the past 2 years, their lives in the star boundary would definitely not have been so smooth. For the sake of rescuing Chi Yu, Chai Hu had not hesitated to put himself in danger. Despite knowing that the chances of success were not high, he had still snuck into the city lord's mansion without any hesitation, without the slightest bit of apprehension about the various dangers he would encounter. Facts had also proven that if not for Yang Kai's coincidental presence, Chai Hu would definitely have died without a burial place. He was clearly a person who placed great importance on relationships. There was no need to have too many of such friends and brothers in one's life. One was enough. Yang Kai was truly happy for Chi Yu and the others. On the third day, while Yang Kai was meditating, light footsteps rang out from outside his door. The footsteps quickly stopped at the door. Without waiting for anyone to knock on the door, Yang Kai waved his hand and opened the door, only to see Yi Jinghan standing outside. As their eyes met, Yi Jinghan softly called out, "Young Master Yang. Come in and talk." Yang Kai invited her in. Yi Jinghan nodded her head and walked in. After entering the room, Yi Jinghan found a chair and sat down, before asking, "Has young Master Yang been well these past few days?" Yang Kai gave a faint smile and replied, "Miss Yi, you didn't come here to ask about this, right?" Seeing that Yang Kai seemed to have already guessed her intentions for coming here, Yi Jinghan could not help but blush, not knowing how to reply. Yang Kai said, "Please lead the way, Miss Yi." Hearing this, Yi Jinghan rejoiced and asked, "Does young Master Yang have any other matters to attend to?" Yang Kai replied, "What other matters do you have?" "I've come here for that sealed world. Could it be that Thousand Leaves sect hasn't finished their preparations?" "No, no, no." Yi Jinghan hurriedly waved her hands. "Thousand Leaves sect is ready at any time. My father has been waiting for you. Please follow me, young Master Yang." As she spoke, she immediately led the way in front. Following Yi Jinghan, Yang Kai flew through the Thousand Leaves mountain range. Not long after, they arrived in front of a mountain valley. The scenery in this mountain valley was extraordinary and beautiful, with birds chirping and flowers blooming everywhere. After arriving here, Yang Kai could not help but raise his brow as he stared at the scenery in the mountain valley, a strange glint flashing across his eyes. He instinctively felt that there was something wrong with this mountain valley, but he was unable to pinpoint exactly what it was. Yi Jinghan took the initiative to explain, "There's an illusory array here that was set up by an ancestor of my Thousand Leaves sect. Please wait a moment, young Master Yang. I'll send a message to my father and have him remove the restriction." So it was an illusory array. Only now did Yang Kai understand why he felt that something was amiss. His current strength was not bad, and his divine sense was incomparably powerful. However, he was still unable to see through the mysteries of this illusory array with a single glance. From this, it could be seen how profound this array was. The person who set up this illusory array was undoubtedly a powerhouse from the Emperor realm. Only a powerhouse from the Emperor realm would be able to do something like this. After understanding this point, Yang Kai's interest was immediately piqued. His divine sense continued to shuttle back and forth within the mountain valley in an attempt to pry into its mysteries. However, no matter how hard he tried, he was still unable to pry into anything. The illusory array in this mountain valley seemed to be formed naturally, with not a single flaw to be found. This caused Yang Kai to sigh in amazement. Thousand Leaves sect had been in decline for many years, so this illusory array should have been around for countless years as well. However, even after experiencing so many changes, this illusory array was still standing here. From this, one could see that not only did the person who set up this array have an extraordinary cultivation, their comprehension of the Tao of arrays was also not something that others could compare to. On the other side, Yi Jinghan carefully released her divine sense to scan the surroundings. After confirming that there was no one in the vicinity, she took out her communication artifact and poured her divine sense into it. Clearly, she was sending a message to Yi Hen. After a short while, a layer of ripples suddenly appeared in the air in front of her, as though a pebble had been thrown into a calm lake. Seeing this, Yi Jinghan hurriedly said with a solemn expression, "Young Master Yang, please follow me closely. Don't take a single wrong step, or you'll trigger the killing array in this mountain valley." "I understand," Yang Kai nodded his head. Yi Jinghan took a step forward, and her entire body seemed to melt into the wall of air, quickly disappearing from sight. Yang Kai followed her and took a step forward. In the next instant, the scenery before his eyes changed. This place was still a mountain valley, but it was different from the beautiful scenery he had seen before. This place was extremely desolate, with not even a single blade of grass growing. It was a completely barren land. Yi Jinghan stood in front of him and waited quietly. Seeing Yang Kai enter the array, she nodded her head lightly towards him, before leading the way in front with light steps. Clearly, she had entered this place countless times, so she knew the safe routes in this array like the back of her hand. Step by step, she walked forward in an extremely orderly and efficient manner. Originally, she was worried that Yang Kai might not be able to keep up, so she had slowed down her pace. However, after walking forward for a while, she discovered that Yang Kai appeared to be in an extremely relaxed state. Immediately, she knew that her worries were unnecessary, causing her speed to increase by quite a bit. Yang Kai continued to follow closely behind Yi Jinghan, not leaving her by even a single step, like a shadow following her. The two of them walked for an entire incense stick's worth of time within the illusion array, before the area before them suddenly opened up, revealing a gigantic platform. This platform was clearly man-made, as there were traces of carvings on it. However, it gave off an ancient aura, clearly having been passed down for a long time. At this very moment, the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, Yi Hen, was standing beside this platform, with a lonely and ashamed expression on his face. Hearing a sound, Yi Hen turned his head and looked over. Seeing that his daughter had brought Yang Kai here, he hurriedly cupped his fists and greeted, "Young Master Yang." Chapter 23-25. Sect Master Yi. After returning the greeting, Yang Kai's attention was immediately attracted by the gigantic platform in front of him. His eyes stared intently at the platform as he carefully observed it, his eyes overflowing with light. "Young Master Yang, Just as Yi Jinghan was about to say something, Yi Hen suddenly raised his hand and stopped her, before gesturing for her to remain silent. Yi Jinghan also knew that she was being a little too abrupt. Sticking out her tongue playfully, she stood beside her father and waited anxiously. In front of the platform, the trio remained silent for a long time. Yi Hen and his daughter had been paying attention to the changes in Yang Kai's expression, while Yang Kai's attention was completely focused on the platform in front of him. The platform in front of him was clearly a gigantic array base. Yang Kai did not have much understanding of the Tao of spirit arrays. The only spirit array he was proficient in was space arrays, and that was all thanks to Yang Inflammation. Back then, in order to set up space arrays in the territory of Shadowed Star and even the Homeward Star, he had put in a lot of effort. Yang Inflammation had even imparted the method of setting up space arrays to him. Therefore, Yang Kai's understanding of space arrays was extremely thorough. Using his divine sense, he immediately sensed that there were countless mysterious array diagrams engraved on the platform, all of which were connected to one another, forming a hub that connected the star boundary and the sealed world. Those array diagrams were incomparably mysterious. Although there were many differences between them and the ones Yang Kai had grasped, Yang Kai only needed to study them for a short while to understand them thoroughly. Not only that, he had also comprehended some other things from those array diagrams, causing him to fall into deep thought. The knowledge of spirit arrays imparted to him by Yang Inflammation was undoubtedly the best of the best, and was definitely superior to the array base platform in front of him. However, he could use the stones of other mountains to polish jade. The array diagrams engraved on the array base platform still allowed Yang Kai to gain some insights. Half a day later. Only then did Yang Kai take a deep breath and retract his divine sense, his eyes shining brightly. Young Master Yang. Seeing that he had finally regained his senses, Yi Jinghan called out nervously. Yi Hen also asked nervously, Young Master Yang, did you find anything? Yang Kai nodded and said, Your noble sex ancestors are really talented. The person who arranged this spirit array is definitely an array grandmaster. Let's put it this way, the array base here is completely fine, it's just that its energy has been depleted. It only needs to be replenished with some energy and it will be able to operate again. Hearing this, Yi Hen's eyes lit up as he whispered, Young Master Yang, are you sure? After a short pause, he awkwardly said, It's not that this Yi doesn't trust Young Master Yang, but this matter concerns my Thousand Leaves sect. Yang Kai smiled faintly and said, I understand. Sect Master Yi doesn't need to explain, but I can tell you with certainty that there is no damage to the array foundation here. Furthermore, even if it's damaged, as long as I have the materials, I can refine another one. Yi Hen's body trembled as he looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. Only now did he realize that he had underestimated Yang Kai's attainments in the space divine technique. He had originally thought that Yang Kai had some understanding of the Tao of space. With his age, his cultivation definitely wouldn't be too deep. However, after hearing his words, he knew that he was wrong. Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of space could be counted on one's fingers in the entire star boundary. If not for this, he definitely wouldn't have been able to refine an array-based platform with such confidence. Yi Jinghan asked, if there is no problem with the array base here, why is the entrance to the sealed world closed? Yang Kai replied, space arrays are bidirectional. Just because there is no problem with one side doesn't mean that there is no problem with the other side. It might be that the array base on the other side is damaged, which is why it can't be used. The other side. Yi Hen furrowed his brows and said in shock, Young Master Yang means to say that the array base in the sealed world is damaged? That's about it. What should we do? Yi Jinghan's face turned pale. If the array base on the other side is damaged, we won't be able to teleport to the other side at all. Even if we have the means to repair it, we won't be able to use it. Yi Hen looked towards Yang Kai and asked, Young Master Yang, do you have any ideas? Yang Kai grinned and said, for an ordinary person, if the array base on the other side is damaged, they will naturally be unable to teleport. However, if one possesses the Tao of space, it is not impossible to follow the connection between the two array bases and open a passage to the other side. Therefore, I should be able to give it a try. He didn't speak too confidently. Even if he had 80% confidence, before the matter was over, giving too much hope would only make it easier for him to be disappointed. He had always been a cautious person. Hearing this, Yi Hen couldn't help but become excited, cupping his fists and saying, "If young Master Yang is truly able to repair this array, you will be the benefactor of my 1,000 Leaves sect. If young Master Yang has any orders in the future, my 1,000 Leaves sect will definitely obey, even if it costs us our lives." Yang Kai replied indifferently, "Sect Master Yi is too serious. It's just that. I won't be able to do it even if I give it a try, but it might take some time. My friends are still in 1,000 Leaves sect, so I will have to trouble Sect Master Yi to take care of them." Of course, Yi Hen nodded. As if he knew what Yang Kai was worried about, he immediately said, "This Yi will definitely take good care of them. If they are harmed in the slightest, young Master Yang can hold me accountable." "That's good," Yang Kai nodded, then continued, "Does Sect Master Yi have a map of the sealed world? If I really am teleported there, I might need to repair the array base on the other side, so I will need to find some materials inside the sealed world." Yang Kai still had some materials to arrange space arrays, all of which were leftovers from the territory of Homeworld Star. Although they weren't of high quality, they would definitely be able to repair the array base. When he was studying the array diagrams on the array base, he had also memorized them all. The reason why he said this was naturally because Yang Kai was also very interested in the sealed world. This sealed world was 1,000 Leaves sect's absolute secret, and only a few people in each generation knew about it. There should be some good stuff inside such a sealed world, so Yang Kai naturally wanted to explore it and see if there were any opportunities. Furthermore, Yi Jinghan had mentioned before that there was a place called the Emperor Heaven Valley in this sealed world, an excellent place to comprehend the heavenly ways Emperor intent. If a Tao Source Realm cultivator could comprehend it, it would greatly benefit them when they broke through to the Emperor Realm in the future. How could Yang Kai miss out on such a good place? Looking for materials was just an excuse. Yi Hen was obviously well aware of this, but he didn't refuse in the slightest. Instead, he straightforwardly took out a yellowed animal skin map and handed it to Yang Kai. Even if young Master Yang didn't ask, he was prepared to give this map to you. Yang Kai took it and gave it a quick glance. He knew that this map was genuine, so he immediately kept it in his space ring. "I'll leave everything to you, young Master Yang," Yi Hen cupped his fists solemnly. Yi Jinghan also said from the side, "Young Master Yang, be careful. It'll naturally be good if you succeed, but if not, there's no need to force it." Yang Kai replied, "I'll do my best." Saying so, his figure flickered, and he appeared on the platform of the array base, before sitting down in a cross-legged position. In the next instant, space principles suddenly surged out, lingering around his body. In an instant, the space in a radius of 100 feet suddenly collapsed, as tiny pitch-black spatial cracks appeared, swimming around him like fish. The faces of Yi Hen and his daughter changed drastically as they sensed the danger brought about by the spatial cracks. They quickly retreated, looking ahead in shock and uncertainty. "This is space principles?" Yi Jinghan's beautiful eyes widened as she cried out in shock, trying to sense exactly what was going on with space principles. However, no matter how hard she tried, she was unable to sense anything. She could only feel that the principles lingering around Yang Kai were incomparably mysterious, something that she couldn't comprehend at all. Yi Hen sighed. "A cultivator who has grasped the Tao of space is publicly acknowledged as the most difficult cultivator to deal with within the star's territory. I never thought that young Master Yang's grasp of space principles would have reached such a level. In the future, you might be able to achieve a grand Tao through space principles." Yi Jinghan's tender body trembled as she looked at her father in disbelief. She never thought that her master would give Yang Kai such a high evaluation. However, after thinking about it again, before meeting Yang Kai, when had she ever seen such an outstanding Tao Source Realm cultivator? She was also in the Tao Source Realm, so she naturally knew how strong a Tao Source Realm cultivator should be. However, Yang Kai's strength was far from what she could estimate. Ordinary Dao Source Realm cultivators were as weak and laughable as babies in front of him. Even those from the Third Order Dao Source Realm weren't Yang Kai's match, and were easily crushed by him. It was rumored that every single one of those Master Realm cultivators were astonishingly talented when they were young. Wasn't Yang Kai one of them? Perhaps, in the future, he might really achieve what her master had said, and achieve a grand Dao that would shake the entire star's territory. Thinking up to this point, Yi Jinghan couldn't help but tremble in excitement. She was able to get to know Yang Kai when he was young, and had the opportunity to witness the growth and rise of a master. Even though her relationship with Yang Kai wasn't that close, she still felt proud. Wang. Just as Yi Jinghan's thoughts were running wild, a strange sound suddenly rang out from the void. After the sound rang out, Yi Jinghan's beautiful face instantly turned pale, as she discovered that the space around her had completely frozen in an instant. It was as if she was wrapped in a block of ice. Not only was it difficult for her to breathe, even the circulation of the source qi in her body had started to become intermittent. Turning her head to look, Yi Jinghan discovered that her father seemed to be in the same situation, with a difficult expression on his face as he resisted the suppression of the Tao of space. Just as her mind was in a state of panic, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. With a solemn expression on his face, he extended his hands into the void before him. Under Yi Jinghan's gaze, the two hands strangely disappeared, as if they had been isolated into another space. Yang Kai put on an extremely difficult expression as he spread his hands apart, while letting out a loud roar. Chi 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 chi. Following Yang Kai's actions, a jet-black crack suddenly appeared in front of him. An aura that caused one's heart to palpitate and panic spread out from the crack, as if it could even devour one's vision. A void crack. Yi Hen cried out in alarm, his gaze fixed on the jet-black crack as he felt incomparably shocked in his heart. This was the first time he had seen such a gigantic void crack, and he could clearly sense how dangerous it was, causing him to stare blankly at it. Under Yang Kai's continuous efforts, the crack continued to expand, quickly turning into a passageway large enough for one person to pass through. The passageway was filled with chaos and nothingness, seemingly extending to the end of the world. Chapter 23-26. This is the void corridor? Yi Jinghan covered her red lips with her hand and exclaimed softly. Although she had used space arrays to travel between two places and knew that there were void corridors connecting space arrays, she had never seen one with her own eyes. This was her first time seeing one. Although Yi Hen was also extremely shocked, he stared at the void corridor without blinking, seemingly trying to comprehend something from it. There weren't many opportunities to see a void corridor, especially one that had been opened by someone, leaving obvious traces. If he could really gain something from it, he would definitely benefit immensely. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to grasp the traces of space force, causing him to feel extremely vexed. As for Yang Kai, he had already stood up. With a flash, he entered the void corridor. At the same time his figure disappeared, the void corridor seemed to have lost its support and closed up in an instant. Yi Hen and his daughter had worried looks on their faces. They did not know if Yang Kai's trip would be smooth, or if he would get lost in the void corridor and never find his way back. Within the void corridor, Yang Kai walked forward leisurely. The surrounding void turbulence rushed towards him, but was pulled aside by a mysterious force from his body, causing him to be completely unharmed. Yang Kai was no longer the ignorant person he used to be in terms of space force. The space force had already penetrated deep into his bones. Therefore, the mere void turbulence could not hinder him at all. At this moment, the only thing that made it difficult for him was how to find the exit of the sealed world. Although there were two array bases that were connected, the one in the sealed world had been damaged for countless years. Yang Kai could only vaguely grasp the connection coming from the other side. However, he was not completely sure. In this void corridor, he could only follow the direction of the weak connection and move forward quickly. Fortunately, as time passed, the subtle connection became clearer and clearer, allowing Yang Kai to be certain that he was not going in the wrong direction. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly stopped at a certain place and released his divine sense to investigate. After releasing his divine sense, he muttered to himself, "It should be here." Saying so, Yang Kai used his space force again and slowly stretched out his hands towards the turbulent void in front of him. Wherever his hands passed, ripples spread out and the turbulent void was smoothed out like a crumpled piece of paper. As Yang Kai opened his hands, a ray of light suddenly appeared in front of him. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, knowing that his senses were right. He increased his strength. After a short while, Yang Kai once again tore open a crack in the tunnel. From the inside of the crack, Yang Kai vaguely saw some unique scenery. He was overjoyed and no longer hesitated. He directly jumped out of the crack. There was a slight feeling of weightlessness. Kai Yang quickly stabilized his body, and when his vision was restored, he found that he had arrived in another world. The world energy here was extremely rich, no worse than his own sealed world bead. The stagnant world energy even showed signs of turning into mist, a breathtaking sight. With such rich world energy, the vegetation here was also growing extremely well, with dense grasses. The place he was standing on just happened to be an array base platform. This array base platform was exactly the same as the one Yang Kai saw in the Thousand Leaves Sect's Illusion Array Mountain Valley. It was obvious that they were all made by the same person, and they were the other part of the formation base platform that was connected to each other. However, probably because it had not been used for many years, this array base platform was covered in grass, making it look a little damaged. Upon seeing this array base platform, Yang Kai knew that he had not found the wrong place. This should be the Thousand Leaves Sect's sealed world, the foundation of Thousand Leaves Sect's prosperity back then, as well as the reason why Thousand Leaves Sect had declined. Yang Kai waved his hand and a scorching power spread out, instantly burning the grass to ashes and revealing the complete platform. Yang Kai swept it with his divine sense, wanting to know what was wrong with this array base platform that caused the two places to be unable to connect. Soon, he discovered something and could not help but let out a soft cry of surprise. Although things were similar to what he had expected, there were still some discrepancies. There was indeed a problem with this array base platform, but it was not a natural problem, but a man-made one. Yang Kai discovered that there was a sword mark on one of the array diagrams that ran through the entire platform. It was the destruction of these diagrams that caused this array base platform to become defective and unusable. How could this be? Yang Kai could not help but feel a little suspicious. According to Yi Jinghan, the reason why Thousand Leaves Sect had gradually declined was because the entrance to the sealed world had suddenly closed. If that was the case, Thousand Leaves Sect would not have declined so thoroughly. The key point was that when the entrance to the sealed world closed, the Thousand Leaves Sect master was still inside. That generation's sect master had brought in most of the sect's secret arts and secret techniques, causing Thousand Leaves Sect's inheritance to be severed, causing it to gradually decline. Now, Thousand Leaves Sect could not even control those earth-grade puppets and could only let them be exposed to the elements on the square in front of the main hall. He had originally thought that all of this was just a coincidence and had lamented the bad luck of that generation's Thousand Leaves sect master. It just so happened that the entrance to the sealed world had closed when he entered. However, he never imagined that the truth of the matter would be very different from what he had guessed. The array base platform here had been destroyed by someone, and judging from the strength and smoothness of the sword mark, the person who destroyed the array base was undoubtedly very clear-headed at that time. He had not wantonly destroyed the array base platform and had only cut a crack in it, causing the connection between the two arrays to be severed. Combined with Yi Jinghan's words, this sword mark was undoubtedly made by the Thousand Leaves sect master. He was not trapped here because the array base was suddenly damaged, but because he wanted to stay here. In order not to be disturbed, he did not hesitate to destroy this world-crossing space array. What was he doing here with so many Thousand Leaves Sect secret arts and secret techniques? Could it be that he wanted to comprehend some secret technique and did not want to be disturbed? A blank look appeared on Yang Kai's face. If that was the case, then it did make sense. The sword mark on the array base was not deep, and was just enough to obstruct the transfer between the two arrays. If one had the right materials, a slightly stronger person should be able to repair it. The sect master of that generation of Thousand Leaves sect was at least a cultivator from the Emperor realm, possibly even a third-order Emperor realm master. Since he had damaged the array base, he should not have to worry about being unable to repair it. However, what kind of secret technique did he want to cultivate that he had to come to this place? Yang Kai could not figure it out even after thinking about it for a long time, so he could only shake his head and sigh. He was not in a hurry to repair the crack in the array base. Instead, he took out the map Yi Hen had given him and gave it a quick look. This map was not complicated, as this sealed world was not big, only about the size of his sealed world bead. However, the world energy here was extremely outstanding, clearly indicating the existence of an excellent earth vein. If he could repair the array base of the two arrays, he would be able to connect Thousand Leaves sect and this sealed world bead. At that time, the world energy here would also be available to Thousand Leaves sect, greatly improving the cultivation environment of Thousand Leaves sect's disciples. The map was clearly marked, so Yang Kai quickly found the location of the Emperor Heaven Valley. After a short while, he put away the map, summoned his wooden boat, and flew in that direction. Along the way, Yang Kai was unable to contain his joy, stopping from time to fly down. That was because there were many precious herbs in this sealed world. No one had set foot in this sealed world of Thousand Leaves sect for tens of thousands of years, so the world energy here was extremely rich. Naturally, it was an excellent place for spirit grasses and spirit medicines to grow. Many precious spirit grasses grew in large patches, giving off a rich medicinal fragrance. Yang Kai did not need to specifically search for them to find them, as he only needed to fly down and collect them. Furthermore, the spirit grasses and spirit medicines here were all very old. The herbs Yang Kai collected were at least a few thousand years old, and there were even some that were more than 10,000 years old. Every single one of these spirit grasses and spirit medicines had rich medicinal properties, making them the best ingredients for alchemy. Yang Kai was extremely happy to collect them. Yi Hen probably did not expect that there would be so many precious herbs in her own sealed world. If she had known earlier, she would have definitely entered together with Yang Kai and definitely would not have let him off so easily. Just these herbs alone were enough to double the financial resources of Thousand Leaves sect. Along the way, all the herbs were collected by Yang Kai. This was only the tip of the iceberg of this sealed world. If he explored the entire place, Yang Kai estimated that he would no longer need to worry about alchemy materials in the future. In just 2 days, the medicine garden in Yang Kai's sealed world bead was filled to the brim. He had no choice but to collect some of the cheaper herbs and store them in his space ring for safekeeping. Thousand Leaves sect was sitting on a mountain of treasures, but they did not have access to them. Otherwise, they would not have been so weak just by relying on these herbs. Even if they could not compare to the top sects in the Southern Territory, at the very least, there were many masters from the Emperor realm in the sect, so they would not be bullied by a few second-rate forces. Thousand Leaves sect's biggest weakness now was that they did not have the Emperor realm to oversee them, which was also the biggest dilemma faced by most second-rate forces in the star boundary. After all, there were not many people in the Emperor realm. After another day, a huge mountain valley suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. The scenery in this mountain valley was beautiful, and a strange fragrance filled the air. Before he even got close, Yang Kai could already smell the fragrance of many herbs. After comparing the mountain valley with the Emperor Heaven Valley on the map, a look of joy appeared on Yang Kai's face. Knowing that he had found the place, he immediately increased his speed. After a short while, Yang Kai landed and stood at a certain spot in the middle of the Emperor Heaven Valley. After carefully sensing the surroundings for a moment, a strange expression appeared on his face. "You lied to me? How can there be any Emperor intent here?" The reason why he had agreed to come to Thousand Leaves sect to repair the Transworld Space Array was because this Emperor Heaven Valley was somewhat attractive to him. He wanted to lay the foundation for his future breakthrough to the Emperor realm. After all, Yi Jinghan had said that this Emperor Heaven Valley was filled with Emperor pressure and Emperor intent, making it the best place to comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao. It was also the most important place in Thousand Leaves Sect's sealed world. Yang Kai had originally planned to enter seclusion here for a while to comprehend the heavenly way, but when he arrived, he discovered that there was no Emperor intent here other than the rich medicinal fragrance. Chapter 23-27. This Emperor Heaven Valley did not live up to its name and was of no use to Yang Kai. It was impossible for Yi Jinghan to lie to him. This was something that Yang Kai was confident of. Ever since he met Yi Jinghan, she had always been extremely careful and respectful towards him. How could she lie to him about such a matter? The only explanation was that the Emperor Heaven Valley did indeed possess Emperor intent, but for some unknown reason, it had disappeared. Tens of thousands of years had passed, and the sea had changed into mulberry fields. Anything could happen. Yang Kai stood in place and felt vexed for a while. However, when he recalled that he had collected so many spirit grasses and spirit medicines, it was not a complete waste. On the contrary, he had gained quite a lot, so he no longer felt conflicted. This valley was filled with a strange fragrance, clearly showing that there were quite a few spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Since he had already arrived at this place, Yang Kai did not plan to give up and started to search within the valley. Not long after, Yang Kai's harvest was huge. After he collected a dark red fruit from a fruit tree that was half the height of a person, he was about to stuff it into his space ring. All of a sudden, he seemed to have discovered something and released his divine sense to investigate the fruit. After a while, he could not help but exclaim in surprise. He recognized this fruit. It was a Tao Source grade high-rank spirit fruit, the vermilion bird fruit, the main ingredient for refining the vein cleansing pill. After consuming it, it could help cleanse the meridians of a cultivator, causing their cultivation to become purer. It would have been fine if that was all, but the key point was that Yang Kai could clearly detect a trace of principal strength from the vermilion bird fruit. No matter how high the grade of a Tao Source grade spirit fruit was, it was impossible for it to give birth to principal strength. This made him extremely shocked. After a while, he sensed it carefully. Yang Kai discovered that the principal strength nurtured within the vermilion bird fruit had already taken shape. There was a faint feeling of Emperor intent. All of a sudden, Yang Kai raised his brow and his eyes lit up as he muttered, "Could it be?" As though he had thought of something, he hurriedly took out the spirit grasses and spirit medicines that he had collected from his space ring and carefully examined them. After a stick of incense worth of time, a look of understanding appeared on Yang Kai's face as he understood what was going on. This was the Emperor Heaven Valley. A long time ago, there was indeed a rich emperor's will, which could allow the cultivator to comprehend and cultivate within, laying the foundation for advancing to the emperor realm. However, this emperor intent had been completely absorbed by the spirit grasses and spirit herbs in the past tens of thousands of years. Now, the emperor intent had completely merged with the spirit grasses and spirit herbs, and could no longer be separated. Almost all of the spirit herbs he had collected in this mountain valley contained emperor intent like the vermilion bird fruit. On the contrary, some of the medicinal herbs he had collected before coming here did not have such characteristics. It was clear at a glance. After understanding this, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel excited. He had never even heard of a spirit grass or spirit medicine that contained emperor intent, let alone seeing such a thing. If they were refined into elixirs, there would definitely be remnants of the emperor's will in the elixir, which would then be consumed by the cultivator. It would definitely allow the cultivator to clearly comprehend the rule power within. This method. It was much more effective than comprehending the emperor intent in the Emperor Heaven Valley. This was because the comprehension in the Emperor Heaven Valley was only external comprehension. However, if one consumed an elixir that contained emperor intent, they would comprehend it from within the body. Every piece of flesh, every inch of meridians would be involved. It would obviously allow the cultivator to comprehend it more clearly. Only a special place like the Emperor Heaven Valley could produce such unique spirit grasses and spirit herbs. Yang Kai could imagine that once the elixir refined from these herbs entered the astral boundary, it would definitely cause the cultivator in the third-order Tao source realm to break their heads. The medicinal effects and effects of the elixir itself were already secondary. For those who were stuck at the peak of the third-order Tao source realm. For the cultivator who had been unable to advance, the Emperor intent and rule power contained within were the most important. He was overjoyed and secretly felt that his greatest gain from this trip might be the herbs in the Emperor Heaven Valley. Without any hesitation, he immediately began a thorough search. He decided not to let any of the spirit herbs go. As long as they were mature, he had to collect them all. The valley wasn't big. However, no one had cared about it for tens of thousands of years. Under the nourishment of the rich spiritual influence of heaven and earth, many spirit herbs were nurtured. Yang Kai searched inch by inch. After busying himself for an entire day, he finally finished searching the entire valley. All the spirit herbs were kept by him. In order to distinguish them from the ones that he had collected previously, Yang Kai purposely placed these spirit herbs in a separate place. He was prepared to refine them into elixirs as soon as possible after this trip. The Emperor intent contained within. Now that the spirit herbs had been collected, Yang Kai was worried that the Emperor intent would gradually dissipate if he didn't refine them as soon as possible. Sister Hua should be very interested in those elixirs. With the help of those elixirs, her progress in advancing to the Emperor realm would definitely be much faster. One day later, Yang Kai stood in front of a cave with a grave expression. Previously, when he was searching for spirit herbs in the Emperor Heaven Valley, he had discovered this cave. However, he didn't have the time to carefully explore it. Only after all the spirit herbs had been collected did he have the time to investigate it. This cave seemed to be naturally formed, but Yang Kai keenly discovered that it had been artificially modified. However, the person who had modified it was very skilled. Coupled with the fact that it had been here for a long time, it wasn't easy to notice. He didn't know if it had been modified by the Thousand Leaves sect's disciples who came here to cultivate tens of thousands of years ago, but in any case, Yang Kai felt a dangerous aura from this cave. He instinctively felt that there was something incredible hidden in this cave. However, on his way here, he hadn't even seen a single monster beast, so he wasn't too worried. This sealed world wasn't very big. Since it was a place where Thousand Leaves sect's disciples cultivated tens of thousands of years ago, there shouldn't be any life-threatening dangers here. Therefore, he only hesitated for a moment before walking into the cave. The cave was dimly lit. The walls of the cave were originally inlaid with strange stones used for illumination, but after so many years, those stones had lost their effectiveness. The air wasn't turbid, and it was even very dry. Yang Kai hadn't walked for long when his nose suddenly twitched a few times. He smelled a strange smell coming from the front. This smell was unpleasant and even a little stinky, like the smell of a dead fish. This caused him to furrow his brow. Logically speaking, with the world qi in this sealed world being so dense, all living things should be growing well, so it was impossible for such a stinky smell to appear. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, Yang Kai suddenly felt that something was wrong. In that instant, his vision blurred and his footsteps became a little weak. He couldn't help but stagger. Poison? Yang Kai was shocked and hurriedly pushed his source qi to protect himself. At the same time, he hurriedly took out a fruit from his space ring and stuffed it into his mouth, swallowing it whole. This fruit was an emperor-grade spirit pill and was extremely valuable. It was also something he had collected in this sealed world. However, at this moment, Yang Kai couldn't care less. He was very interested in this cave, so if he wanted to explore it further, he could only eat this spirit fruit to resist the poison. After swallowing the spirit fruit and circulating his source qi, Yang Kai felt much better and continued forward. The further in he went, the more obvious the stench became. Not only that, but the poison in the air also seemed to become more and more intense. Yang Kai felt that he wouldn't be able to last much longer. He didn't know what kind of poison this was, but even he was powerless to resist it. If this poison was already so strong, wouldn't he die if he came into contact with the source of the poison? As such, he secretly decided that if he didn't find anything after a while, he would immediately retreat. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, he saw a ray of light not far in front of him. This caused his expression to brighten and he couldn't help but quicken his pace. After a short while, he suddenly arrived at an even larger cave. Inside this cave, a strange shining stone was embedded in the cave wall. Even after so many years, it still exuded a bright light, illuminating everything in this cave. Yang Kai's gaze swept around and soon fixed on a certain spot, and he couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. He found a shriveled corpse sitting on the spot. It was obvious that this corpse had been dead for many years. There was not the slightest bit of vitality in its body. Even its flesh was withered beyond recognition. It was only skin and bones. Its eyes were sunken, and its hair was messy and lusterless, like withered grass. However, the clothes he was wearing were somewhat familiar. Yang Kai looked at him for a while and immediately remembered that Yi Hen's clothes were somewhat similar to his. This caused him to raise his brow as he suddenly understood the identity of this dead person in front of him. This guy was obviously the last Thousand Leaves sect master to enter the sealed world. It was him who had brought the countless secret arts and secret techniques of Thousand Leaves sect into this place, causing the inheritance of Thousand Leaves sect to be severed. It was definitely him who had destroyed the array base platform of this sealed world, causing the entrance to close. This person was definitely the main culprit behind the decline of Thousand Leaves sect. Yang Kai didn't know why he had done this, but since he was already dead, there was no point in pursuing this matter. What's more, Yang Kai wasn't a member of Thousand Leaves sect, so he didn't need to care about this. He had only entered this sealed world to repair the array base platform, so discovering the corpse of this Thousand Leaves sect master from tens of thousands of years ago was just an accident. Thinking of this, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "I have mistakenly entered Senior's resting place and didn't mean to disturb. Please forgive me, Senior." He muttered to himself for a while before stepping forward. Yang Kai didn't know what this Thousand Leaves sect Senior was doing before he died, but he discovered a huge spirit array pattern under his buttocks that was extremely mysterious. Beside his corpse, there was also a pile of ores and other strange artifact refining materials. These materials were of extremely high grade, at least Dao source grade, and there was no lack of Emperor grade materials. If an artifact refiner was here, he would definitely be overjoyed. Yang Kai didn't have much of a reaction, because no matter how precious these materials were, they would be refined and devoured by his embodiment once they reached his hands. To him, it was only a matter of quantity. Without any hesitation, Yang Kai walked forward and quickly collected the materials scattered on the ground, throwing them all into the sealed world bead and shoving them to his embodiment, allowing it to deal with them on its own. Next, Yang Kai's gaze was attracted by the space ring on the corpse's finger. This person was definitely a master from the Emperor realm before he died, most likely a third-order Emperor realm master. Furthermore, he was the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, so how could there not be anything good in this space ring? If Yang Kai's guess was right, the lost secret arts and secret techniques of Thousand Leaves sect were definitely in this ring. Chapter 23-28. Yang Kai was quite interested in the many secret arts and secret techniques of Thousand Leaves sect. After all, they were all related to the Tao of puppetry, a part of the territory that he had never come into contact with before. Now that these secret arts and secret techniques were in front of him, Yang Kai was naturally tempted. However, he also secretly made up his mind that he would only study them for a while before returning them to Yi Hen. He had no intention of taking them for himself. Thinking so, Yang Kai held his breath and reached out to grab the ring on the corpse's finger. But at this moment, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, and an extremely uneasy feeling spread throughout his body, causing all the hairs on his body to stand on end. Instinctively, he tapped his foot and floated backwards, putting some distance between him and the corpse. In the next moment, his eyes narrowed as he saw a scene that made his soul fly out of his body. The spirit array under the corpses but suddenly hummed and bloomed with a dazzling light, as if it had been activated for some unknown reason. Immediately after, circles of runes appeared on the surface of the corpse's body, outlining a mysterious spirit array. The dried-up corpse's surface suddenly glowed with a metallic luster. Kong, the spirit array inexplicably activated and a series of crackling sounds rang out from the corpse's body. A pair of eyes that had been closed for who knows how many years suddenly opened. The pair of eyes glowed with a dark green color, like two flickering will-o'-the-wisps, causing one to feel intimidated just by looking at them. The powerful aura of the Emperor realm suddenly spread out from the corpse and hit Yang Kai like a tangible object. Yang Kai felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his chest, causing him to feel extremely stifled. He knew that the situation was bad. The corpse in front of him, which had been dead for who knows how many years, had most likely developed its own sentience. It had become a corpse spirit. Back on Shadowed Star, Yang Kai had encountered this type of monster. At that time, the corpse spirit clan had appeared out of nowhere and wreaked havoc on Shadowed Star. Countless cultivators were infected by corpse poison and transformed into one of them. In the end, it was Yang Kai who turned the tide and killed this disaster. But at that time, the most powerful corpse spirit clan member was only a 1,000-year corpse general. Their cultivation was only at the origin returning realm, which was completely incomparable to this corpse spirit. The one in front of him was a true 10,000 years corpse king. Moreover, it was the 10,000-year-old undead king of the Emperor realm. The Emperor's will that enveloped him was definitely not fake. Thinking so, Yang Kai's entire body was soaked in sweat. Knowing that the situation was not optimistic, he didn't dare hesitate, space principles swirling around his body as he tried to escape from the cave. In an instant, his figure blurred. However, before he could escape from the cave, the corpse king that had been sitting cross-legged on the ground suddenly opened its mouth and let out an extremely sharp and ruthless howl. It was unknown what kind of strange power was contained in that howl, but it rushed out in all directions and transformed into an invisible cage that suppressed this part of the world. Yang Kai's body stiffened. The blurry figure reappeared. His expression changed drastically. Knowing that his space divine technique had been easily broken by the other party, how could he dare to be careless? In a hurry, he could only rush out. The corpse king's ghostly eyes emitted a cold light as it stared at him. It opened its mouth and spat out a dark green aura. Corpse poison. Yang Kai cried out in shock, finally understanding what the stench he had smelled when he entered the cave was. That stench was obviously the corpse king's corpse poison. Only a trace of it had diffused from its body, but just a trace was enough to cause him to show signs of being poisoned and dizzy. If he accidentally inhaled a mouthful of it, he was afraid he would immediately die. Trembling in fear, Yang Kai didn't dare to breathe, fully urging his source chi to form a protective barrier around his body as he retreated like an arrow released from a bow. He was fast, but the corpse poison was not slow in the slightest, following closely behind him like a shadow. In the blink of an eye, it had caught up with him and slammed into his protective source chi. With a series of crackling sounds, the source chi on the surface of Yang Kai's body was like a snowflake under the scorching sun, melting a large hole in it. It was completely unable to resist. The corpse poison followed the gap in his defense and entangled him. How could it have such a powerful corrosive power? Yang Kai couldn't believe his eyes. At this critical moment, his eyes widened as he stretched out his hand, pushing his space force to the limit as he shouted, "Exile." Under the effect of principle, a black hole suddenly appeared in front of him, swallowing all the corpse poison. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he rushed out of the cave and returned to the mountain valley. Without waiting for him to catch his breath, a beast-like roar came from the cave. The violent and cruel aura belonging to the corpse king quickly approached, and the inside of the cave also shook, and the gravel pattered down. What kind of enmity is this? Yang Kai wore a bitter expression, knowing that he had made a fool of himself. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have gone to the cave to take a look and ended up provoking such a monster. There was no need to fight as Yang Kai knew that he was no match for the Corpse King. The only thing he could do now was to escape to the array base platform of this sealed world as soon as possible, repair it, and then teleport out. But repairing it would take time. No matter how deep his attainments in the Tao of space were, he still needed to smelt some materials to repair the sword mark. This time would be enough for the Corpse King to kill him 100 times over. This was a Corpse King transformed from the corpse of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. In the end, Kai Yang didn't know how strong he was. Kong, with a loud bang, the Corpse King's figure rushed out of the cave, the spirit array on its body constantly circulating, exuding a strange light. As soon as it appeared in front of Yang Kai, its pair of fangs exuding a cold light as it ruthlessly punched towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face turned pale. He could feel the terrifying power contained in this simple punch, but it was too late to dodge. In a hurry, he could only summon his myriad sword and pour his source chi into it as he shouted, "Myriad sword, one man holds the pass." This sword was the most powerful defensive sword of the myriad sword. Yang Kai had used it several times before, so he naturally knew how powerful it was. The sword curtain spread out, leaving behind afterimages, forming a solid barrier in front of Yang Kai. The countless sword chi was like an impregnable fortress, blocking any storm that came at Yang Kai. Kong, the Corpse King's fist smashed down, and the sword curtain that Yang Kai had used all his strength to create was like a piece of paper, unable to withstand a single blow. It was directly smashed to pieces by the fist. An indescribable power came from the front, making Yang Kai feel as if a mountain was crushing down on him. In front of this power, his second-order Tao Source Realm cultivation was as insignificant as an ant. "I'll die." This inexplicable thought appeared in Yang Kai's mind. No matter how strong his physique was, no matter how powerful his source chi was, if he really took this punch, he would die without a doubt. This was an unreasonable intuition, but Kai Yang believed in it without a doubt. At this moment of life and death, Yang Kai forced himself to circulate his space principles, allowing himself to teleport back slightly, avoiding the center of this punch's power. It wasn't that he didn't want to teleport away and completely avoid this punch, but under the suppression of his opponent's emperor intent, he was powerless. This was his limit. A loud explosion rang out, as if even space itself had been shattered. Two cracking sounds rang out from Yang Kai's body as two of his ribs were broken. He was sent flying backwards like a ragged sack, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His aura had also withered by quite a bit. With a thud, Yang Kai landed on the ground, but quickly got up, clutching his chest with his hand as a look of difficulty appeared on his face. After just one exchange of blows, Yang Kai knew that this Corpse King was ridiculously strong. If his opponent were to follow up with another attack at this time, it would definitely make his situation even worse. However, what made Yang Kai feel a little relieved was that after the Corpse King sent him flying, it actually stood in place and didn't move again. Its pair of ghastly eyes continued to flicker and its dull expression began to change, becoming more and more terrifying. What is he doing? Although Yang Kai was puzzled, this was what he wanted to see, so he hurriedly took out some healing pills from his space ring, threw them into his mouth, and took this opportunity to adjust his condition. He didn't dare to act rashly, lest his actions agitate the Corpse King and cause him to miss a good opportunity to rest. While adjusting his condition, Yang Kai also paid close attention to the Corpse King's movements. He found that after the Corpse King left the cave, the corpse poison in its body began to spread around. The vegetation in the mountain valley, which had survived for tens of thousands of years, turned yellow and withered in the blink of an eye as soon as it came into contact with the corpse poison, showing just how potent the corpse poison was. However, Yang Kai also noticed something strange, that was, this 10,000-year Corpse King didn't seem to have any consciousness. This made Yang Kai puzzled. The corpse spirits he encountered on Shadowed Star were able to think independently after just 1,000 years, so why couldn't this Corpse King who had lived for tens of thousands of years? Moreover, the array diagrams on the surface of his body were also very eye-catching. The metallic luster on his withered body was extremely strange, as if his body was really made of metal and not withered flesh and blood. Observing this, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly bulged as a creepy thought involuntarily popped up in his mind, causing him to blurt out, "A corpse puppet?" Although Yang Kai hadn't studied the Tao of puppetry much, after cultivating for so many years, he had heard some things about it. Ordinary puppets were naturally refined using various precious treasures and special techniques. The puppets in Thousand Leaves sect, as well as the ones Yang Kai encountered in the Flowing Time Temple, were all of this type. However, there was another type of puppet that wasn't refined using precious treasures, but rather the body of a cultivator. A powerful cultivator's body was the best material for refining puppets. Their compact body structure, powerful cultivation, and willpower before death were not things that could be replaced by simple precious treasures. There were some evil cultivators who were extremely keen on refining the corpses of powerhouses into puppets and controlling these puppets to kill enemies for them. Moreover, after being refined into puppets, these cultivators could still retain a large portion of their cultivation and divine abilities from when they were alive, allowing them to display extremely powerful combat strength. Chapter 23-29. This kind of evil cultivator had a strong fondness for digging up the graves of masters, because every master's corpse could be used as a source of strength in their hands. It was also because of this that this kind of cultivator was hated by everyone, no matter where they went. The technique of refining corpse puppets was definitely a forbidden technique among forbidden techniques, an existence that was not allowed to be touched. But even so, this kind of situation was unavoidable. No matter when and where, there would always be people who were willing to risk universal condemnation and go against the law. Yang Kai never imagined that a sect like Thousand Leaves sect would actually have someone who dabbled in the technique of refining corpse puppets. The fact that the corpse king in front of him had no consciousness was one thing, but more importantly, the spirit array patterns on the surface of its body, coupled with its obviously metallic body, made it obvious that this person had been refined into a corpse puppet. Furthermore, it was a corpse puppet of the Emperor Realm's level. Who could actually refine such a powerful cultivator into a corpse puppet without any consciousness? Yang Kai was extremely shocked in his heart. However, he quickly realized that something was amiss. According to Yi Hen and Yi Jinghan, the Thousand Leaves sect master of that generation had entered this sealed world by himself. After that, the entrance to the sealed world had been closed. In other words, there was no one else other than the Thousand Leaves sect master of that generation who had entered this place over the past tens of thousands of years. Yang Kai also did not find any traces of the existence of a second person. What's more, the Thousand Leaves sect master of that generation was a third-order Emperor Realm master, so who had the ability to refine him into a corpse puppet? Could it be that he had refined himself into a corpse puppet? Thinking of this, Kai Yang suddenly jumped in fright. If that was really the case, it could only mean that the Thousand Leaves sect master of that generation's attainments in the Tao of puppetry were unparalleled. Furthermore, he had an unswerving determination and willpower that surpassed ordinary people. After all, just the thought of refining himself into a corpse puppet was horrifying. How much unbearable pain must he have endured during the entire process? But for some unknown reason, the Thousand Leaves sect master of that generation seemed to have failed, causing him to fall here, and his corpse gradually became like the one in front of Yang Kai's eyes. This was only Yang Kai's conjecture. But he felt that it was not far from the truth. Just as his mind was racing, the struggling zombie suddenly turned its head and looked in the direction of Yang Kai, its ghastly eyes bursting with cold light. Yang Kai knew that something was wrong. The other party seemed to have broken free from some kind of restriction and was about to kill him. Before Yang Kai could finish his thoughts, the corpse puppet had already appeared in front of him in a flash. Once again, it swung its terrifying fist at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was scared out of his wits, even though this corpse puppet had no intelligence. His fighting style was very monotonous, and there were no changes. He only knew how to hit people with his fists. However, as the saying goes, a strong man can defeat 10 skilled men. With just one punch from him, Yang Kai was already unable to resist. That fist intent was ferocious. It was a perfect example of the strength of the Emperor realm. The vortex of energy was almost visible to the naked eye, as if it wanted to shatter the sky and turn the universe upside down. Yang Kai's scalp went numb as he shouted, "Dragon transformation." The next moment, a high-pitched dragon roar rang out as a golden dragon phantom appeared behind him. The golden dragon shook its head and swung its tail as it rushed into his body. With a cracking sound, Yang Kai's 2 arms suddenly transformed into dragon claws. His exposed skin was covered with sturdy dragon scales. Not only that, but his spine also suddenly emitted an explosive sound. Pure dragon aura spread out, and his spine was like a huge dragon that wanted to soar into the sky. Yang Kai had displayed his dragon transformation secret technique to the extreme. He had refined the dragon scale, dragon bone, and dragon bead, 3 secret artifacts of the dragon body. Coupled with his incomparably powerful physique, his strength rose sharply. But this was not the end. At the same time as he displayed his dragon transformation, Yang Kai also urged his 5 elements indestructible sword qi. In an instant, a 5-colored light bloomed around his body as the power of the 5 elements surged out. His hands crossed in front of him as he assumed a defensive posture. He didn't dare to attack. In front of his opponent's powerful strength, Kai Yang felt like he was a small boat in a storm, swaying unsteadily. The violent winds and waves could capsize him at any time. Kong, the corpse puppet's fist smashed down, causing Yang Kai to feel as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire body trembled as a cracking sound rang out from his arms. Both of his dragon claws were broken and twisted beyond recognition. At the same time, his body was sent flying by a powerful force, making his already unhealed injuries even worse. This was the result of him activating his dragon transformation secret technique to defend himself. If he had been caught off guard, Yang Kai estimated that he would have been reduced to dust in an instant. He thoroughly experienced the strength of this corpse puppet in front of him. Flying in the air, Yang Kai endured the piercing pain, gritted his teeth, and shouted, "Come out." As soon as his words fell, a huge figure descended from the sky and landed on the ground with a rumbling sound, shaking the earth. The embodiment appeared. As soon as he appeared, before he could figure out where he was and what danger Yang Kai had encountered, his whole body stiffened. He could feel the violent aura emanating from the corpse puppet, which was so powerful that it almost made him lose his will to fight. However, every time he appeared, it was when Yang Kai was facing a strong enemy, so he recovered from the shock in an instant. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Yang Kai, who was flying through the air, in the palm of his hand. Cough cough. Yang Kai knelt on the palm of the embodiment, constantly coughing up blood, his face pale. Master. Lu Yen also appeared with the embodiment. At first sight of Yang Kai's miserable appearance, her beautiful face turned pale and she immediately came to Yang Kai's side and helped him up with concern. What the hell is this? The embodiment's eyes widened as he stared in horror at the source of the corpse puppet, who was as small as an ant but whom he didn't dare to underestimate. His voice trembled slightly. Corpse puppet. Yang Kai stood up and explained, a third-order Emperor Realm corpse puppet. What? The embodiment and Lu Yen both paled, their souls fluctuating violently. After a long while, the embodiment said bitterly, "How did you provoke this monster?" "It's a long story." Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he shook his wrist. With 2 crisp cracking sounds, his dislocated wrist was reconnected. Looking down, the flesh on his wrist was torn apart, and the white bones could be clearly seen. It was obvious how much damage the corpse puppet's punch had caused him. Fortunately, he had the dragon transformation secret technique and 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, and with the help of his strong physique and golden blood, such injuries were not enough to affect him. "It's coming!" the embodiment suddenly shouted. As he spoke, the corpse puppet leaped up from where he stood, rushed in front of the embodiment, and threw a punch at him. The difference between the corpse puppet and the embodiment was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was as insignificant as a blade of grass in front of a big tree. But the punch made the embodiment take it seriously. He didn't dare to underestimate it in the slightest. At this critical moment, he also threw a punch forward. The huge fist collided with the small figure, producing an earth-shattering sound. The force of the explosion swept out and created a violent wind. The body of the embodiment flew back like a mountain. It danced in the air for a while, looking very clumsy. After taking a direct hit from the embodiment, the corpse puppet was obviously not unscathed. It crashed into the mountain wall behind it at a speed faster than the embodiment and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After a short while, there was a loud bang and a human-shaped hole was smashed into the mountain wall. The corpse puppet was embedded in it. With the corpse puppet as the center, countless cracks like a spider web appeared around the mountain wall, and gravel fell down. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air, unable to believe his eyes. He was well aware of just how powerful the Avatar was. The Avatar was born by fusing with an entire floating continent. Even though the floating continent wasn't very large, it still possessed the power of a world and its own essence. In other words, every blow of the embodiment was the power of a world. With his current strength, he could easily kill the Emperor Realm if he were hit head-on. But the corpse puppet didn't suffer much damage after taking a blow and was only knocked into the mountain wall. How tough was the corpse puppet's body? Not only that, his blow actually sent the embodiment flying. This kind of power was enough to destroy the world. Lu Yen! Yang Kai shouted. Lu Yen already knew what to do without his instructions. Her delicate body swayed and turned into the form of a fire bird. She spread her wings and pounced in front of the corpse puppet. After a crisp cry, she opened her mouth and spat out raging flames toward the corpse puppet. Lu Yan's flames were extremely complicated. There was her own earth core fire, heavenly thunder fire, blue ice fire, real sun fire, and many other strange flames. There was also the Holy Spirit Wan Feng's world-extinguishing black flame mixed in. Her flames were extremely dangerous. With a single mouthful, the mountain wall melted, turning into red magma. Steam rose from it as it slid downwards. The embodiment's world force punch couldn't do anything to the corpse puppet, but Lu Yan's flames seemed to have caused a lot of damage to it. Soon, a series of low growls and roars came from the raging flames, as if it was in great pain. Immediately afterward, an angry roar rang out, and a dark green light emerged from the flames, pushing forward against the flames. Yang Kai was shocked. He found that the corpse puppet was spitting out corpse poison, which was on par with Lu Yan's flames. Not only that, it seemed to be even stronger. For a moment, the green corpse poison and the red flames collided in mid-air and were in a stalemate. But Yang Kai knew that this was just a temporary illusion. Once the corpse puppet broke free, Lu Yan would be no match for it. Although she followed him and had many adventures, she was still too weak. Even if a third-order Emperor Realm corpse puppet had lost its consciousness, it wasn't something she could deal with. Yang Kai secretly rejoiced that this corpse puppet had lost its mind. Otherwise, with its cultivation and the divine technique it had mastered before its death, even if the three of them attacked it together, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. Chapter 23:30. No. Yang Kai suddenly realized something, and his expression changed slightly. A real corpse puppet should have some divine technique or secret technique from when it was alive, but Yang Kai hadn't seen the corpse puppet in front of him use any powerful techniques. All of its attacks were straightforward, and it only used its fists to attack. If it was forced into a corner, it would only spit out corpse poison. It didn't seem to have the powerful characteristics of a corpse puppet. This corpse puppet is flawed. Yang Kai suddenly understood. In other words, this corpse puppet was only a half-finished product, a failed product that hadn't been refined to its peak. Thinking about it, no matter how powerful a cultivator was, even if they were a third-order Emperor Realm Master, the pain and torture they would have to endure while refining themselves into a corpse puppet would be unbearable. The slightest mistake would result in the failure of the refinement. Yang Kai guessed that the Thousand Leaves sect master back then hadn't perfected the refinement process, resulting in him becoming a failed product. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's spirits rose. If it was a real third-order Emperor Realm corpse puppet, he wouldn't have any chance of winning, but if it was just a failed product, a flawed one, then he might have a chance of winning. All he needed to do was find the corpse puppet's weakness and attack it. Thinking of this, Yang Kai hurriedly shouted, "You guys pin him down and buy me some time." After saying this, Yang Kai immediately activated his demon eye of annihilation and carefully observed the corpse puppet. A golden light blossomed from his left eye, as if it could see through the surface of an object, into its depths, and into its structure. Although Lu Yen and the embodiment didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do, they were able to glean some information from his tone. At that moment, Lu Yen spared no effort in urging his special flame to burn the corpse puppet. It was in a stalemate with the corpse poison he spat out. The embodiment, who had been sent flying, turned around again. This time, he didn't dare to rush towards the corpse puppet. Instead, he clenched his hand downwards, and in an instant, the principles of earth spread out. The soil under his feet seemed to have turned into a liquid, slowly flowing and rotating. It was pulled up by him. In the blink of an eye, a towering earth spear appeared in his hand. Although the earth spear was purely made of the soil here, it was not inferior to a Tao Source-grade artifact due to the world principles entwined around it. The embodiment held the earth spear and threw it forward with all his might. Boom! A vacuum visible to the naked eye appeared in the void, and it hit the corpse puppet directly. Accompanied by the dull sound of metal colliding, sparks flew from the corpse puppet's body. But this kind of attack. Surprisingly, it only left a small dent on the corpse puppet's body. It didn't penetrate him completely. So hard? The embodiment turned pale with fright. He knew how powerful his attack was. It was definitely a move that could severely injure the Emperor Realm, but it didn't do anything to Shirgui. It showed how tough Shirgui's body was. This corpse puppet's physical body was even better than an Emperor-grade defensive artifact. If even such an attack couldn't hurt him, how were they going to fight this battle? The Avatar could not help but have a headache. It seemed that the attack had ignited the Shir puppet's anger. When the earth spear smashed into his body and disintegrated, the corpse puppet let out a furious roar and spat out even more corpse poison. The stalemate between the corpse puppet and Lu Yen was broken in an instant. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the dark green corpse poison was suppressing Lu Yen at an extremely fast speed. Lu Yan's flames were unable to resist at all. Seeing this, the embodiment's expression changed greatly. He gritted his teeth and reached out to the void. In the next moment, a huge battle axe suddenly appeared in his hand. A thick and dark evil aura lingered on it, as if it could arouse the evil and negative emotions in the deepest part of one's heart. It made one shudder. The demonic battle axe. This was the ancient great demon's demon Tao battle weapon. It was filled with dense demon chi and had already developed its own sentience. After being dragged into the sealed world bead by Yang Kai, it had been placed under the care of the embodiment. At some point, the embodiment had actually refined it. However, it seemed that the embodiment had not fully refined it yet. As soon as the demonic battle axe appeared, the embodiment's two eyes trembled violently and turned blood red. They were full of cruelty and violence. Obviously, he was affected by the ancient demonic chi. The dark aura wrapped around the embodiment's thick arm like a living creature and continued to spread to other parts of his body, gradually turning him black. With the battle axe in hand, the embodiment's aura suddenly swelled. At this moment, he seemed to have incarnated into the ancient great demon, standing proudly and looking down on the world. The world energy in the entire sealed world hummed and vibrated, and the world laws became chaotic. This turn of events left Kai Yang dumbfounded. He had no idea when the embodiment began to refine the battle axe. However, looking at the embodiment's appearance, he knew that he had to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, once the demonic chi completely turned the embodiment black, the embodiment would become a puppet controlled by the battle axe. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai did not dare to be distracted and focused more on observing the corpse puppet's weakness. On the other side, the embodiment had raised the battle axe high and aimed it at the corpse puppet. The corpse puppet seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. It struggled and roared on the mountain wall, trying to escape. Before it could do anything, the embodiment had already chopped down with the axe. The axe was like an antelope hanging its horn, leaving no trace behind. However, this axe seemed to have traveled from ancient times, shattering space and time, causing the world to change color and the universe to become chaotic. The huge axe shadow chopped straight at the corpse puppet. Hong long long, the mountain wall was directly split apart, and a huge crack that was like a heavenly chasm appeared. Everywhere the axe shadow passed, a violent power raged, and the earth was plowed open. Gullies crisscrossed, and the space was in chaos. Lu Yen had already escaped far away, but the chaotic and powerful vortex of power behind her was still pulling her in, as if it was going to swallow her. In a hurry, Lu Yen had to transform into her human form again and shake her delicate body to get out. After this blow, the embodiment's towering momentum suddenly withered, and it stood on the spot, on the verge of collapse. It could be seen that this blow had consumed an incomparable amount of his strength. Not only that, the black chi wrapped around its arms suddenly spread to its body at an extremely fast speed. I miscalculated. The embodiment did not expect that using the demonic battle axe would consume so much of his strength. If he had known this, he would not have used the demonic weapon at this time. The price of underestimating the demonic battle axe was that the ancient demonic chi would take advantage of it. At the critical moment, Yang Kai flashed and arrived in front of the embodiment. Looking at each other, there was no need for communication. They knew what each other was thinking. In the next moment, Yang Kai's divine sense surged and put the embodiment and the battle axe into the small sealed world, next to the medicine garden. At this moment, the embodiment needed to use the golden and silver sealing power of the Tatsang tree to suppress the demonic chi. There was no other way. Lu Yan's delicate body shook and came to Yang Kai's side. Her beautiful eyes stared into the distance and she said worriedly, "Master." Without the support of the embodiment, she was unable to restrain the powerful corpse puppet alone, so she could not help but feel a little worried. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Don't worry, I have found its weakness." Hearing this, Lu Yen relaxed a little. In front of them, in the huge gully, the corpse puppet fell on its back. Although the shocking blow drained the embodiment's strength, the corpse puppet naturally could not be left unscathed after paying such a huge price. After he stood up with difficulty, Lu Yen found a huge wound on the corpse puppet's body. The wound directly extended from the shoulder blade down to the thigh. The flesh and blood of the wound were overturned and the corpse poison was spreading. There was no blood, but the white bones inside could be seen. And in a certain position, there seemed to be an extremely dense spirit array, flashing with a bright light. Lu Yen immediately understood that this was the center of all the spirit arrays in the corpse puppet's body. If this place could be destroyed, the corpse puppet would no longer be able to move. Previously, because of the corpse puppet's strong body, she could not see the situation inside its body, but the embodiment's blow directly exposed this weakness. It could be said that the embodiment's blow was the greatest. Step back a little. As Yang Kai spoke, he had already rushed straight towards the corpse puppet. Although the corpse puppet seemed to be seriously injured, Yang Kai still did not dare to be careless. The corpse puppet was a lifeless puppet, so no matter how serious its injury was, as long as its weakness was not destroyed, it would not affect its combat strength. If Yang Kai made a slight mistake, he would be doomed eternally. Halfway through, his hand moved slightly, and a light blue bead the size of a pigeon egg appeared between his two fingers. The bead looked unremarkable, but there was a thin, hair-like electric arc pulsating slightly inside it. Annihilation Thunder Bead. One of the two Emperor artifacts left behind by Yang Yen. Since coming to the star boundary, Yang Kai had not used the Annihilation Thunder Bead. Firstly, it was because he did not dare to casually expose it, and secondly, it was because there were no strong enemies that required him to use this Emperor artifact. But the corpse puppet was definitely qualified. So, he was prepared to directly use this trump card to cripple the corpse puppet. Along the way, Yang Kai waited solemnly, but the corpse puppet seemed to have been stunned by the embodiment's blow and was unable to get up for a long time. By the time he sat up shakily, Yang Kai had already arrived at a suitable place and did not hesitate to pour his source chi into the Annihilation Thunder Bead. The Annihilation Thunder Bead was different from other Emperor artifacts. Yang Kai could use it when he was still an origin returning realm cultivator, but the power of this Emperor artifact was directly linked to the user's cultivation. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the power of this Emperor artifact. When he was an origin returning realm cultivator, Yang Kai could destroy an origin king with all his strength, but now that he was a second-order Dao source realm cultivator, the power he could display was no longer the same. As soon as he pushed his source chi, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He felt that the Annihilation Thunder Bead in his hand had suddenly turned into a bottomless pit. An extremely strong suction force came from it, as if it was finally nourished after countless years of starvation, greedily swallowing Yang Kai's source chi. Yang Kai was shocked, but he did not dare to interrupt and could only grit his teeth and endure. Chapter 23:31. His source chi was rapidly draining away at a speed beyond Yang Kai's imagination. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai felt himself completely exhausted. I knew it would be like this. Yang Kai's face was bitter. Every time he used the Annihilation Thunder Bead before, he would exhaust himself. This was also the biggest reason why Yang Kai did not use it so easily. Using the Annihilation Thunder Bead was a one-time deal. It was either success or death. It was his final trump card. Perhaps when his cultivation increased and he could freely use the power of the Annihilation Thunder Bead, this situation would improve. But right now, he could not. After draining Yang Kai of his source chi, the lightning arcs bouncing on the surface of the lightning bead became more agile, as if they had their own spirituality. It was extremely mysterious. And from the seemingly weak lightning arcs, a bone-chilling might could be felt. Let's see if you die now. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted. His divine sense surged as he summoned the Annihilation Thunder Bead. Asterisk chi, asterisk a soft crackling sound rang out as a thin arc of lightning suddenly appeared and struck the corpse puppet. Asterisk kacha, asterisk deafening sounds rang out continuously. The corpse puppet was visibly convulsing from being electrocuted. The surface of his body was filled with lightning, and in the blink of an eye, a huge pool of lightning was formed where he was standing. Countless arcs of lightning shuttled back and forth on his body, destroying it. An extremely unpleasant smell spread out, making people feel nauseous. After a short while, the lightning dissipated and the corpse puppet fell on his back, a cloud of smoke rising from his body. Seeing this, Yang Kai breathed a long sigh of relief. His body swayed and he almost fell. A soft body leaned over from behind and supported him. It was Lu Yen. I'm fine. I just used too much energy and need to recover. Yang Kai did not wait for Lu Yen to speak before he sat down shakily. His body was sore and weak. If someone attacked him at this time, let alone a Dao Source Realm cultivator, even an origin returning realm cultivator would not be able to fight back. Then I'll stand guard for Master. Lu Yen said. His body suddenly stiffened. What's wrong? Yang Kai noticed something was wrong and quickly asked. But before Lu Yen could answer, his eyes widened in horror. This was because he saw that the corpse puppet that had fallen to the ground suddenly stood up straight. It kept roaring, and its violent aura became more and more vigorous. He's not dead yet? Yang Kai's face changed. He couldn't believe his eyes. The Annihilation Lightning Bead was definitely the strongest attack he could unleash, but even that couldn't kill this corpse puppet. From this, one could see how powerful it was. Although Yang Kai still had other tricks up his sleeve, how could he use them now that he was so weak? As far as the eye could see, the surface of the corpse puppet's body was incomparably tattered. Its withered flesh was charred, and the various array diagrams inscribed on its brand had dimmed considerably. The weakness that Yang Kai found before was also completely destroyed. This should be the core of the corpse puppet's formation diagram. After it was destroyed, the corpse puppet should no longer be able to move, but why was it still able to stand up? In his panic, Yang Kai suddenly saw a strange spot on the corpse puppet's chest. His eyes trembled as he smiled bitterly. Because there was still a core array diagram emitting light. It was because of this backup core array diagram that the corpse puppet had not lost its ability to fight. Master. Lu Yen was also frightened. Facing such a powerful enemy, without the help of Yang Kai and the embodiment, she couldn't contend with him with her strength alone. But she soon calmed down and said with a determined expression, "Master, you go first. I'll delay him for a while." She felt that as long as she gave Yang Kai some time, Yang Kai should be able to repair the array base platform and leave this sealed world. As she spoke, she flashed in front of Yang Kai, looking like she was going to protect Yang Kai even if she had to die. Yang Kai reached out and tugged at her. Lu Yen turned back and smiled sadly. This servant has been treated sincerely by Master for so many years. It's not a waste for this servant to come to this world. Please take care of yourself in the future. Don't be so sad. Yang Kai's nose twitched, but he still smiled and said, "It's not certain who will live and who will die." Lu Yan's beautiful eyes lit up. Does Master still have a trick up his sleeve? Yang Kai didn't speak. Instead, he reached out and took out something that looked like a spirit pill. He stuffed it into Lu Yan's hand and said, "Activate its power. If you can't, we'll hide in the sealed world bead and conserve our strength." This is. Lu Yan looked at the spirit pill in her hand and her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up as she whispered, "An Emperor Authority bead?" Yes, this is an Emperor Authority bead that seals the power of the Flowing Time Great Emperor's attack. Although I don't know when the Great Emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor refined it, it should be quite powerful. Give it a try. This Emperor Authority bead was something Yang Kai had exchanged for an extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm. It definitely contained the full power of the Great Emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, but Yang Kai didn't know how powerful this attack was. An Emperor Authority bead was different from an Emperor artifact like the Annihilation Thunder bead. It was a one-time use item. Yang Kai hadn't been willing to use it until now, but in this situation, he had no choice but to use it. With the Emperor Authority bead in hand, Lu Yan calmed down all of a sudden. Taking a light breath, she held the Emperor Authority bead in her hand and poured all her strength into it. On the other side, the corpse puppet seemed to be a little stiff after standing up again. It was obvious that the attack from the Annihilation Thunder bead had affected it greatly. As if it had sensed something, the corpse puppet let out a low roar and rushed towards Lu Yan like an arrow. Before it even got close, the strong stench of a corpse had already filled the air and a cold murderous intent wrapped around Lu Yan. Lu Yan's tender body trembled slightly, but she remained unmoved. She continued to pour her strength into the Emperor Authority bead. The distance between the two rapidly closed, and even Yang Kai was sweating profusely. He held the sealed world bead in his hand, ready to take Lu Yan to hide in it at any time. Seeing the corpse puppet leaping towards Lu Yan finally made her move. She flicked the Emperor Authority bead in her hand and it immediately turned into a stream of light that flew towards the corpse puppet. The corpse puppet threw a punch, shattering the Emperor Authority bead with a power that could shatter space. However, a mysterious power suddenly emerged from the shattered Emperor Authority bead, transforming into principal strength that instantly wrapped around the corpse puppet. Under the influence of this power, the corpse puppet seemed to have been hit by a body immobilization spell. It fell straight down from the sky and plunged into the ground. Kong. the mysterious principal strength suddenly spread out in all directions. In the valley, all the plants that had withered due to the corpse poison seemed to have been replenished with vitality at this moment and came back to life. In an instant, the valley was filled with lush greenery. Not only that, but this mysterious power also spread far into the distance. Wherever it passed, all the trees swayed and sent out a message of joy. Yang Kai and Lu Yen were also enveloped by this power. That kind of power flowed through his limbs and bones and into his body, causing the weak Kai Yang to feel as if he had been injected with vitality. In an instant, he became full of vigor, and even the injuries he had suffered from the corpse puppet had recovered in a very short period of time. This is... Lu Yan's beautiful eyes widened and she cried out. The law of spring. Yang Kai was also shocked to the extreme. His eyes lit up as he understood the source of this law. He did not dare to neglect and quickly began to comprehend it. This was the principal strength comprehended by the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. It was incomparably profound. Once the Emperor Authority bead appeared, it was equivalent to the flowing time Great Emperor personally striking a blow. If Yang Kai could use this opportunity to comprehend it, he would be able to gain a lot. At this moment, Yang Kai did not even care about what would happen to the corpse puppet as he immersed himself in the mysterious principal strength. The law of spring spread out, returning the valley to a lush green, but in the blink of an eye, an unbearably hot aura enveloped the valley. It was as if one had suddenly entered the dog days of summer, and the faint sound of cicadas could be heard. Under the scorching sun, the scorching heat was unbearable. The law of summer. Yang Kai understood and felt more and more that this was an opportunity that he could not miss. Inside the valley, a bleak autumn wind suddenly blew. The maple leaves were dyed red, and the ground was covered in fallen leaves. The fragrance of melons and fruits were ripe, and the pleasant smell of harvest rushed out. The law of autumn. The cold wind suddenly whistled, and the surroundings suddenly became bitterly cold. As far as the eye could see, it seemed to be covered in white snow, wrapped in silver. In the biting cold of winter, even the most cold-resistant ferocious beasts shrank in their caves, not daring to go out easily. The law of winter. The four principles resonated with each other and were closely connected. Year after year, the cycle continued, forming an extremely special power that lingered in the valley, causing one to lose track of time. It felt as if it was only an instant, but also as if it was tens of thousands of years. Yang Kai was completely immersed in it, unable to extricate himself for a long time. Under the influence of the four seasons, he constantly witnessed the intersection of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, completely forgetting where he was and what he was doing. He only knew that if he missed this opportunity, it would definitely be his loss. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yang Kai's body shook with a crisp cracking sound. The meridians and dantian in his body suddenly expanded, and source qi gushed out like a surging river, rapidly flowing through his meridians. An extremely powerful aura spread out in all directions with him as the center. He had advanced. He had actually advanced to the third-order Tao source realm. The commotion caused by his advancement caused Yang Kai to snap back to reality. He immediately saw the corpse puppet sitting cross-legged not far away, and everything he had experienced earlier suddenly appeared in his mind. His expression changed drastically as he stood up and stared warily at the motionless corpse puppet. Master! Lu Yen hurriedly called out when he saw Yang Kai's expression change. How long has it been? Yang Kai frowned and asked in surprise. What do you mean how long has it been? Lu Yen looked confused. How long has it been since you struck out the Emperor Authority bead? Lu Yen was puzzled. Just now, after I struck out the Emperor Authority bead, Master sat down, and then, you suddenly broke through. Just now? Yang Kai's mouth fell open. He clearly felt like a long time had passed, but why did Lu Yen mean that it had only been a short while? He was shocked and immediately realized that he had been affected by the power of the four seasons and was hallucinating. Chapter 23-32. The Four Seasons Force was a divine technique comprehended by the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. Once the divine technique was used, the four seasons would overlap and the sea would change into mulberry fields. This was a kind of time principle strength that was completely different from the space principle Yang Kai comprehended. However, the time principle was the same as the space principle in that it was extremely obscure and difficult to comprehend. Any martial artist who could have some attainments in this kind of power would have great achievements. Yang Kai originally thought that the flowing time Great Emperor of the Great Emperors had only comprehended the Four Seasons divine technique, but now it seemed that he was wrong. The Great Emperors had comprehended the true essence of the time principle, which had long surpassed the concept of the Four Seasons. The Emperor Authority Bead was a treasure refined by the Great Emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor when he was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. A single blow from the Emperor Authority Bead was equivalent to a blow from the flowing time Great Emperor of the Third-Order Emperor Realm. Even a real Third-Order Emperor Realm Master would have no chance of surviving such a blow. The time principle strength could allow one to experience the passage of an extremely long period of time in an instant. If it hit a living person, wouldn't it cause the principles of time to age instantly? For example, Yang Kai felt like he had experienced several years of cultivation just now, breaking through from the second-order Dao source realm to the third-order Dao source realm. This was the accumulation of time. Although it was only a blink of an eye in reality, several years had passed in his consciousness. Yang Kai couldn't imagine how powerful the flowing time Great Emperor of the Great Emperors were at their peak. As he thought about it, he suddenly became excited. Because he had obtained 3 beads in the Four Seasons realm, the bead of spring, the bead of summer, and the bead of autumn. Based on his guess, there should be another bead of winter. But the Four Seasons realm experience ended too quickly, so he didn't know where the bead of winter was, let alone where to find it. Now, it seemed that the 3 beads all contained a trace of the principles of time. If he collected all the Four Seasons beads, he might be able to reproduce the divine technique of the flowing time Great Emperor and obtain the inheritance of the Great Emperors of the Great Emperors. The inheritance of the Great Emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor was different from the heaven-devouring Great Emperor of the Great Emperors of the world. As for the heaven-devouring battle law, Yang Kai didn't dare to cultivate it at all. After obtaining it, he handed it over to the embodiment to handle. Facts proved that this decision was correct. According to the embodiment, the heaven-devouring battle law was indeed powerful, but the side effects of cultivating it were not small. If not for the embodiment's special body that could refine all kinds of impurities and wash away the negative effects, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to cultivate it. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique had already restrained him. But if he could obtain the inheritance of the Great Emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor, the benefits to Yang Kai would not be small. Understanding the principles of time and controlling the Four Seasons force, Yang Kai would be able to reach a higher realm in a shorter time. Because under the principles of time, 1 year of cultivation for him might be equivalent to 10 or even 100 years of cultivation for others. Yang Kai's heart was burning with passion. But when he thought of the missing bead of winter, it was like a bucket of cold water was poured over Yang Kai's heart. He didn't know when the Four Seasons realm would open again. Even if it opened again, he would definitely not be a Dao Source realm cultivator. It would be impossible for him to enter again. In other words, he probably had no hope of finding the bead of winter, gathering the Four Seasons force, and reproducing the divine technique of the flowing time Great Emperor of the Great Emperors. Master, that guy isn't dead yet. Lu Yan's exclamation suddenly rang in Yang Kai's ears. Impossible. Yang Kai was startled awake. He had used the Annihilation Thunder Bead in this battle. He had used the Emperor Authority Bead, 2 of his trump cards, and the embodiment had even used the Demonic Armament Battle Axe. Even if there was a third-order Emperor Realm Master here, there would be nothing left of him. No matter how powerful a corpse puppet was, it was impossible for it to still be alive. So when he heard Lu Yan's words, he didn't believe it at all. But when he looked over, Yang Kai was stunned. Not far in front of him, the battered corpse puppet had sat down cross-legged at some point. Probably under the influence of the principles of time, the corpse puppet's body, which was already dry and devoid of water, had now become extremely pale, like flour. When Yang Kai looked over, pieces of flesh were still falling from its body, turning into ashes before they could even touch the ground. In a short while, the corpse puppet had turned into a half-skeleton state, revealing its white bones. The principles of time were indeed powerful. Previously, he had used all his methods, but only the Annihilation Thunder Bead could injure the corpse puppet. But when the Emperor Authority Bead was used, the corpse puppet's body was damaged to such a state. This was definitely not a result of pure strength, but the influence of the principles. The principles of time flowed silently in the corpse puppet's body, allowing it to experience the passage of tens of thousands of years. No matter how strong its body was, it would still be destroyed if it wasn't nourished. Yang Kai could clearly see that the various spirit arrays in the corpse puppet's body had all dimmed and could no longer operate. However, Lu Yen was right. This guy wasn't dead yet, because its pair of green, ghostly fire-like eyes were constantly twitching, as if it was in a struggle. From time to time, it would growl in a low voice. Yang Kai's hair stood on end and he secretly became vigilant, afraid that the corpse puppet would suddenly attack at the last moment. He could see that even if the corpse puppet wasn't dead, it was an arrow at the end of its flight. As long as he delayed for a while, the corpse puppet would definitely die. So Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to leave. Now that he had suddenly advanced to the third-order Dao source realm, his source chi had been restored, and his injuries had healed. Even if the corpse puppet tried to do something, he was confident that he could avoid it. Yang Kai didn't move, and Lu Yen also stood beside him without saying a word, a vigilant light flashing in her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, the corpse puppet's eyes twitched violently for a while and it let out a fierce roar from its throat, as if it was fighting against something. Soon, the green eyes stabilized and the corpse puppet's ferocious and terrifying expression gradually eased. The ghostly fire-like eyes flickered with a spiritual light, and it looked around blankly. When it saw Yang Kai, it fixed its gaze on him. "Master!" Lu Yen called out in a low voice and put on a fighting posture, ready to fight at any time. Kai Yang furrowed his brows as he locked gazes with the corpse puppet. Suddenly, a thought that he couldn't believe emerged from the depths of his heart. Immediately, he cupped his fists and shouted, "Junior Kai Yang greets Senior." "Master, you're..." Lu Yen looked at Yang Kai in surprise, not knowing what he was going to do. At first glance, this corpse puppet had no spiritual intelligence. It only knew how to fight fiercely under the control of the spirit array in its body and had no self-awareness at all. What was the point of Yang Kai doing this? But what she didn't expect was that after Yang Kai finished speaking, the corpse puppet sitting cross-legged on the ground actually opened and closed its mouth a few times, making a few difficult sounds with difficulty. It was just that because the corpse puppet's body was badly damaged, Lu Yen couldn't understand what it was saying at all. Even so, Lu Yen was completely stunned. Because the corpse puppet actually responded to Yang Kai. Didn't this mean that the corpse puppet had its own spiritual intelligence? If that was the case, why hadn't there been any signs before? On the other side, the corpse puppet was still trying to make a sound. After a long time, it finally succeeded, but the sound was hoarse and unpleasant to the ears. "Are you a disciple of Thousand Leaves sect?" It was just a simple sentence, but it almost exhausted all of the corpse puppet's strength. After speaking, he actually gasped for breath. Lu Yen didn't know what use breathing would be in his current state. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, feeling more and more certain that his guess was correct. He quickly replied, "This junior is not." The corpse puppet asked, "If you're not, then why are you here?" Perhaps because of that one sentence, the corpse puppet's expression became smoother and clearer. Yang Kai said, "This junior was entrusted by the current Thousand Leaves sect master to repair the space transmission array here." Hearing this, the corpse puppet tried hard to recall for a long time before he sadly said, "Yes, the array base platform was destroyed by this king." He paused and asked in surprise, "You can repair it? Are you proficient in the Tao of space?" "I know a little," Yang Kai replied implicitly. However, the corpse puppet knew that Yang Kai was being modest. Being able to enter this sealed world when the array base platform here was destroyed was not something that could be done with just a little knowledge. It was clear that Yang Kai had extremely high attainments in the Tao of space. The corpse puppet didn't intend to pursue the matter. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Could Senior be the last 1,000 Leaves sect master to enter this place? Yang Kai had already guessed this when he saw the spirituality in the corpse puppet's eyes. When he heard the corpse puppet admit that he was the one who destroyed the array base platform, Yang Kai was immediately certain. The corpse puppet in front of him was definitely that generation's 1,000 Leaves sect master. The corpse puppet gently nodded, the bones in his neck cracking. Yang Kai trembled in fear, afraid that the corpse puppet's head would fall off just like that. The corpse puppet said, "This king is Yi Chong. Senior is still alive." Although he had already guessed this, Yang Kai was still extremely shocked. Yi Chong was the last 1,000 Leaves sect master to enter this sealed world, a third-order emperor realm master. Yi Chong said, "It's just a remnant soul." This king used his own body to refine a puppet and failed to enter the Tao, so this king died. Only a remnant soul was left in this body, waiting for the descendants of 1,000 Leaves sect to come here. Yang Kai nodded. Just as he was about to ask something, Yi Chong said, "I don't have much time left. The reason why I was able to wake up was because you destroyed this body. Although I'm not sure how you managed to do this with your strength, I don't have time to ask. This king needs your help. Please speak, Senior. Since this generation's descendant of the Yi family has invited you here to repair the space array, it shows that you are a trustworthy person. I want you to bring this space ring to this generation's 1,000 Leaves sect master." As Yi Chong spoke, he trembled as he took off the space ring on his finger. With a light flick, he shot it towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai reached out and caught it, immediately feeling a desolate and ancient aura lingering on his hand. This was a space ring from tens of thousands of years ago. Yang Kai could faintly guess what good things were inside. The various secret arts and secret techniques of 1,000 Leaves sect that Yi Hen and his daughter had mentioned were definitely inside this space ring. Yi Chong said, "This king has engraved his brand on this space ring. Only a member of my Yi family can refine it with the power of their bloodline and open it. Any violent method of opening it will damage this space ring." Chapter 2333. Yang Kai immediately knew that Yi Chong didn't completely trust him and was afraid that he would covet the treasures in the ring, which was why he had placed a bloodline seal on the ring. Of course, Yi Chong wasn't targeting him. This seal must have been placed tens of thousands of years ago. Even though he understood, Yang Kai still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Yi Chong had clearly come to ask for his help in handing over something, yet he was acting like he was guarding against a thief. Who would feel comfortable? However, Yang Kai didn't show it and simply took the ring. "Rest assured, Senior. I will definitely hand it over to Sect Master Yi." "Very good, very good." Yi Chong breathed a sigh of relief, as if a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. "Of course, this king won't let you help for free." Hearing this, Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help but light up. He knew that Yi Chong was going to give him some benefits, so he immediately looked forward to it. Yi Chong didn't immediately say what benefits he would give Yang Kai. He just stared thoughtfully at Lu Yen beside him, his green eyes flashing with a complicated light. Even though Lu Yen was just an artifact spirit, he still felt a little scared by Yi Chong's stare and couldn't help but hide behind Yang Kai. Yi Chong was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Even if he was an arrow at the end of its flight, who knew what he could do? After a long time, Yi Chong seemed to have made up his mind and said, "You can enter the cave that this king was in before. Perhaps you can find an opportunity there." Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Please tell me, Senior." Yi Chong said, "When the opportunity arrives, you will know. If it doesn't, it's useless to ask." Yang Kai's face darkened. Yi Chong's words were the same as not saying anything. since Yi Chong wanted to give him some benefits. Yi Chong didn't generously point it out and instead kept it to himself, which made him seem too petty. However, Yi Chong was still an old senior from tens of thousands of years ago, so Yang Kai couldn't be bothered to squabble with him, nor was he interested in thanking him. For Yang Kai, this trip was only to help Thousand Leaves sect repair the space array. It was only a coincidence that he was able to talk to Yi Chong. Yang Kai didn't intend to take the ring for himself. Of course, if Yi Chong hadn't placed a bloodline restriction on the ring, he would have studied it before returning it to Yi Hen. He was also very interested in the Tao of puppetry. But now, with the restriction of his bloodline, Yang Kai naturally couldn't check what was inside the ring. If he did, he might suffer some kind of backlash. Yi Chong was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so who knew what kind of dangerous traps he might have left behind in the bloodline seal? Just as Yang Kai was silently cursing, Yi Chong suddenly asked, "How long has it been?" Yang Kai frowned and said, "I don't know the exact age, but it should be tens of thousands of years." Tens of thousands of years. Yi Chong was stunned for a moment before he smiled bitterly. Then, how is Thousand Leaves sect doing now? How many experts are there in the sect? Yang Kai said, "If senior is a Tao querying source realm expert, there are indeed quite a few. As for the Emperor realm, not a single one." Yi Chong sighed, "This king has wronged the sect." His tone was filled with deep self-blame and regret. Back then, if he hadn't been so headstrong and self-opinionated, bringing all the secret arts and secret techniques into the sealed world in order to comprehend and refine himself into a puppet, Thousand Leaves sect wouldn't have become what it was today. In the end, he failed. The moment he failed, he knew that he was wrong. He had underestimated the authority of the heavenly way, thinking that he would definitely succeed. He had predicted the decline of Thousand Leaves sect, so he did his best to leave a remnant soul in the corpse puppet. Tens of thousands of years later, Yang Kai arrived. Seeing him like this, Yang Kai didn't know what to say. After Yi Chong sighed, his head suddenly drooped in front of his chest, and the green light in his eyes gradually dimmed until it disappeared. Immediately after, a wisp of black aura flew out of the corpse puppet's head and turned into nothingness. Yang Kai knew that this Thousand Leaves sect master from tens of thousands of years ago had completely fallen, and now, not even a remnant soul was left. After losing the last of its remnant soul, the corpse puppet's body suddenly fell apart with a crash, turning into a pile of white bones. Yang Kai sighed. Even the most powerful cultivator would eventually turn into dust. Yi Chong had used his body to prove the heavenly way, so how could he not want to possess an immortal body? Unfortunately, even if he was a genius, he still couldn't overcome the constraints of the world principles. If even a third-order Emperor Realm Master was like this, how difficult would it be to achieve immortality? I wonder if the 10 great emperors could achieve this. Thinking of this, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. The 10 great emperors definitely couldn't achieve this. Otherwise, people like the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, the Great Emperors, and the Flowing Time Great Emperor wouldn't have fallen. Yang Kai had some hope, but of course, the prerequisite was that he had to refine the immortal tree. It was said that after refining the immortal tree, one could obtain an immortal and indestructible body, but he didn't know if this was true or not. After sighing for a while, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated. Then, together with Lu Yen, he buried Yi Chong's body on the spot. He didn't bury it too carefully, because after the transmission array here was repaired, Yi Hen would definitely come over. This kind of thing was better left to Yi Hen. In any case, Yi Hen was his ancestor, so he should hold a grand funeral. After dealing with Yi Chong's body, Yang Kai led Lu Yen to the cave where they met Yi Chong. Yi Chong said that there was an opportunity in the cave, but Yang Kai was suspicious. When he entered the cave before, he didn't have time to examine it carefully, but he didn't find anything special. Lu Yen was also puzzled. Following Yang Kai, she asked, "Master, when Senior Yi said that there was an opportunity, why was he staring at me?" "You're beautiful," Yang Kai answered casually. "Nonsense." Lu Yen glared at Yang Kai. Although she didn't think that her human form was ugly, How could Yi Chong stare at her because of that? He was the sect master of a top sect, so what kind of woman hadn't he seen before? Yang Kai chuckled. He must have seen your true form, so he took a second look. There's nothing strange about it. I think that's the reason. Lu Yen nodded in agreement. The two chatted for a while before returning to the cave. Because Yi Chong said that there was an opportunity here, Yang Kai released his divine sense to its fullest extent this time, searching the cave as they advanced. He was very careful. But he didn't find anything until he reached the innermost part. He didn't find anything suspicious. Could it be a lie? Yang Kai was a little depressed. Yi Chong had been guarding against him like he was a thief, even placing a bloodline seal on his ring. It could be said that it wasn't aimed at him, but if the opportunity he had obtained was also a lie, then it was too much. He didn't expect to get any benefits from Yi Chong. Since Yi Chong took the initiative to mention it, it was also a lie. Then it wasn't a matter of morality. Yang Kai didn't believe it, so he searched the bottom several times. He even penetrated the stone wall with his divine sense, but he still found nothing. Lu Yen, on the other hand, suddenly stared at an oval-shaped stone. What's wrong with it? Yang Kai asked. Lu Yen said, Master, this stone doesn't seem to be an ordinary stone. Yang Kai heard this and raised his brow, immediately releasing his divine sense to scan the stone. He had also investigated this stone before. He didn't pay much attention to it because this stone didn't even have any world energy fluctuations, so it was obviously not a precious treasure. But now, when he examined it again, Yang Kai found something unusual. This stone could actually swallow his probing divine sense, causing his knowledge C to hurt slightly. Huh. Yang Kai was surprised, the opportunity Yi Chong mentioned. Could it be this stone? There was nothing else suspicious in the entire cave. Only this oval-shaped stone was a little strange. If there really was an opportunity, it must be this. But what could a stone do? Could it be a top artifact refining material? Yang Kai was puzzled. He didn't need artifact refining materials. He already had several emperor artifacts, so he didn't need to refine any more. Lu Yen was also at a loss, reaching out to touch the stone, wanting to see what was so strange about it. Don't. Yang Kai hurriedly stopped her. Although he didn't know what was so strange about this stone, it was obviously not good to touch it rashly before investigating its true nature. What's more, this was a strange stone that could even swallow his divine sense. But his words were still a little too late. Lu Yen had already touched the strange stone, but when she heard Yang Kai's shout, she instinctively wanted to withdraw her hand. But at that moment, a strong suction force suddenly came from the strange stone. This suction force was so fierce that Lu Yen couldn't resist at all. She only had time to cry out in alarm before she was directly sucked in, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai's face suddenly changed. Although Lu Yen could transform into a human form, making her look like a living beauty, in the end, she still didn't have a body. She couldn't be considered a living creature. Her body was only composed of pure energy, and it was only when this energy reached a certain density that she could resemble a real person. What the hell is this strange stone? It actually sucked Lu Yen in. How can this be? Yang Kai didn't hesitate at all, pushing his source chi and slapping the strange stone with his palm. With a loud bang, Yang Kai's palm left a clear imprint on the strange stone, but strangely, it didn't shatter. Instead, after Yang Kai withdrew his hand, it slowly recovered. In less than 10 breaths, the strange stone returned to its original state, and there was no trace of it being attacked by Yang Kai at all. Molten memory gold? Yang Kai's face changed slightly, but he soon realized that something was wrong. Molten memory gold was a top-grade artifact refining material, and any artifact would have a miraculous self-repair function if it was added to it. No matter how big the damage, it would gradually repair itself, but the molten memory gold he knew was definitely not like this. Yang Kai wanted to smash the strange stone to save Lu Yen, but after one strike, he knew that it was impossible. This strange stone wasn't hard, but it was extremely tough and couldn't be smashed. After Lu Yen was sucked into this strange stone, Yang Kai felt that the inexplicable connection between himself and Lu Yen had been severed for a long time. Lu Yen was an artifact spirit, and when Yang Kai refined her body, the artifact refining furnace, there had always been an invisible connection between the two that hadn't been broken for so many years, but now it was gone. Yang Kai's face turned pale, thinking that Lu Yen had died. Because this was the only way to explain why the connection between the two had been severed. Yang Kai instantly felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart, his mood extremely heavy. Chapter 23-34. Lu Yen had been with him for many years, and they had always looked out for each other over the years. She had helped Yang Kai a lot, so if she died because of this strange rock in front of him, Yang Kai would never be able to accept it. If that was the case, he would dig up Yi Chang's body and grind his bones to ashes to vent his hatred. But after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was unlikely. Yi Chang had asked him for help and would never leave a strange stone here to harm him. But, when he said that there was an opportunity in this cave, why did he keep staring at Lu Yen? Yang Kai's mind was in a mess. At this moment, a familiar aura suddenly came out of the strange stone. After perceiving this aura, Yang Kai's expression brightened and he hurriedly shouted, "Lu Yen." That aura definitely belonged to Lu Yen, but it was very weak. If he hadn't been familiar with Lu Yen over the years, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to detect it. If there was a residual aura, it meant that Lu Yen hadn't died and was just sealed in the strange stone. Realizing this, Yang Kai didn't dare to attack the strange stone rashly, for fear of hurting Lu Yen. But in the face of his call, Lu Yen never responded. Not only that, in Yang Kai's perception, the aura emitted by Lu Yen was extremely stable. Although the fluctuation was extremely weak, there was no trace of injury. Some of it seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. What was going on? Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. He carefully released his divine sense to investigate again, but just like before, as soon as his divine sense entered the strange stone, it was as if it was bitten off by an invisible mouth. Not only did his investigation fail, but his divine sense was also affected. It also made his knowledge see hurt slightly. He didn't know what the hell this strange stone was, but it could swallow divine sense. It was obviously of extraordinary quality. Wisps of dark red color, almost invisible to the naked eye, diffused from the inside of the strange rock and seeped into the surface of the strange rock. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He couldn't be more familiar with this dark red aura. It was clearly the extremely complex flame power that Lu Yen possessed, mixed with the power of various strange flames. But they were perfectly blended together. In the whole world, there was no other one except for Lu Yen. Could it be that Lu Yen was attacking the seal from the inside? Thinking of this, Yang Kai couldn't help but relax a lot. He forced himself to calm down and observe carefully. He wanted to know how he could help Lu Yen. After the dark red color spread out, the strange stone suddenly buzzed, and then it emitted an extremely strong suction force. He frantically absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. All of a sudden, a gust of wind howled in the cave. The extremely rich spiritual energy in the secret realm surged into the strange rocks, but it disappeared like a stone sinking into the sea. On the contrary, with the disappearance of the spiritual energy, the dark red color on the surface of the strange rock became more and more exuberant. Lu Yan's aura became clearer and clearer. Spiritual energy? Yang Kai's heart moved, and he no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, tens of millions of source crystals scattered around the strange rock, almost filling the entire cave. These source crystals were all mid-grade and high-grade. There were no low-grade source crystals at all. All of them had been stripped from the source crystal load. Yang Kai punched out again, shattering these source crystals into dust, which transformed into a sea of spiritual energy that wrapped around the strange rock. At a visible rate, the strange rock continued to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. It seemed to be endless. At the same time that Lu Yen was in danger, outside Thousand Leaves sect, the wind howled and the crane screamed. Over 1,000 cultivator arrived in front of Thousand Leaves sect's mountain defending array, glaring at the sect. These 1,000 people belonged to different forces, but they all seemed to be led by a blue-haired middle-aged man. It was unknown what kind of mysterious technique this middle-aged man cultivated, but his long blue hair draped over his shoulders in an unruly manner. His figure was heroic, and his expression was dignified. He sat on a roofless palanquin carried by 16 people. The palanquin was spacious and gave off strong spiritual energy fluctuations. It was obviously an extraordinary artifact. At this moment, the blue-haired man was leisurely sipping his tea, as if he had come here for a leisurely trip. Around him, many powerhouses had gathered. Sky Crane City's city lord Luo Jin, whom Yang Kai had once taught a lesson to, was among them. In just a short time, Luo Jin had taken some kind of pills and his injuries had completely healed. There were no longer any traces of the injuries he had suffered at the hands of Yang Kai. He was now full of energy and his complexion was rosy. The two old men who had been in charge of protecting Sky Illumination Palace's young palace master, Chiu Yu, were also standing to the side with their heads lowered. They seemed to be extremely respectful to the blue-haired man. There was also a man who attracted everyone's attention. His cultivation was not inferior to anyone here. He had a stocky build and looked extremely rough. The aura he gave off was also extremely violent, and he seemed to be in his 40s or 50s. This man stood to the side and glanced at the blue-haired middle-aged man from time to time. He sneered, as if he looked down on the blue-haired man's actions. These people were all masters of the nearby sects, and their status and strength were similar. However, this blue-haired middle-aged man was acting all high and mighty, making him stand out from the crowd, which naturally made others unhappy. If this scene was seen by someone who did not know the situation, they would probably think that the blue-haired middle-aged man was the leader of all the cultivators here. Over 1,000 cultivators belonging to 5 or 6 sects had gathered here, but they did not say a single word, as if they were silently waiting for something. Luo Jin's face was filled with resentment and hatred as he stared straight ahead and clenched his fists tightly. A few days ago, he was holding a concubine wedding ceremony in the city lord's mansion, but it was interrupted midway. Not only was the bride snatched away in front of everyone's eyes, even he himself was seriously injured. If it wasn't for luck, he would have died long ago. Although it had only been a few days, this matter had already spread throughout the surrounding territory, and all the cultivators in Sky Crane City knew about it. His prestige in Sky Crane City had plummeted, and he could feel people pointing at him behind his back wherever he went. Not only that, there were even voices of dissatisfaction in the city, calling for him to step down. How could Luo Jin allow such a thing to happen? He had painstakingly managed Sky Crane City for so many years, and it was just about to rise up and be on equal footing with the surrounding sects. How could he be willing to fall short at the last moment? And the culprit behind all of this was that brat called Yang Kai. As long as he could kill Yang Kai and wash away his humiliation, Luo Jin believed that he would be able to stabilize Sky Crane City once again. At that time, no one would dare to say anything to him. Luo Jin hated Yang Kai, so he naturally didn't have a good impression of the Thousand Leaves sect that was shielding Yang Kai. He secretly swore in his heart that if Yi Hen was tactful, things would be fine, but if he didn't, Luo Jin would let him know the consequences. Right at that moment, a stream of light shot over from the front. As the light fell, the figures of many of Thousand Leaves sect's higher-ups appeared, with Yi Hen at the head, and the vice sect masters and elders beside him. Although they had received the news in advance, Yi Hen and the others could not help but change their expressions when they saw so many masters gathered in front of their sect's mountain defending array. The forces gathered here were the forces of 5 or 6 great forces, and there were more than 200 Dao Source Realm masters. There were even more than a dozen from the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm, and the rest were all Origin King Realm cultivators. How could the current Thousand Leaves sect resist such a force? Yi Hen calmed himself down and cupped his fists. Friends, your presence brings light to my humble sect. May I ask why you have come unannounced? He also knew that the other party did not come with good intentions, so there was no way for them to settle this peacefully. However, he was not too afraid of the mountain defending array. If it was an ordinary sex mountain defending array, it would definitely not be able to withstand the attacks of so many masters. However, Thousand Leaves sex mountain defending array had been passed down for a long time, and its grade was extremely high. It was not something that ordinary sex could compare to. If it were not for Thousand Leaves sex current strength being insufficient, the mountain defending array's defensive grade could be increased by several levels. Once it was activated, even a dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm might not be able to break through it. Even so, this mountain defending array should be more than enough to withstand the attacks of these people. This was also the fundamental reason why Thousand Leaves sect was able to remain standing despite its decline. If they could not break through the mountain defending array, no one would dare to completely fall out with Thousand Leaves sect. Just as Yi Hen finished speaking, Luo Jin was the first to jump out and roar, "Yi, don't play dumb. Don't tell me you don't know why we're here. If you know what's good for you, then obediently hand over that brat Yang Kai and the others. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." Hearing this, Yi Hen frowned. "City Lord Luo, what enmity do you have with young Master Yang for you to be so angry?" Luo Jin felt as if his lungs were about to explode from anger when he heard Yi Hen asking the obvious. With an ashen face, he said, "Yi Hen, are you mocking this Luo? Don't tell me you don't know what happened in my city lord's mansion a few days ago? Or are you trying to humiliate me on purpose?" Yi Hen replied indifferently, "I know a thing or two, but I don't know the details." Luo Jin said angrily, "That brat caused a ruckus in my city lord's mansion, snatched this king's concubine, and killed and injured guests. How can this king let this matter rest?" Yi Hen said, "Why is this matter different from what this ye has heard? This ye heard that city lord Luo used your strength to bully the weak, oppressing men and women, imprisoning a few of young Master Yang's friends, and forcing young Master Yang's mother-in-law to marry him. Young Master Yang was forced to fight city lord Luo, and although he won at the last moment, he still mercifully spared your life. City Lord Luo, it's fine if you're not grateful, but why are you repaying kindness with enmity after just a few days?" Luo Jin's face alternated between green and red as he roared, "Bullshit." Yi Hen said coldly, "There were countless guests that day, and everyone was watching. I believe that everyone knows whether this Yi is spouting nonsense or if City Lord Luo is being ungrateful." Luo Jin's blood boiled in his heart, and he almost blurted it out. This matter was the greatest humiliation of his life, and now that Yi Hen mentioned it in front of everyone, he was naturally burning with rage. If not for the mountain protecting array in front of him, he would have already fought it out with Yi Hen with bloodshot eyes. Yi Hen cupped his fists and looked around. "Everyone should know about this matter, so why don't you tell City Lord Luo in detail, lest he misunderstands something and does something that angers the gods?" None of the cultivator present had any intention of speaking up when they heard this. They had not come here to argue with Yi Hen, so what if what Yi Hen said was the truth? Yang Kai had indeed killed people, and he had killed the elites of their sects. Now that they knew that Yang Kai was in Thousand Leaves sect, how could they sit back and do nothing? Chapter 23:35. Seeing that no one responded, Yi Hen said indifferently, "Luo Jin's actions are shameful. Friends, do you want to join forces with such a person?" In his anger, he no longer bothered to be polite with Luo Jin and directly called him by his name. Hearing this, the burly man coldly snorted and said, "Forget about City Lord Luo's matter. This king would like to ask that little brat surnamed Yang, what kind of enmity did my Sky Peak Temple's Vice-Temple Master Kutian have with him for him to actually kill him in the City Lord's mansion?" From his tone, it was obvious that he was the Temple Master of Sky Peak Temple, Wanhongbo. Like Yi Hen, Wanhongbo was a cultivator from the Third Order Dao Source Realm. Now that his Vice-Temple Master had been killed by Yang Kai, he naturally wouldn't let the matter rest. Therefore, despite his disdain for Luo Jin's character, he still followed him here to seek justice. As soon as Ruan Hongbo finished speaking, someone immediately followed up, "That's right, that bastard even killed my son, Mu Zheng. I, Mu Guan, am absolutely irreconcilable with him." Yi Hen turned his head and saw that the person who spoke was the tower master of White Cloud Tower, Mu Guan. Yi Hen had also asked Yi Jinghan about what had happened in the city lord's mansion that day, and knew that Mu Zheng was indeed killed by Yang Kai. Furthermore, Yang Kai had even used Mu Zheng's flesh and blood to write a large death character on the wall to intimidate all the guests present. However, Mu Zheng was the one who had sought his own death. He didn't have the ability, yet he chose to stand out. Who could he blame for being killed by Yang Kai as an example to others? However, White Cloud Tower obviously wouldn't let this matter rest. "That brat injured my heart-seeking pavilion's disciple. This pavilion master is here to ask for a reasonable explanation." The pavilion master of Heart-Seeking Pavilion also stood up. "My soul-seizing sword sect is the same, Sect Master Yi. Hand him over. Otherwise, everyone will lose face." As the Third Order Dao Source Realm Masters stood up one after another, the expressions of the Thousand Leaves Sect's upper echelons gradually changed. However, Yi Hen remained calm and indifferent. He turned his head and asked the blue-haired man sitting on the palanquin, "Palace Master Chiu also has the same intention?" He wasn't too afraid of the people present, but he was most afraid of this blue-haired man. This person was Sky Illumination Palace's Palace Master, Chiu Zhe, whose strength had reached the peak of the Dao Source realm. It was rumored that he had been in retreat for the past 10 years to comprehend the mysteries of the Emperor realm, hoping to break through the shackles and ascend to the Emperor realm. Over the past dozen years, there had not been any news of him leaving the sect, but who would have thought that this person would actually come to Thousand Leaves Sect's doorstep today? Yi Hen did not dare to take this person lightly because he had a very high chance of ascending to the Emperor realm. Once he ascended to the Emperor realm, no one within a radius of 1,000,000 miles would be a match for him. Chiu Zhe heard this. He smiled slightly and said, "My son, Chiu Yu, is not skilled enough and suffered a great loss at the hands of that young brat. This seat came here to invite him to my Sky Illumination Palace as a guest for a few days and teach Chiu Yu how to cultivate while he's at it." They were all young people. "We should be able to find some common topics, so please don't refuse, Sect Master Yi." His words sounded nice, but everyone knew that it was just an excuse. It was true that Chiu Yu had been severely injured by Yang Kai in the city lord's mansion that day, but if that was all, why would Chiu Zhe come out personally? The enmity between Sky Illumination Palace and Thousand Leaves Sect had been building up for a long time. One was a newly risen sect that had the potential to rule over this territory, while the other was an old and declining sect. If the former wanted to establish their might, it was naturally best to start with the latter. As long as he could eliminate Thousand Leaves Sect, the prestige of the Sky Illumination Palace would be unparalleled, and he, Chiu Zhe, would be the overlord of this land. Hand him over. Sect Master Yi, we have no enmity with Thousand Leaves Sect, so we are not willing to make things difficult for you. However, that bastard surnamed Yang cannot be forgiven so easily, so we ask that Sect Master Yi not to shield him. The sect masters of the various great sects began to clamor, each of them trying to pressure the Thousand Leaves Sect. Yi Hen furrowed his brows, while the expressions of the Thousand Leaves Sect's upper echelons who had come with him changed drastically, their hearts filled with unease. Although the sect defending array was blocking them, and these people should not be able to do anything to them, the disciples of Thousand Leaves Sect had to go out sooner or later. They could not hide in the array forever. If they offended so many great forces here, how could Thousand Leaves Sect survive in the future? With this thought in mind, the Thousand Leaves Sect's upper echelons all looked towards Yi Hen. They did not know what the relationship between Yang Kai and Yi Hen was, or why he wanted to hide in Thousand Leaves Sect after causing such a huge mess, causing trouble for the sect. Moreover, why did Yi Hen accept him despite knowing all this? This was obviously not a wise move. Sect Master. A second-order Dao Source Realm old man called out softly. Although he did not say anything, his meaning was obvious. Yang Kai had nothing to do with Thousand Leaves Sect, so there was no harm in showing weakness here and handing him over in exchange for safety. It was better than having someone blocking their door. Yi Hen glanced at the old man and said indifferently, "I know what I'm doing." Hearing this, the old man sighed heavily and did not try to persuade him anymore. He was from the older generation of Thousand Leaves sect and had watched Yi Hen grow up, so he understood Yi Hen's temper very well. He knew that he would not act recklessly, so even though he was worried, he still chose to believe that Yi Hen would not harm the sect. Sect Master. Thousand Leaves sect's vice sect master Shirt Songing suddenly stepped forward and cupped his fists, quickly saying, "This sure thinks that the words of these friends are reasonable. That little brat surnamed Yang has no respect for his seniors and dared to act recklessly in the city lord's mansion. This is simply outrageous. Even someone as respected as Master Ku Tian was killed. He is clearly a bloodthirsty person. No matter what his purpose was before, he definitely did not come to our Thousand Leaves sect with good intentions. This sure asks sect master to hand that little brat over to these friends to deal with so that people won't say that our Thousand Leaves sect is colluding with him and tarnishing our reputation." Qiao Zhe smiled. "Vice sect master sure is indeed sensible." Very good, very good." Shirt Songing smiled. "Heaven is watching what people do. This sure is simply following heaven's will. Palace Master Qiao is too kind." Yi Hen coldly said, "Brother Shi, this ye said before that young Master Yang is an honored guest of our Thousand Leaves sect and that no one is allowed to have any ideas about him. If you still treat me as a sect master, then don't say such things again." Shirt Song Ying's expression changed slightly. "Sect master, are you going to disregard the tens of thousands of years of our ancestors' foundation?" Yi Hen replied, "It is precisely because of this foundation that we cannot hand young Master Yang over to anyone." Besides Shirt Song Ying, only Yi Jinghan knew that Yang Kai had gone to repair the entrance to the sealed world. He had not mentioned this to anyone else, so Shirt Song Ying did not know why Yi Hen wanted to protect Yang Kai. Seeing Yi Hen's resolute expression, as if he would fall out with Shirt Song Ying if Shirt Song Ying dared to say anything more, Shirt Song Ying's heart skipped a beat. In his memories, Yi Hen was not such an overbearing existence. Yi Hen was old and his cultivation had stagnated, so he had always been very polite to Shirt Song Ying over the years. Logically speaking, Yi Hen should have carefully weighed everything Shirt Song Ying said. Even if he opposed Shirt Song Ying, he would not have spoken so harshly. So why was Yi Hen so resolute when it came to that brat surnamed Yang? Shirt Song Ying instinctively felt that this matter was not simple, but he did not have the time to think about it carefully. His face sank as he said, "Sect Master, you are so stubborn. Do you really want to plunge the sect into an abyss of suffering? Have you thought about the feelings and future of the sect's 3,000 disciples? A single wrong decision from you can doom the sect to eternal damnation. As the vice sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, this sure has the responsibility and obligation to think for the sect and its disciples." Yi Hen coldly replied, "Are you thinking for yourself or for the sect?" Without waiting for Shirt Song Ying to say anything, Yi Hen sternly shouted, "I've already made up my mind. Stand down." Shirt Song Ying was stunned when he heard this, and his body subconsciously trembled. It was as if he had just remembered that the other party was the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, while he was just a vice sect master. Outside the mountain defending array, a group of masters coldly watched as they sneered in their hearts. It was rumored that the Thousand Leaves sect was unstable internally, and that there was a rift between Yi Hen and Shirt Song Ying. From the looks of it, this was indeed the case. These two were the pillars of Thousand Leaves sect, yet they were actually fighting amongst themselves at such a time. From this, one could see how rotten the Thousand Leaves sect was. A sect like this would not be able to hold on for much longer. Thinking of this, everyone sneered in their hearts, as if they could already see the scene of Thousand Leaves sect's destruction. Being shouted at by Yi Hen in front of everyone's eyes, Shirt Song Ying naturally felt a little embarrassed and flew into a rage out of humiliation. "Fine. Since sect master doesn't listen to my advice and is headstrong and doesn't care about the safety of the sect, then don't blame this Shi for not treating you as the sect master." Yi Hen was slightly startled and coldly shouted, "What are you planning to do?" Shirt Song Ying smiled, that brat surnamed Yang has provoked so many sects, yet he wants to hide in Thousand Leaves sect and bring disaster to our sect. This sure is thinking for the sake of the sect's disciples, so I naturally have to hand him over. Rest assured, sect master, this matter has nothing to do with you. Even if someone blames me in the future, this sure will bear the responsibility and will not ruin your good name. His righteous attitude, not hesitating to consider the sect's interests even if his reputation was tarnished, immediately attracted the goodwill of many of the Thousand Leaves sect's higher-ups, who felt that Yi Hen was indeed a little arbitrary. Yi Hen seemed to have suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "You dare to send people to capture them?" Only at this moment did Yi Hen notice that the three trusted elders who had always been by Shizong Ying's side had disappeared. Those three elders were all second-order Dao Source Realm cultivators. With such strength, Yang Kai's friends would not be able to resist at all. The people that Yang Kai had brought with him were only first-order Dao Source Realm cultivators. Although there were barriers in their rooms, those elders knew them like the back of their hands, so breaking them was a piece of cake. Thinking of this, Yi Hen turned pale with fright, wishing that he could slap Shizong Ying to death. His daughter had painstakingly invited Yang Kai to Thousand Leaves sect to repair the entrance to the sealed world, yet his own vice sect master wanted to take action against Yang Kai's friends. If Yang Kai found out about this, how would he explain himself? He had already made up his mind. Even if he had to offend so many sects this time, as long as Yang Kai could repair the entrance and allow Thousand Leaves sect's secret arts and secret techniques to return, it would be worth it. At worst, Thousand Leaves sect would seal itself off for a few years and allow the sect's experts to comprehend the secret arts and secret techniques. As long as they could mobilize the 30 or so Dao Source grade puppets in the square, Thousand Leaves sect would no longer need to fear any other sect and would be able to take a breather. As time passed, would they still have to worry about not being able to control those heaven grade puppets? Chapter 23-36. Once they could control the heaven-grade puppet, Thousand Leaves sect would be able to rise to the ranks of first-rate sects. What was there to fear from a small sky illumination palace? When that time came, all the sects and families within 1,000,000 kilometers would have to depend on Thousand Leaves sect for their survival. However, he never imagined that Shizong Ying would be so despicable and vicious, sending his trusted subordinates to capture those people while he and Yang Kai were away. Once those people were handed over, how could Yang Kai let the matter rest? Thousand Leaves sect's lost secret arts and secret techniques would also be lost. At that time, Thousand Leaves sect would truly be finished. Thinking of this, Yi Hen became anxious and angry, shouting, "Shizong Ying, if you really care about the sect, quickly call those people back." Shizong Ying coldly snorted, "It's already too late." When he heard that many masters had arrived outside the sect, Shizong Ying had already guessed what they were here for and had secretly instructed the elders to lie in ambush and wait for his orders. Previously, when he saw that Yi Hen was still unwilling to hand over those people, he had secretly given the order, but it was obviously too late to say anything now. "You!" A mouthful of blood rushed up Yi Hen's throat and he almost spat it out in anger. He pointed at Shizong Ying and gritted his teeth. "Do you know what kind of mistake you've made? If even a single hair on those people's heads is lost, this sect master will hold you responsible." Shizong Ying's face sank. This sure has the heart of the sect. The heavens and earth can be my witness, the sun and moon can be my witness. Even if our ancestors were standing here, they would feel that this sure's actions were not wrong. Seeing that Shizong Ying was still so unrepentant, Yi Hen finally spat out a mouthful of blood. Shizong Ying looked at him coldly and said indifferently, "Sect master, you're old and no longer suitable to lead Thousand Leaves sect. Your rotten and stubborn thinking will only stop Thousand Leaves sect from moving forward." As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed greatly. Realizing that Shizong Ying was taking this opportunity to seize power and seize the throne, the group of elders all wore terrified expressions, not knowing what to do. Du Xian angrily shouted, "Old thief Shi, since you dare to act so disgracefully, I will clean up the sect on behalf of Master today. He had been standing behind Yi Hen the whole time, so he had seen everything clearly, although he didn't know why Yi Hen valued Kai Yang so much. However, Yi Hen was still his master. His master had been angered to the point of vomiting blood by Shi Tsongying, so how could he remain indifferent? Just as he finished speaking, a long sword glowing with a cold light suddenly appeared in his hand. A curtain of swords rose up and pierced towards Shi Tsongying. Shi Tsongying stood in place with a look of disdain on his face. He extended his hand forward and slammed it down. He said, "As a disciple of the sect, you dare to offend your superiors and attack me. Yi Hen has indeed taught a good disciple." As he spoke, the origin energy in his large hand surged and collided with the sword screen. With a rumble, the sword screen shattered. The palm print blasted onto Du Xian. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. This unforeseen event happened in the blink of an eye. Although the sect defending array was blocking it, Qiu Zhe and the others were still able to see it clearly, causing them to reveal mocking smiles. They had joined forces to attack Thousand Leaves sect today, thinking that it would be a tough battle, but they never expected that before they could even make a move, Thousand Leaves sect would begin to fall apart internally. The sect master and vice sect master were quarreling incessantly, while the disrespectful disciples took the initiative to attack. However, they were forced to retreat with injuries. From the looks of it, they did not need to do anything to take down Thousand Leaves sect. All they needed to do was stand here and watch the show. Thinking of this, each of them revealed confident expressions. Sect Master Shi's loyalty is truly admirable. Qiu Zhe smiled at Shi Tsongying and cupped his fists. He had already addressed Shi Tsongying as sect master, obviously feeling that Yi Hen was unable to make a comeback. Hearing this, Shi Tsongying returned the gesture. "Palace Master Qiu is too kind. This Shi is only thinking for the sake of the sect, unlike some people who are blinded by a single leaf and are willing to risk universal condemnation and only bring disaster to the sect." Qiu Zhe said, "This king feels that Thousand Leaves sect will definitely have a bright future under sect Master Shi's leadership in the future." Shi Tsongying smiled faintly and lowered his posture. "Then I will have to ask Palace Master Qiu to take care of me in the future." With these words, he was clearly indicating that he would interact more with Sky Illumination Palace in the future, and that he would follow their lead. Yi Hen spat out another mouthful of blood when he heard this. "Shi Tsongying, you will regret this. Our sect ancestors' tens of thousands of years of foundation has been lost at your hands. If you die in the future, how will you have the face to meet our ancestors?" Shi Tsongying sneered, "I wonder who is the one who doesn't have the face to meet our ancestors? This Shi has a clear conscience. Even if my soul returns to the underworld, the sect ancestors will not blame me." Yi Hen's face was pale, and his aura looked extremely weak, but he gritted his teeth and did not say a word. He only glared hatefully at Shi Tsongying, as if he wanted to eat him alive. On the other side, Qiu Zhe nodded in satisfaction. "Sect Master Shi, you should hand them over first. We have been waiting here for quite some time." Of course, Shi Tsongying smiled faintly, looking at the time. "They should be here soon." Saying so, he turned his head to look in a certain direction and smiled. "Look, they're here." Hearing his words, everyone raised their heads to look in that direction. Yi Hen was even more anxious, secretly circulating his source qi, waiting for the moment Shi Tsongying's mind relaxed before launching an attack. No matter what, he could not allow Yang Kai's friends to be handed over. However, when he glanced in that direction, Yi Hen's expression turned cold as he furrowed his brow. Shi Tsongying also seemed to have noticed something wrong, and a strange expression appeared on his face. On the other side, a streak of light flew towards them. After a short while, the streak of light landed in front of everyone, revealing a figure. This person appeared to be a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, and was about 50 years old. He was one of the elders who had always followed Shi Tsongying, and was also one of the pillars of Thousand Leaves sect's new faction. However, at this moment, this elder was covered in blood and was in a sorry state. Not only that, his aura was extremely weak, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. Seeing this person, Yi Hen could not help but look puzzled. Shirtsong Ying's expression changed greatly as he hurried forward to support the elder, shouting in a low voice, "What happened? Who injured you? Didn't you go to capture them? Where are the others?" Hearing this, the elder replied in horror, "There is a master among them from the third order Dao source realm. We were no match for him, so 7th elder and 9th elder were captured." "What?" Shirtsong Ying turned pale with fright. He was detained? He could not believe his ears. He looked at the injured elder with an expression that said, "Are you kidding me?" He naturally understood the cultivation levels of the people Kai Yang had brought with him. All of them were from the first order Dao source realm, and there was even an origin king realm cultivator among them. How could such cultivators be a match for his 3 trusted elders? However, the current situation was that 2 of his trusted aides had been captured, while the last one had fled back here with serious injuries. If not for the elder in front of him being so loyal, Shirtsong Ying would have thought that he was lying to disturb his mind. "Who captured them?" Shirtsong Ying asked in shock. "A woman." "A woman?" Shirtsong Ying had a stunned expression on his face. Seemingly recalling something, he grit his teeth and said, "Are they pretending to be pigs to eat tigers?" He probably felt that Chi Yu was hiding her true cultivation. Therefore, his 3 trusted aides were not strong enough to capture her. However, the elder shook his head and said, "No, I have never seen that woman before. I don't know when she came to the sect." "You haven't seen her before?" Shirtsong Ying was even more confused, before he angrily said, "Even if she is from the third order Dao source realm, the 3 of you shouldn't have been defeated so miserably." He had a look of disappointment on his face, and he was just short of calling this elder a useless piece of trash. That elder said bleakly, "She is definitely at the peak of the Dao source realm, and her attacks have traces of emperor intent. If not for that, we would not have been able to defeat her. If not, we wouldn't have been defeated by her in a single move." Emperor intent? Shirtsong Ying was truly shocked this time. What did it mean to have emperor intent in her attacks? It meant that she had comprehended a trace of the Emperor Realm's mysteries. In other words, as long as that woman was given enough time, she would be able to break through to the Emperor Realm. A master from the Emperor Realm was someone that Thousand Leaves sect could not afford to offend. Shirtsong Ying's heart was in chaos. He glanced at Yi Hen thoughtfully. He thought that the woman must have been arranged by Yi Hen to protect those people, but he knew that he was wrong at a glance, because Yi Hen also had a blank look on his face. Obviously, he didn't know when a woman at the peak of the Dao source realm had appeared. No one would believe that the sect master and vice sect master were completely unaware of such a master's arrival in Thousand Leaves sect. Shirtsong Ying could not help but break out in a cold sweat, feeling a little frightened. Qiao Zhe suddenly sneered, "Sect master, sure, your subordinates aren't very reliable. They can't even take down a few petty thieves." Shirtsong Ying was already feeling annoyed. Now that he heard Qiao Zhe ridicule him like this, he immediately became annoyed. "Palace Master Qiao, you can just watch over our sect's matters. There's no need to say anything." Qiao Zhe snorted and slowly stood up from the palanquin. He then walked step by step towards the Great Mountain Barrier formation, saying, "Originally, this Qiao didn't want to get involved in your esteemed sect's matters. However, this matter concerns the surrounding great sections. As the overlord of this region, how can this seat sit idly by?" Just as he finished speaking, an unimaginable aura suddenly burst out from his body. In an instant, the surrounding space seemed to solidify, and the world principles were shaken. Everyone who was enveloped by this aura felt as if they were being pressed down by a mountain. Breathing became difficult, and the circulation of energy in their bodies became sluggish. Even the Thousand Leaves sect's mountain protecting array began to ripple visibly under the impact of this power. At this moment, Qiao Zhe seemed to have become the master of this world. Everyone's life and death were at his mercy, and no one could resist. Emperor. Emperor. Realm. Muguan of White Cloud Tower trembled and almost knelt down. His eyes trembled violently as he looked at Qiao Zhe in disbelief. Everyone else was also shocked, their faces pale. Especially Wan Hongbo of Sky Peak Temple, his face was pale. Previously, he didn't take Xiao Zhe seriously. After all, they were all from the Third Order Dao Source realm. Although it was rumored that Xiao Zhe had been in seclusion for more than a decade to comprehend the mysteries of the Emperor realm, he hadn't succeeded. As long as he didn't succeed, everyone would be on equal footing. Wan Hongbo was very unhappy when he saw Xiao Zhe acting all high and mighty. He felt that this guy was taking himself too seriously. If he was already like this before breaking through to the Emperor realm, what would happen if he broke through? But now, he knew why Xiao Zhe didn't even spare him a glance. It turned out that Xiao Zhe had already broken through his shackles and ascended to the Emperor realm. Chapter 23:37. Thinking of this, large beads of sweat rolled down Wan Hongba's forehead. He realized that Sky Peak Temple's days in the future would not be easy. Originally, Sky Peak Temple and Sky Illumination Palace were evenly matched in strength, but now that the latter had an emperor, Sky Peak Temple could only express its loyalty if it wanted to survive. Xiao Zhe was now a true overlord. No wonder he was so arrogant and proud of his success this time. Inside the mountain defending array, Yi Hen and the others were also pale with despair. The sect was already in turmoil because of Shi Tsanging, causing it to split into two factions. Now, Xiao Zhe had actually advanced to the Emperor realm and was standing right outside the mountain defending array. How were they going to survive? Shi Tsanging was also shocked and no longer dared to be presumptuous in front of Xiao Zhe. He said in fear, "So Palace Lord Xiao has already advanced to the Emperor realm. This sure congratulates Palace Lord Xiao." Wan Hongba, Mu Zheng, and the others also said in unison, "Congratulations to Palace Lord Xiao for advancing to the Emperor realm." Xiao Zhe laughed loudly, his laughter rolling like thunder, sending chills down everyone's spine. Inside the cave, Yang Kai stared at the strange rock, not daring to miss the slightest change. Ever since he shattered the tens of millions of mid-rank and high-rank source crystals and turned them into a sea of spirit chi, an even more powerful devouring force came from the strange rock, constantly devouring the surrounding world energy. As time passed, the crimson glow on the surface of the strange rock became more and more vigorous, and Lu Yan's aura became clearer and clearer. A few days later, Yang Kai gradually realized that things were not as he thought. Lu Yan was not in any danger. Although she had been swallowed by the strange rock, Yang Kai could still feel it. Lu Yan was currently in a deep sleep. She was extremely peaceful, and the aura she unconsciously released was even mixed with a trace of excitement and joy. It was as if this encounter was not a bad thing for her, but an extremely good thing. Could it be that Yi Chang's words were true and there really was an opportunity here? But this opportunity was useful to Lu Yan. Recalling how Yi Chang kept staring at Lu Yan when he talked about the opportunity, Yang Kai felt that this might be the case. However, Yang Kai still couldn't figure out what this opportunity was. The only thing he could do now was to stay by Lu Yan's side and wait for any changes. A day later, the spirit fog in the cave had become extremely thin. Although the spirit energy in the secret realm was extremely rich, the strange rock did not seem to have reached the point of saturation. Yang Kai tossed out tens of millions of source crystals again and did the same thing, allowing the strange rock to devour them. At this moment, the entire strange rock was completely red, as if it had just been scooped out of hot magma. The inside of the cave was also incomparably hot, and the walls of the cave had already melted. Lu Yan's aura became clearer and clearer, but to Yang Kai's surprise and joy, Lu Yan's aura seemed to be much stronger than before, and there was also another kind of charm, a kind of charm that couldn't be described clearly. As he watched, Yang Kai suddenly had an idea. Isn't this just an egg? Previously, he had been prejudiced. He didn't pay much attention to it, but now that he observed it carefully, he found that the oval-shaped strange rock was like an egg. Thinking of this, Yang Kai remembered that Xiao Xiao and his embodiment had broken out of the dark rock in the past, which was a special way of birth for the stone mongoose. Could it be that Lu Yen would also break out of this strange rock? This strange rock was different from the two strange stones he had obtained in the past, so it was not a product of the stone mongoose clan. Yang Kai didn't know what this strange rock was, but after having this guess, Yang Kai couldn't help but look forward to it. If his guess was correct, Lu Yen would eventually break out of the shell, but he didn't know what it would look like. This was really an opportunity for Lu Yen. Time flew by, and another 2 days passed. The speed at which the strange rock devoured the surrounding spiritual qi had obviously slowed down a lot, and it was getting slower and slower. Yang Kai knew that the strange rock should be saturated, and Lu Yan's fate would be revealed soon. So he stared at the strange rock without blinking, his heart in turmoil. Half a day later, just as Yang Kai was feeling uneasy, a crisp sound suddenly came from the strange rock. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard the sound, and quickly looked at the strange rock, only to find that there was a small crack in the middle of the strange rock. Gotcha! When the crack appeared, it seemed to have caused a chain reaction, and a continuous sound was heard. One crack after another appeared, covering the entire strange rock, as dense as a spider web. Yang Kai's face became serious, and he paid more attention to it, ready to help Lu Yen at any time. Crash! After a loud sound, the entire strange rock suddenly fell apart, turning into countless small fragments and falling to the ground. Yang Kai was shocked, thinking that something had happened to Lu Yen, but when he saw a red light appear where the strange rock was, he relaxed. Lu Yan's aura was clearly transmitted from the light, indicating that Lu Yen was fine. The light was fierce, and the entire cave was illuminated red. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and stared, but he couldn't find any clues. He released his divine sense, but it was also blurred. It seemed that the light had inherited the strange rock's ability to devour divine sense, so he couldn't investigate it clearly. After a full incense stick's worth of time, the red light suddenly disappeared, and the cave returned to darkness. Only then did Yang Kai see the scene in front of him clearly. The next moment, his eyes suddenly widened, his mouth opened wide, and his face was full of shock and amazement, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Because he saw that in the place where the strange rock was originally located, there was actually the figure of a little girl. The little girl looked about 7 or 8 years old, lying on her side on the ground, her small body curled up there, her hands folded under her face, sleeping very peacefully. Yang Kai could clearly hear her breathing. If that was all, it would be fine, but what made Yang Kai feel incredulous was that he actually felt Lu Yan's aura from the little girl. Was this Lu Yen? Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out. Since Lu Yen could transform, she had appeared in front of Yang Kai in the form of a gorgeous woman, wearing revealing clothes. Full breasts and beautiful buttocks. She could arouse one's imagination. But after this sudden change, she had suddenly turned into such a wretched person. Yang Kai simply couldn't accept it. But it didn't make sense to say that she wasn't Lu Yen, because this little girl did have Lu Yan's aura. Not only that, but her fiery red hair was also perfectly inherited, and the soft red hair draped over her body, tightly covering her small body. Yang Kai only noticed now. This little girl was completely naked, but because of the red hair, he obviously didn't notice it. Just as Yang Kai was at a loss, the long eyelashes of the little girl in front of him trembled, and then she slowly opened her eyes. She seemed to be a little confused about the current situation, raised her eyelids and looked at the stunned face in front of her, and then slowly sat up straight. When she sat up, her long hair suddenly spread out, revealing her white body, but she was obviously still very confused, with a sluggish face. Yang Kai quickly turned his head, rummaged through his ring, and directly took out a piece of clothing and threw it at her. In a split second, the large clothes covered her tightly. "Master, what are you doing?" The little girl murmured with some dissatisfaction. She reached out and pulled the clothing off her head. But as soon as the words came out of her mouth, she was also stunned, and her beautiful eyes trembled violently. Then she put her hands in front of her eyes and looked at them in a daze. A moment later, a tragic scream came out of the cave. Half an hour later, Yang Kai and the little girl gradually recovered their emotions. The two of them sat face to face, one with a strange expression, the other with tears in her eyes, and her mouth into a thin line. The little girl was indeed Lu Yan, without a doubt. But they didn't know why she had become like this. At this moment, Lu Yan had already put on Yang Kai's clothes, but the clothes were too loose for her current body size, and coupled with her extremely aggrieved expression, it was enough to melt anyone's heart, and make people couldn't help but hold her in the palm of their hands to protect her. Judging from her appearance, she still bore some resemblance to Lu Yan, but she was a young version of Lu Yan. Her small face was like carved jade, delicate like a porcelain doll, and her skin was fair and rosy. There was still a bit of baby fat on her cheeks, making people want to pinch her cheeks and feel them. Have you seen enough? Lu Yan glared at Yang Kai, with a face full of dissatisfaction. Yang Kai shrugged and calmly said, "Do you know that your appearance is not threatening at all?" Lu Yan's teeth creaked as she gritted her teeth. After becoming like this, even her voice was like a child's voice, crisp and pleasant, no longer charming like before. All right. Yang Kai comforted her and said with a serious expression, "Let me ask you, is there anything wrong with becoming like this?" "No, it's just that I'm not used to it," Lu Yan replied in a low voice. "Can't you change back to your original appearance?" Yang Kai asked. Lu Yan said, "Maybe you haven't noticed, but I already have my own body." "What?" Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this and hurriedly released his divine thought to investigate, but his divine thought was swallowed up as soon as it fell on Lu Yan's body, so he couldn't detect anything at all. It was the same before, so Yang Kai didn't know much about Lu Yan's changes. Now that he heard her say this, Yang Kai wanted to take a closer look, but he couldn't detect anything with his divine thought, so he could only use his hands. Thinking of this, Yang Kai immediately stretched out a hand to pinch Lu Yan's little face. After a little contact, Yang Kai knew that Lu Yan was telling the truth. She did indeed have her own body, because the feeling coming from her fingers was not pure energy, but a real object. Not only that, Lu Yan's little face was no different from a real person's. It was very elastic and wonderful to the touch. Yang Kai believed that there were few people in the world who could compare with her. Yang Kai couldn't help but pinch her face for a while. Lu Yan slapped his hand away in disgust and said, "It hurts." As she said this, she rubbed her cheeks. "How can it be?" Yang Kai frowned. Lu Yan was a tool spirit in human form, so it was not impossible for her to have her own body. As far as he knew, there was a kind of elixir called the incarnation elixir, which could let a cultivator who had lost his physical body rebuild his body. However, refining the incarnation elixir required the incarnation fruit, which was extinct. Chapter 2338. Lu Yan had only been swallowed by the strange stone, but after breaking out of the shell, he actually possessed his own body. No matter how he thought about it, this was simply inconceivable. Didn't this mean that the strange stone had the same effect as the flesh incarnation fruit? Just how heaven-defying was this? Lu Yan frowned slightly and whispered, "I think I understand a little about this situation. I can't say why, but I feel like this body of mine is a puppet." "Puppet?" Yang Kai raised his brow. Lu Yan gently nodded, "There are many spirit arrays and mysterious traces of refinement in my body, but these traces are natural and ancient. They should have been refined by an almighty master many years ago." Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, as if he had suddenly thought of something, whispering, "A spirit-grade puppet?" He had previously heard from Hua Qing that thousand-leaf sex puppets were divided into several grades. In addition to the earth-grade and heaven-grade puppets he had seen before, there was an even higher-grade spirit-grade puppet. Moreover, it was rumored that spirit-grade puppets already possessed their own sentience. Not only could they think independently, but they could also gradually grow stronger through cultivation. However, even at their peak, Thousand Leaves sect only had a few spirit-grade puppets, and with the decline of Thousand Leaves sect, no one knew where these spirit-grade puppets had gone. Yang Kai didn't believe it at first, but now, Lu Yan's situation could only be explained by a spirit-grade puppet. That strange stone wasn't something naturally formed, but rather something refined by a certain master of Thousand Leaves sect. It should be the prototype of a spirit-grade puppet, and after Lu Yan's soul entered it, it broke out of its shell and took its current form. It had completed its final form. In other words, this so-called spirit-grade puppet didn't seem to be born with sentience, but rather formed by fusing the soul of a living being with the puppet's body. Thinking of this, Yang Kai suddenly felt enlightened, feeling more and more certain that his guess was correct. No wonder Yi Chong kept staring at Lu Yan when he talked about the opportunity. With his extraordinary eyesight, he could naturally see at a glance that Lu Yan did not have a physical body and was just an artifact spirit. There was a prototype of a spirit-level puppet in the cave, which was undoubtedly the best choice for Lu Yan. In that case, if he hadn't seen Lu Yan at that time, perhaps he wouldn't have mentioned this opportunity. It was because he saw Lu Yan that he gave him some pointers. However, he didn't point it out too clearly. It was likely that he was a little reluctant to part with it in his heart. That strange stone was probably the last prototype of a spirit-grade puppet in this world. Perhaps no one would be able to refine it in the future. He naturally wanted to leave such a treasure for the descendants of Thousand Leaves sect. This guy was a little wishy-washy and sloppy. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. But soon, he cast this thought aside. No matter what, it was true that Lu Yan now had his own body, although this body looked a little strange. However, compared to her previous incarnation, it was undoubtedly much better. Having a body and not having one. They were definitely two different things. Lu Yan seemed to gradually become happy, forgetting all the inconveniences that this small body would bring to her in the future. Placing her two hands in front of her eyes, she turned them over and over again with a smile on her face. How is your soul fusing with this body? Are there any signs of instability? Yang Kai asked worriedly. After all, this spirit-level puppet's body was not something that Lu Yan was born with, so if the fusion between her soul and the body was not perfect, it was very likely that it would bring about very serious consequences. For example, the reason why possession was difficult and the success rate was very low was because of the degree of fusion between the external soul and the body being possessed. If a powerful soul wanted to possess a cultivator, it would need to find a body with the highest degree of compatibility with its own soul. Even so, it was not certain that the possession would succeed, and the slightest mistake would result in failure. Hearing this, Lu Yan shook her head and said, "There's no problem at all. I feel like I've just been born, as if this body was tailor-made for me." Wasn't she just born? Yang Kai had seen her break out of the strange stone with his own eyes, which was equivalent to being reborn. However, Lu Yan's words made him feel much more relieved. He was afraid that this body would not fuse smoothly with Lu Yan's soul, but now it seemed that the Thousand Leaves sect's powerhouses had perfectly considered these problems when refining the strange stone and solved them through some special means. Otherwise, they could have refined a humanoid puppet and then forcibly stuffed a living creature's soul into it. It was precisely because of the experience of breaking out of the shell that Lu Yan's soul was able to perfectly fuse with her current body. Yang Kai was secretly impressed. He, I also have a childhood." Lu Yan's small face smiled like a blooming flower. "Be careful that you don't grow up, or you'll be like this for the rest of your life." Yang Kai poured cold water on her. Lu Yan's face suddenly darkened, and after being stunned for a while, she said in a carefree manner, "Then I'll accept it." After a day of experimentation, Yang Kai finally witnessed the power of a spirit-grade puppet's body. The current Lu Yan could actually increase her strength through cultivation, something that would have been impossible in the past. Previously, Lu Yan was only in human form, so she could only devour fire attribute treasures to increase her strength. The sun's true essence that Yang Kai had obtained in his early years had been constantly used by Lu Yan, and almost half of its energy had been consumed. But now, Lu Yen could actually absorb world energy for her own use. Not only that, but Lu Yen also possessed a powerful cultivation in the third-order Dao source realm. This meant that as long as she was given a suitable secret art, she could cultivate like an ordinary person and become stronger. One day, she would be able to break through to the Emperor realm. Now, she was a completely independent individual. The moment she was swallowed by the strange stone, the connection between her and Yang Kai was severed. Lu Yen had truly obtained a new life. Yang Kai was happy for her from the bottom of his heart. He had planned to wait until he was strong enough to find the flesh incarnation fruit and refine the flesh incarnation pill for Lu Yen, but he had not expected that happiness would come so quickly. The spirit-grade puppet's body perfectly solved this problem. Yang Kai gave Lu Yen a space ring, which contained a lot of source crystals, various healing pills, cultivation pills, and a few high-grade artifacts that he had no use for. Even the Annihilation Thunder Bead, an Emperor artifact, was given to her to use. This was because the Annihilation Thunder Bead did not need to be refined and could be used as long as one poured their energy into it. This was the most suitable artifact for Lu Yen. This was the first time Lu Yen had her own space ring, and there were so many things that belonged to her. She was overjoyed and kept fiddling with the space ring. A day later, the two of them returned to the array base platform. Yang Kai did not plan to continue exploring this sealed world. He had obtained a lot of benefits from this trip, so he decided to stop while he was ahead. There was no enmity between him and Thousand Leaves sect, and this sealed world belonged to them after all. Yang Kai could not just take away all the good things inside. It would be too unkind of him to do so. Repairing the array base platform was not a difficult task for Yang Kai. In just 4 hours, the sword marks on the platform had disappeared and the entire platform looked brand new. Yang Kai took out a few source crystals and placed them in the grooves of the platform before circulating his source chi. After a flash of light, there was no one left on the platform. Thousand Leaves sect, in a nameless valley. The chirping of birds and fragrant flowers from before had completely disappeared. This place was a complete mess, with traces of a great battle everywhere. Many cultivator corpses were strewn about the valley, and the ground was dyed red with blood. The stench of blood that filled the air was nauseating. At the array base platform, Yi Jinghan's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Her delicate body was covered in blood, and there was a deep wound that extended from her shoulder to her entire arm. It was a ghastly sight. Beside her, Hua Qingxi, Qiyu, Guizhu, Aio, Gu Songyun, and the others all looked exhausted. There were more or less injuries on their bodies, with Hua Qingxi having the most serious injuries. She seemed to have suffered internal injuries as her face was completely pale. At this moment, Thousand Leaves sect was facing its greatest crisis in history. Vice sect master Shirt Songying had betrayed them and collaborated with Sky Illumination Palace's palace master Qiu Zhe to break through Thousand Leaves sect's mountain defending array in one fell swoop, killing over 1,000 disciples. Yi Hen led several elders to face the enemy head-on, but they were outnumbered. Some died while others were injured. The sect's disciples who could escape also escaped, while those who couldn't were killed or captured. In just half a day, the entire sect had become a ghost town. Traces of battle could be seen everywhere in Thousand Leaves Mountain, and countless bones were buried. Even Hua Qingxi and the others were involved. Although Hua Qingxi had touched upon Emperor intent, there was still a large gap between her and Qiu Zhe. After a great battle, Hua Qingxi was lucky enough to survive. With Yi Jinghan's help, she brought Qiyu and the others to hide in this nameless valley. This place had become Thousand Leaves sect's last fortress. Outside the valley, with Qiu Zhe at the head, the masters of the various sects had gathered and were glaring at the valley. "Is this your esteemed sect's forbidden area?" Qiu Zhe stood outside the valley with his hands behind his back, coldly looking ahead as he asked. His complexion was not as ruddy as before. Although he had the absolute advantage in the battle with Hua Qingxi, he never expected that a mere third-order Dao source realm would almost injure him. That woman was no ordinary cultivator. She most likely came from a top sect, or else she wouldn't have such a powerful background. If there was anyone Xiao Zhe was most afraid of right now, it would undoubtedly be Hua Qingxi. He was afraid of provoking someone he shouldn't, but in this situation, he had no choice but to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Otherwise, once news of this spread and the sect behind that woman found out, Sky Illumination Palace would be powerless to stop them. So, he led his people to this place but was blocked by the many mysterious spirit arrays in the valley. After trying to attack a few times, he was shocked to find that the spirit arrays in this valley were not something he could break. So, he could only ask the side. Hearing this, Shirtsonging put on a flattering smile and bowed, reporting to Palace Lord Xiao, "This is indeed our sect's forbidden area. For generations, no one other than the sect master has been able to set foot here." "Not even you?" Xiao Zhe glanced at Shirtsonging indifferently. Shirtsonging said embarrassedly, "I've never entered." You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.